Hello everyone. We are pushing 2 videos a day with little to no budget. You can help with Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon. Link in the descriptions. Chapter 28-26 Disadvantaged. On the surface, the condition of a mech pilot's body was unrelated to the individual's ability to pilot a mech. In theory, as long as a mech pilot's head got cut off from his body, he would still be able to interface with a mech. In the early days of the Age of Mechs, some pioneering mech designers wanted to test if this was actually the case. The problem was that these research-obsessed scientists and engineers didn't want to wait for a mech pilot to suffer an injury that was so heavy that his or her entire body below the neck would have to be scrapped. The early generation mech designers captured mech pilots belonging to an enemy state and cruelly separated their heads and stuffed them into containers to keep them alive. When these bodiless heads were mounted into mechs in a twisted attempt to create semi-permanently active mechs, the results failed to meet the expectations of the mech designers. Leaving aside whether the test subjects were even willing to fight on behalf of their tormentors, their ability to control the mechs encountered significant issues. Deeper studies revealed numerous issues that contributed to the drop in performance. The simple answer was that the mech pilots simply weren't comfortable enough. Piloting a mech was like replacing a human body with a mech frame, but not quite. For reasons that only the most knowledgeable neural interface specialists were able to understand, a mech pilot ideally had to possess a complete and healthy body. This was mainly based on the mech pilot's perception. It didn't matter if the mech pilot had heavily augmented his body. Regardless of whether he was carrying cranial implants, cybernetic organs, or regrown limbs, as long as the mech pilot was comfortable in his own skin, then he wouldn't experience too many hindrances in piloting mechs. Those who suffered physical debilitations all encountered problems when piloting their mechs. The technical reasoning behind this was complicated and too profound for Ves to understand. But the bottom line was that people who thought that something was wrong with their bodies always performed less than optimally. Considering Vincent's personality and frequent complaints about his informed state, it shouldn't have been a surprise to see the rotaring trip on its feet as if it was a baby that was just learning how to walk. The consequences of a mech tipping over was quite severe. Their weight was so great that Ves would have lost balance if he wasn't wearing an armored suit. Plenty of tools and objects shook from their positions, and the sudden displacement of air even pushed them away. The biomech technicians had fortunately retreated far enough to remain unaffected, but they all looked incredulous at what had happened. Maintaining the balance of a mech was one of the first lessons that every mech pilot learned. Even if Vincent was infirm, he should have been able to maintain at least that much control over a new mech. "I hate this biomech," Vincent transmitted to Ves over a comm channel. "I can't stand this mech. It's so different from the Adonis Colossus that I can talk all day over what is wrong this stupid lump of flesh." Ves grew annoyed. "I don't care. Get your mech back on its feet and go out. The enemy mechs are already closing in and they'll soon bump into our own mechs. If you aren't out there by the time the fighting starts, Janzi and our new allies will have a very hard time holding back more than twice their number of opponents." I know. It's just, I can't figure out this damn biomech. Do you know how disgusting it is to pilot a mech that is like a giant version of a neutered man? It doesn't help that this mech is balanced differently than my precious Adonis Colossus." Despite his complaints, Vincent was already trying to recover. He knew the stakes as well as Ves, so he tried his best to get the mech back up its feet. He succeeded, but not as gracefully as Ves had hoped. The rodenring moved as if it was drunk and under the influence of other substances. Its shaky arms hesitantly pressed the mech to a sitting position. After a bit of scrambling, its legs finally managed to bend and balance in a way that allowed the striker mech to get back up its feet. It had to pick up the shotgun that it had dropped to the ground, and that was another difficult test of Vincent's control. Fortunately, The biomech came with plenty of auto-balancing systems that assisted Vincent in keeping the Rodenring on its feet. Once the mech grabbed the heavy shotgun, it began to move out just as sounds of fighting echoed from beyond. "Our side has just made contact with the enemy. Hurry and repel the enemy." I'm trying, Vincent complained. "I can't risk moving too fast." The Rodenring waddled forward at a manner that ensured greater stability but cut its speed by at least 30%. Though VS was frustrated at the sight, there wasn't much he could do at the sidelines. If Vincent was piloting an LMC mech like the Bright Warrior, then there were many ways for VS to manipulate the mech. The Rodenring wasn't his work, though. The biomechs utilized by the roving hunters were all designed by several seniors who partnered up with the competitive team. Several hundred meters away, the two sides had already started to come to blows. The enemy not only brought more biomechs, but also a greater quantity of ranged firepower. Two riflemen mechs fired a steady frequency of positron beams. Venerable Janzi had arrived just in time for her to utilize the Peringer's medium shield as a barrier against the attacks that were aimed towards Blue Star. The slimmer Marauder mech excelled in mobility, but right now the large loading hall was not conducive to its operation. A random distribution of crates, vehicles, and other objects were loosely spread across the entire hall. They were large and solid enough to hurt any mech of it attempted to walk through, but they were also too low and fragile to serve as functional cover. All of this meant that the invading biomechs immediately assumed superiority. The enemy mech squad happened to consist of a balanced mix of biomechs. Two knight mechs with thick tower shields steadily advanced from the front. Two spearmen mechs were huddling right behind the knight mechs, ready to poke their spears past the shields or turn around to respond to any threats from the rear. Two swordsmen mechs circled around the flanks. They weren't in a hurry to engage just yet. They were capable of inflicting the most damage when their opponents became locked in battle against the frontal components of the mech squad. Two riflemen mechs positions at the rear were already inducing a steady degree of pressure towards the four, now 5 opposing mechs. One auxiliary mech remained close to the ranged mechs. Its role wasn't entirely clear, but its slim size suggested that it wasn't too powerful. All in all, the numbers and tactics utilized by the ultralifer mechs showed that they definitely knew their business. When VS patched into the feet of the Peringer, he tried to gauge the strength of the enemy biomechs. Ugh! What makes a good biomech? He didn't understand biomechs nearly as well as classical mechs. They were like alien parodies of metallic mechs to VS. He could only form his judgment on other details such as mass, density, and other properties. Soon enough, he formed some reasonable estimates. The good news was that the quality and cost of an individual enemy biomech was lower than that of any of the 5 competitive mechs. The bad news was that their quality was still serviceable enough to make them stronger when factoring their superiority in numbers. Of course, he also witnessed situations where the opposite happened. Right now, his judgment and intuition told him that his side was heavily disadvantaged. Lucky! I need you to go into action again. Can you phase into the Seosic pits of those mechs and assassinate the enemy mech pilots? Mio! The tired Gemcat yelled. Oh come on, you have succeeded in phasing through plenty of solid material. What makes mechs different? Meow meow meow. Are you kidding? Meow. VS frowned. What Lucky told him was deeply disappointing. While his cat was capable of phasing through mechs, there was something about them that made it very tiresome. For example, the strong resonance and force of will of an expert mech plainly made it impossible for Lucky phase through its frame. In the past, this problem didn't bother him too much. The recent battles he and his clan fought these days encompassed hundreds of if not thousands of mechs. With so many machines on the battlefield, it was extremely dangerous for Lucky to wander around. Besides, the influence he would be able to exert was extremely marginal. "Can't you do something? I just need you to kill one enemy mech pilot. As long as you can do that, our odds of achieving victory will be much greater." Meow meow. The cat eventually acquiesced. When Lucky moved to the loading hall, he didn't immediately phase or turn invisible. He had to ration his remaining strength as much as possible in order to achieve a good effect. As Lucky moved out yet again, Ves observed the progress of the battle. Not much had happened since the two sides confronted each other. The ultralifers were content with adopting a slow and steady approach. Their ranged capabilities were much better. With two riflemen mechs at their disposal, they had the luxury to adopt a defensive posture. The enemy mechs essentially taunted their opponents into attacking their prepared formation. Captain Rivington had encountered similar situations in the arena and knew that it was a trap. As soon as his 5 mechs moved forward, they would probably get locked by the anvil in front, while their sides and rear got assaulted by the flanking swordsman mechs. If his side had a couple more mechs, then he would have been able to counter this approach. As it was, going forward spelled certain doom. "Are we just going to stand here and let them shoot at us?" Vincent complained as a positron beam seared across the surface of his mech. "I'm getting cooked over here." "Be patient, pilot." When Ves studied the situation, he knew he had to pitch in as well. He increased the power of his Odini and began to perform active scans on the enemy biomechs. At this point, it didn't matter if the enemy was able to detect what was going on. It was more important for Ves to gain a detailed understanding of their inner structure and expose their weak points. "I knew it! Biomechs have flaws as well!" Ves worked alongside Gloriana so many times that he had picked up plenty of tricks and insights about identifying flaws. The deep skin readings he received helped immensely, as nothing on the surface of the biomechs could be hidden from the power of his Odini. He focused his attention on the enemy knight mechs first, as they happened to be the most difficult enemy machines to handle. Even if their offensive threat wasn't as high, their ability to lock up their opponents was one of the biggest reasons why Captain Rivington didn't dare to go into action. "Captain, please take a look at the data I've transferred. I've just scanned the enemy knight mechs and discovered a major weakness." Chapter 28-27 Exploits. Positron beams seared across the loading hall. The energy splashed against the biomechs of the roving hunters, causing them to incur increasingly more damage. In response, the Blue Star fired back with a kinetic carbine. While the weapon packed quite a punch despite its size, it was clear that it could not exert any pressure towards its targets. The main element of the Ultralifer squad formed a double column behind the shields of the two knight mechs in front. The oversized bone shields were so broad and thick that they practically served as impenetrable barriers. Whether this tight formation was attacked from afar or up close, every frontal assault would undoubtedly fail. This caused the defenders to fall into a difficult dilemma. Due to the positioning of both sides, it was impossible for the roving hunters and the Larkinsons to flank the hostile main element. Their only choice was to attack from the front or slightly to the sides, but that was useless as the knight mechs could simply reorient themselves. With those sturdy knight mechs in the way, the only outcome of an attack would be to get bogged down. The knight mechs would find a way to entangle their opponents, and the spearman mechs would either prevent a breakthrough or help with containment. The swordsman mechs that were hovering at the sides would subsequently close the net and demolish the defenders from the rear. This was why Captain Rivington and the rest did not dare to advance. Every path forward led to certain defeat. Yet what else could they do? Staying in place would cause their mechs to get whittled down from range. Retreating back to the underground mech hall where the biomechs were originally stashed would not only endanger Ves and the rest of the roving hunter crew, but also force them to fight a cramped frontal battle in which the enemies enjoyed a huge advantage. It all came down to lack of numbers. With 4 mechs down, the defenders were at a huge disadvantage. Even if their competition mechs performed better, it was too difficult to overcome a balanced and all-encompassing squad composition. Captain Rivington was so used to fighting fair matches that he became indecisive at this moment. Unlike league matches where rules ensured that both sides started on a level playing field, there was no fairness on the actual battlefield. Even though his side possessed a great advantage with an expert pilot by his side, he knew that there was only so much the young woman could accomplish with an ordinary mech, let alone a biomech. This was also why he listened carefully to the analysis provided by Ves. He knew that the only way to overcome such a difficult challenge was to resort to other solutions. The enemy employs different models that look commercial in nature. These mechs tend to be eccentric. They have pronounced strengths and obvious shortcomings due to the limitations of their individual mech designers. We can handle the other mechs if it comes down to it, but tell us how to defeat the night mechs, Captain Rivington urgently requested. Night mechs are tough to take down regardless of their quirks. It's practically their job to outlast their opponents, Ves responded over the comm channel. The model employed by the ultralifers are actually much more optimized for aerial combat. They're slow and unwieldy when stuck to the ground. Their turning speed is abysmal, so as long as you can outflank them, you stand a good chance at striking a heavy blow to their flanks and rear. Their backs are covered by those spearman mechs. Besides, their formation is too difficult to deal with. The enemy biomechs are all covering for each other. I can tell that the mech pilots have trained and fought together for a long time. The teamwork they exhibit is too similar to long-lasting teams. I'm aware of that, but I may have a solution for that. Please get ready to move out regardless of what happens. I anticipate that the enemy will react very strongly to what is about to happen. What are you talking about, Mr. Larkinson? I'm transmitting my analysis of every enemy biomecha's weak points to you and your comrades. While I can't guarantee the veracity of my analysis due to my unfamiliarity with biomechs, I think that you'll be able to achieve a good effect if you can strike these places. No matter what form a mech takes, much of their engineering principles remain the same. The 5 mechs of the roving hunters received a surprisingly large and detailed data burst. As a competitive mech pilot, Captain Rivington was very familiar with receiving weak point analyses from his staff. In order to increase the odds of victory as much as possible, it was essential to study the enemy's mechs and identify how they could best be taken down. Of course, the competitive teams all knew that their mechs would be scrutinized in this fashion. If they deployed the exact same mech time after time, then they would definitely get destroyed in an instant, as all of their properties were transparent to the enemy. This was why it was essentially to modify competitive mechs a bit after every match. Changes to their armor scheme, modules, weapon loadout, and more ensured that they would always keep their opponents guessing. Right now, Captain Rivington and his teammates all felt as if they were in the rare position of knowing every weakness of all 9 enemy mechs. Even though Ves only had a limited time to examine every mech with his Odini Omni sensor, the quality of sensor readings along with all of the lessons he learned from his wife allowed him to pick out every glaring weakness in a matter of seconds. Anyone who received this analysis would have a lot more confidence in facing their opponents. But it was different for the roving hunter mech athletes. They most of all had trained extensively in exploiting the weak points of their opponents. In a close match where every tiny advantage could mean the difference between victory or defeat, mech athletes were accustomed to making the most out of every scrap of relevant information. Another mech pilot who could make excellent use of the analysis was Venerable Janzi. Even though she was still acclimatizing to the Paringer, her control and battle prowess had already reached a level unreachable by ordinary humans. As for Vincent, he was still too distracted by trying to get a grip on the Rodenring to care about the new overlay that pointed out the areas where he should focus his attacks. Just as 4 of the 5 defending mech pilots formulated a strategy to attack and exploit the weak points of all of the enemy mechs, an abrupt change took place. Underneath the feet of one of the night mechs, an invisible form shot up and entered the frame of the mech. Several seconds later, the night mech FORCRBLY shut down. While it didn't slump or tip over, it was very obvious that the defensive mech suffered some kind of issue that caused it to shut down on its own accord. "What's going on?" Captain Rivington asked in shock. Of the 5 mech pilots, only one of them was clear what had happened. Only Lucky could have achieved this result. The sudden turn of events completely interrupted the rhythm of the ultralifers. According to the telemetry transmitted by the downed night mech, its pilot had abruptly died by getting cut. The manner in which the pilot died was too mysterious. How could an enemy possibly sneak into the cockpit of a closed mech that was completely intact? The lack of answers, along with the possibility that it might happen to the other mech pilots, as well caused the ultralifer mech pilots to falter for a few seconds. It was one thing to be defeated by an enemy mech in frontal combat. Whether they won or lost, every mech pilot was trained to embrace honorable combat. Death by assassination was another matter. Not only was it dirty as hell, it also prevented mech pilots from employing their strengths. What the enemy mech pilots didn't know was that Lucky's invisible form sneakily flew away while looking awfully exhausted. Therefore, the remaining 8 ultralifer mech pilots were worrying about their lives in vain. Lucky simply didn't have enough energy to perform his phasing ability again in this battle. "The time to strike is now!" Captain Rivington and Venerable Janzi keenly grasped the disruption caused by Lucky's intervention. The Tarragon and the Periner surged forward in unison, which quickly triggered the other 3 friendly mechs to follow suit. Even though the Rodenring lagged behind due to its slower speed and Vincent's control problems, the other 4 mechs moved with inherent coordination. Venerable Janzi explicitly took the lead. The Peringer charged at the soul-working night mech and slammed its scorched and damaged medium shield against the enemy's tower shield. Even though the Peringer was lighter than the enemy night mech, its running start pushed the defending machine back so hard that it almost lost balance. Just as the Peringer recovered from the heavy crash, its sword swung in a moon shape, causing it to divert the spear stab that threatened to poke a hole in Janzi's borrowed biomech. This granted the roving hunter mech athletes a great opening. The Blue Star surged forward first, and began to assault the surviving night mech's flank with its mace. Its blunt weapon bashed against the fingers of the enemy biomech, causing it to drop its sword. At the same time, Cecil Rivington's Tarragon dashed forward and stabbed the night mech's side. The swordsman mech's sword penetrated deeply into the exposed enemy night mech because it pierced straight through a small weak point that VS had identified beforehand. As this was happening, the Optimon piloted by the rookie performed a similar charge to that of the Peringer. The only difference was that its shield collided against the night mech that had just shut down. Due to its inactive state, the night mech failed to brace or perform any corrective measures, causing it to fall backwards and disrupt the tight column formation adopted by the enemy. The enemy spearman mech that had previously huddled behind the dormant night mech had to dash backwards in haste, causing its rear to collide and press against the rifleman mech that was positioned behind. This was one of the biggest disadvantages of a packed formation. Though it took the Optimon a bit of time to recover from its violent collision, the biomech piloted by the rookie valiantly attacked one of the spearman mech, forcing it to focus on parrying and blocking the incoming blows. At this moment, the Rodenring hefted its heavy shotgun and fired a powerful blast of pellets that peppered the uncovered flesh of the spearman mech. A large portion of the pellets bounced uselessly off the enemy mech's shield, but a significant portion still sank into any exposed flesh within reach, causing these areas to bleed. The Rodenring was about to fire at its current target again, but Vincent suddenly noticed that the swordsman mechs that had previously positioned themselves at the flanks were rapidly closing in from the sides. "Do you think you can ambush me? Think again," Vincent spat back. His Rodenring slowly turned around before firing its shotgun continuously at the charging swordsman mech at close range. Chapter 28 Mental Block. The squad of ultralifer biomechs should have been able to defeat any frontal assault. Yet the single disruption that occurred when one of its night mechs suddenly shut down not only caused the formation to expose a flaw, but also leave the rest less prepared to receive the charging mechs. Right now, the double column formation entered into complete disarray as the more agile and tricky roving hunter mechs employed their strengths to the best of their ability. "Finish off this night mech first," Captain Rivington shouted as his swordsman tried to thrust its sword through another weak point. "Don't let it catch a break." Mech athletes were very sensitive towards displays of weaknesses. After getting slammed into and losing grip of its weapon, the remaining enemy night mech came under so much pressure that its wounds rapidly increased. Amazingly, it still held up. The mech even tried to grab and entangle the weapons that struck its frame. The mech pilot was so determined to occupy the attackers that it didn't seem to matter if the night mech incurred more damage. There wasn't any good solution available to the roving hunter mech pilots. They knew they wouldn't be able to attack the more vulnerable enemy biomechs if this large and intractable obstacle was in the way. Even if they were aware of its weak points, since the most critical ones were positioned at the rear, it was impossible for Captain Rivington and his second to take the enemy night mech out in an instant. Due to the disrupted formation, the spearman mechs positioned in the rear needed some time to get into action. Yet just as one of them attempted to stab at the Tarragon, the Paringer surged forth and slammed its shield against the enemy's shield. Different from Oliver Vlambeer's shield charge, Venerable Janzi's charge was not only stronger, but exerted its force at such an angle that caused the stricken spearman mech to disrupt its stance, causing it to lose its balance for a moment. The Paringer took advantage of the opening to stab its sword through one of the weak points on the sea chest of its current foe. Although Ves had identified the area in the front as a weak point, in fact it was still quite strong and resistant against damage. It was just weaker to a relative degree. This didn't seem to faze Janzi though. She attacked so hard and fast that the Paringer's sword sank deep enough to inflict substantial internal damage. Even though the spearman mech retaliated remarkably quickly, its short spear bounced against the Paringer's shield. This allowed Venerable Janzi to press her offensive night mech forward and launch numerous stabs at a range that was too close for the spearman mech to utilize its primary armament. The enemy mech pilot was aware of this. The spearman mech dropped its weapon in order to pull out a backup knife, but Venerable Janzi already predicted this move and commanded the Paringer to kick at the reaching arm. As the spearman mech failed to pull out its secondary weapon, the Paringer plunged its sword at the holster that held it, causing it to rupture and drop the knife to the floor before it could be used. In an attempt to relieve the spearman mech of its dire condition, the two riflemen mechs overloaded their weapons and fired a pair of extraordinarily powerful beams at the Paringer. However, the mech piloted by Venerable Janzi quickly lifted up its damaged and dented shield. Due to all of the attacks it absorbed and the collisions it endured, the supercharged beam shots blasted the shield apart. Though the Paringer incurred moderate damage due to this event, everything was already within Venerable Janzi's calculation. The blunt of the attacks had been blocked. Now that the Paringer lost its shield, the offensive night mech became even faster and more agile. Even though the expert pilot wasn't accustomed to piloting such a fast mech, she was not a slouch. Even though the blow failed to sever the arm that was carrying the shield, The wound weakened the limb to such an extent that its hold became shaky. "That's mine now!" The Paringer's free hand grasped the side of the shield and forcefully attempted to pry it away from its current owner. Since the spearman mech still hadn't been able to grasp a weapon, its weak punches and easily avoidable kicks failed to deter Venerable Janzi from stealing its shield. With another expertly aimed stab, the spearman mech was no longer able to hold on to its own shield, thereby allowing the Paringer to pull it away and appropriate it for its own use. This was a shameful outcome. Losing one's weapon or equipment to an opponent was one of the worst humiliations that a mech pilot could suffer. As long as the performance of the mechs didn't diverge too much, then an incident like this meant that the victim was completely outclassed. Who the hell am I fighting against? It was too bad that Venerable Janzi wasn't in a talking mood. After gaining a new shield, she faced the enemy's ranged attacks with greater confidence. The hijacked bone shield provided the Paringer with another buffer to block the ranged attacks. Since the rifleman mechs exerted no pressure towards Janzi at the moment, she felt free to finish off her wounded and weaponless opponent. This time, it was too much for the poor spearman mech. Even though it was still able to put up a fight, its performance had dropped to such a degree that Janzi easily struck its back and caused it to shut down. While Venerable Janzi wanted to move on to attacking the rifleman mechs and the odd auxiliary mech at the rear, she noticed that her fellow mech pilots were having a hard time dealing with their current opponents. While Janzi downed the second enemy mech, the Tarragon and the Blue Star attempted to finish off the sole remaining enemy night mech. They had actually accomplished quite a lot since they were able to gang up on the isolated enemy defensive mech. Yet soon enough, one of the flanking swordsman mechs had arrived to come to relieve the pressure. The Blue Star was forced to turn around and use its mace to block an incoming sword chop. At this time, the enemy knight mech seemed to have gained a second life. Without the need to face off against two opponents at once, it began to entangle the Tarragon even harder, preventing Captain Rivington from pooling his strength with other friendlies. Not too far away, the Optimon faced off against the other enemy spearman mech. Unlike Janzi, Oliver Vlambeer was much less skilled in combat. Even though his fit with the Optimon was high, his inexperience along with the pressure of actual combat affected his combat performance. His opening moves had been strong because he employed set-piece moves that were in the playbook of the roving hunters. The ultralifer mech pilots weren't inexperienced. This allowed the second enemy spearman mech to perform a lot more even against the Optimon. The best Oliver could do was to match blow for blow against his current opponent. "I need help over here. I can't beat this spearman mech alone." No one was able to come to his aid, sadly. Vincent was particularly in dire straits. Although the powerful shotgun blasts inserted a lot of painful pellets in the uncovered frame of the enemy biomech, the weapon ran out of shells before it could finish the job. This meant that even if the swordsman mech was in a bad shape, it still retained enough battle effectiveness to pose a threat against his striker mech. "Damn it! I don't know how to fight up close with this biomech." The Rotenring moved slower than Vincent had wished. The biomech attempted to raise its shotgun so that its chain's word was able to grind into the flesh of the incoming enemy. Unfortunately, the swordsman mech was able to sidestep the obvious attack with and slash its blade deeply into the Rotenring's side. If the striker mech wasn't covered with thick bone plating, this strike could have inflicted severe damage to a limb. In fact, if the enemy swordsman mech wasn't so damaged, it could have pierced through this layer of protection. Unfortunately for the ultralifers, the continuous shotgun attacks weakened the biomech to the point it was only able to muster up 60 to 70% of its strength and speed. This merely caused the performance of the enemy swordsman mech to fall in line with that of the current Rotenring. Damn! Why are biomechs so difficult to work with? Whoever came up with this stupid idea? Vincent barely managed to lift its combined weapon in time to block the continuous sword strikes. However, once his enemy figured out that the Rodenring wasn't able to move quickly, the swordsman mech started to flank and attack from tricky angles. Soon enough, the Rodenring began to get more and more beat up. While its bone plating was very helpful with mitigating incoming damage, they were not as tough as knight mech armor. As long as the enemy swordsman mech attacked the same plate several times, it would definitely crack or split. Blood began to pour from various points of the Rodenring as Vincent continually failed to leverage the full strength of his borrowed mech. It didn't even seem to matter whether he was an expert candidate. His unfamiliarity with the Rodenring, his discomfort with biomechs, and his missing limbs all contributed to such an awful performance that Vincent failed to hit anything with the chainsaw attached to the Rodenring's attached shotgun. When the enemy swordsman mech attempted to perform a powerful chop, Vincent urged the Rodenring to lift its weapon to block the incoming attack from above. As a slow mech that moved even slower due to the deficiencies of its mech pilot, the lower half of the mech became an obvious target. "Ah! You bastard! You just had to hit the leg!" While the devious sword chop wasn't capable of amputating a leg with a single blow, it pierced through the bone plating with such force that it cut a decent portion of organic muscle. When the swordsman mech pulled out its blade with a bloody splash, the Rodenring almost fell over because its damaged limb wasn't able to support its entire weight onto it anymore. The swordsman mech darted in against and attempted to land an identical blow to the other leg. As long as both legs sustained severe damage, the hefty striker mech would no longer be able to support its own weight. The fear of getting his legs cut off again frightened Vincent to no end. Even if it was just the legs of his mech, in this situation he was so caught up in the battle that his fears inadvertently caused his immersion to deepen. As someone who suffered the misfortune of losing his legs, Vincent never wanted to relive this experience again. Due to his trauma and urgency, several mental blocks that previously prevented him from piloting the Rodenring to a deeper degree melted away. His eyes seemed to burn as the mech under his command moved substantially faster. "I won't lose my legs again!" Even though Vincent wasn't able to prevent the swordsman mech from sinking its blade into the other leg, the Rodenring still managed to whip its chainsaw out fast enough to cause it to sink into the sea-chesty of the enemy mech. Once the chains began to whir, a large quantity of blood and flesh began to tear away. Chapter 28-29 Traumatic Trigger. Biomechs differed from classical mechs in various ways. Aside from the obvious differences in composition, biomechs also demanded a different piloting approach to their users. Vincent Ricklin didn't know what he was getting into after he interfaced with the Rodenring. The quick lesson he received before did not prepare him at all for all of the changes he experienced. The first and most obvious difference was that biomechs didn't make use of electronic processors. Instead of performing all of their thinking on precise and highly controlled CHI.P.S, biomechs performed all of their processing tasks through special tissue that resembled brain matter. While they were designed to operate as similar to electronic processors as possible, they nonetheless exhibited several distinct differences due to their growth-based production method. Since every organic chip had to grow into shape on its own, these biological processors exhibited substantial copy-to-copy variation. Every brain was unique, and that applied to these organic CHI.P.S as well. What was even more interesting was that the organic CHI.P.S grew in unison with the rest of the mech. This meant that they weren't produced in a separate facility and installed onto a biomech. Instead, the organic processors already played a central role in regulating the growth of a biomech from the moment a seed began to grow. This caused the connection between the two to be substantially more intimate, which in turn exposed a mech pilot to both greater and different data input. All of this made Vincent feel as if he was stuck in an alien mech. Many other factors played a role as well, as biomechs introduced plenty of changes that caught ordinary mech pilots off guard. While Janzi was able to roll with the changes due to her powerful will and superhuman capability to adapt to different mechs, Vincent possessed only a shadow of her capabilities. In fact, he wouldn't have been able to get the Rodenring to walk if he wasn't an expert candidate to begin with. His lack of familiarity with biomechs was so bad that he had hardly managed to increase his fluency with his biomech as time went by. He was just as bad at piloting the striker mech as before, up until his current opponent crossed a line that Vincent never tolerated. From the moment the enemy swordsman mech attacked the Rodenring's legs, Vincent suddenly snapped. If there was one affront that Vincent couldn't tolerate, it was crippling his lower body. Even though his current opponent was frantically hacking its sword against the Rodenring, as a striker mech it could never be taken down with a few simple attacks. The cruel-looking chainsaw mounted on the underside of the heavy shotgun finally showed its purpose. Although it was extremely difficult to hit an opponent with the serrated blades, once it sunk into flesh, its cutting and tearing potential was extremely high. By the time the enemy swordsman mech pilot commanded his mech to fall and roll away, a large and ugly wound had been left on its chest. Due to the savage nature of the attack, the wound not only affected a large portion of the mech, but also continuously leaked blood with few signs of abating. This was one of the secondary dangers of the chainsaw. As long as it was able to eviscerate a large portion of flesh, the wounded biomech in question would continually bleed out as time went by. The swordsman mech urgently needed treatment, or else it would certainly collapse over time. The effect of the chainsaw explained why it was mainly employed against biomechs. The effect was significantly weaker against classical mechs. Their excellent compartmentalization and lack of blood meant that this kind of bleeding would never occur. Right now, Vincent thought that chainsaws were quite exciting. No weapon complemented his fury more than a weapon designed to brutalize a biomech. "I don't know who you are or why you're attacking us, but you've messed with the wrong man. No one touches my legs!" As the damaged swordsman mech launched an all-out assault in order to make the best of the situation, Vincent's Rodenring quickly moved to batter aside the incoming sword slash. While the shotgun-chainsaw combination was slow to handle, when swung its momentum was incomparable to that of an agile sword. After batting aside the sword, the chainsaw revved up again just as the Rodenring surged forth at a greater speed than it had shown before. The swordsman mech pilot was still unaccustomed to the change in Vincent's battle effectiveness. This caused his mech to suffer a serious blow to its shoulder. "Where are you going? Come back here, coward!" Even though the swordsman mech was continually stepping back, the Rodenring tilted forward and advanced at an even greater speed. Even though its precarious sprint could easily cause the Rodenring to trip to the ground, Vincent was somehow able to exert such great control that the mech still retained its balance by the time it swung its chainsaw at the injured shoulder of the enemy mech. WHRRZZZZ. An awful tearing and scraping sound spread out yet again as the Rodenring's chainsaw tore through the flesh and bone that comprised the shoulder. Even though the enemy swordsman mech succeeded in sinking its blade into the side of the Rodenring, Vincent didn't even notice anything. His mech still exerted enough force to sink the chainsaw deeper into the body of the enemy mech, and that was all that mattered. After a considerable exertion, the chainsaw successfully tore off the left arm of the enemy swordsman mech. After losing this limb, the heavily damaged biomech sustained so much damage that its responsiveness and fighting capabilities had dropped below a level was able to resist the Rodenring. The mech pilot chose to eject from his damaged biomech. A fleshy pod separated from the back of the swordsman mech and flew through the tunnel it came from. What was left fell over and bled out as if it was the victim of a gruesome murder. The abrupt flight of the opposing mech pilot irked Vincent to no end. He wanted to cut apart the enemy swordsman mech some more. Fortunately, there were plenty of enemies left. Vincent briefly swept his attention across the remaining enemy mechs. The remaining enemy melee mechs tried their best to keep the Tarragon, Blue Star, Optimum and Paringer occupied while the ranged mechs tried to weaken them at range. What gave the attackers an edge was that the auxiliary mech had finally gone into action. Even though it acted too late to save the mechs that had been downed, its capabilities quickly changed the dynamic of the remaining clashes. Every time the roving hunters or venerable Janzi attempted to launch an attack that was bound to inflict serious damage, their weapons bounced against an energy shield. The most peculiar aspect about this shield was that it was both localized and incredibly strong. Unlike large area shields which enveloped an entire area in a protective dome, the auxiliary mech was able to project small energy shields that not only minimized energy consumption, but also concentrated its remote shields so that it could withstand more serious blows. "This mech needs to be taken out." Vincent didn't even bother to command his biomech to load new shells into his heavy shotgun. Instead, he urged the Rodenring to circle around and make its way straight to the auxiliary mech. Of course, the enemy noticed the striker mech's obvious approach in advance. Yet due to the fact that it lost several mechs, its numerical superiority wasn't so overwhelming anymore. To several people's surprise, the two ranged mechs stopped firing their steaming rifles. Instead, they turned around and moved to block the way forward for the Rodenring. "What can a bunch of riflemen mechs do?" Vincent contemptuously scoffed. His mech jumped upwards and engaged its flight system. Even though the Rodenring wasn't the best at flight, it was still enough to allow his mech to leap over the heads of the riflemen mechs. Yet just as the Rodenring passed over the enemy ranged mechs, Vincent suddenly felt an acute threat from below. "What the hell?" The organic rifles wielded by the riflemen mechs morphed into a different shape. A bayonet knife extended from the front, while the overall body of the weapon had become more streamlined. In an instant, two spears shot upwards in an attempt to impale the Rodenring from below. That realization triggered something inside him again. His eyes practically turned red as he did something incredibly crazy. He stopped trying to fly forward and instead tumbled his mech in midair until it was upside down. This not only prevented the Rodenring's legs and underside from getting hit by the spears, but also put it in a good position to counterattack. "Take this!" The Rodenring boosted downwards with incredible momentum. The chainsaw batted aside one of the spears but couldn't prevent the other from sinking into a shoulder. However, this injury seemed inconsequential in relation to what happened next. The striker mech dropped head first on top of one of the riflemen mechs. Even though a small energy shield had formed in its path, the falling force of the mech was far too great for the auxiliary mech to stop. A violent collision ensued as the Rodenring practically crushed one of the riflemen mechs onto the ground. The converted spear wielded by the latter clattered away as the mech was squashed to the point that its mech pilot died because its COC pit turned into a pancake. Even though the Rodenring sustained severe damage from the fall as well, it was able to scramble back up and hold its chainsaw. Vincent was really starting to like the Rodenring. Unfortunately, his latest reckless stunt damaged the biomech so much that its speed and other functionality had dropped to the point where the rifleman mech was easily able to maintain distance. Yet just as the enemy biomech converted its spear back into a rifle, the Paringer charged from behind and slammed its stolen shield straight into its back. A few quick sword stabs later caused the rifleman mech to be taken out of action. "It's over, Vincent! You've done enough!" It turned out that Venerable Janzi not only managed to defeat her second opponent, but also help out the roving hunters by ganging up on their own adversaries. The Tarragon was already advancing towards the auxiliary mech with its sword ready to slice apart the annoying remote shield generating mech. The remaining mech pilot wasn't stupid enough to stay while his defenseless mech was being dissected. The CO-seek pit of the auxiliary mech flew out. Just as it was about to enter the tunnel in the back, a kinetic round precisely hit the egg-like orb, cracking it apart in midair. The Blue Star lowered its carbine. Carly G10 huffed. I may be a mech athlete, but I won't show mercy in war. The crisis had passed, for now. The roving hunters and the Larkinsons managed to defeat the ultralifer mech squad. Even though the odds were against them, their unconventional advantages allowed them to win without suffering any casualties. Don't be so happy yet, Ves interjected over the comm channel. My sensor is detecting increasing activity from afar. There are a lot more mechs on the move. Chapter 2830 Not as Lifeless. Ves and the biomech technicians all stood awkwardly on a floater platform as it smoothly flew through the large tunnels that ran throughout the underground complex. After the roving hunters and the two Larkinson mech pilots defeated the ultralifer mech squad, the victors barely had any time to celebrate their victory. The Odini detected more mechs were on the move. The Omni sensor didn't pick up their presences directly. The mechs were still beyond its effective range even after Ves fed it with external power. Instead, the Odini managed to pick up the vibrations and other signs that multiple heavy objects were stomping in the distance. While these heavy objects could have been anything, the most obvious candidate was other biomechs. Sadly, Ves couldn't glean any more solid information from the indirect readings. Vibrations and fuzzy gravitic signals didn't tell him anything about who the biomechs belonged to, how strong they were, and whether they had any hostile intentions towards him and his Larkinsons. With all of the madness taking place in and around Rosen Arena, he could take nothing for granted though. There was no way a fanatic fringe group like the Ultralifers only dispatched a single infantry platoon and mech squad to the starting point of the revolution. It seemed that every single faction and interest group had dispatched their forces to this location beforehand. If the Life Research Association was still running properly, then these different groups would have respected the rules and laid low. Yet now that law and order had broken down, no one exhibited any restraint anymore. Considering how much notoriety Ves had built up among the Lifers, it would be foolish for him to entrust his safety to any of the locals. Only the Larkinsons, the Glory Seekers, the Crossers, and the Infinity Guards could be trusted on this planet. Everyone else belonged to other camps who might very well sell him out in order to obtain other advantages. Damn it! Why am I back in my hover chair again? Vincent complained. I was on a roll when I piloted the Rotenring. Did you see the moves I pulled off at the end? The Oberlifers or whatever they are called didn't stand a chance when I got serious. Ves knocked his gauntlet against the surface of the expert candidate's current seat. Our job isn't to fight, but to run. We can't stay here any longer. The only way we can make it out alive is if we reach the underground hangar where the Infinity Guards are standing by with our escape vehicle. If you fought well enough, the Rotenring might have been intact enough to keep you in its CO-seek pit. As it is, it's too damaged to keep up with our flight. He had to make a practical choice after the recent battle had ended. While the Rotenring had proven itself to be a powerful striker mech, especially after Vincent managed to discover the knack to piloting a biomech, its condition was anything but ideal. Even though it was the most armored mech after the Paringer, the Rotenring had not only absorbed numerous telling melee blows, but also got shot at. On top of that, falling headfirst into a rifleman mech dealt severe damage to its upper body, including its flight system. Ves estimated that the Rotenring only retained 40% of its battle effectiveness. The heavy damage to its flight system was one of the most serious blows of all because the striker mech could have moved faster if it walked at the same time as adding a bit of extra forward thrust with its flight system. Now that it was wrecked, the mech's damaged legs weren't sufficient anymore. If even the floater platform was able to advance faster than the Rotenring, then it wasn't worth it to take it along. The other 4 biomechs of the roving hunters also incurred varying degrees of damage, but they were still in a reasonable condition. Their fighting and flight capabilities were still satisfactory enough to serve as his current escort as they made their way through the large mech-scaled tunnels. If VS advanced through these areas on foot or on a basic vehicle, then he would have encountered a lot more trouble than now. Yet at the sight of 4 battle-scarred biomechs, many bystanders and strange groups willingly moved backwards and allowed the small but powerful group to pass unmolested. Even other mech squads in the vicinity took the initiative to remain distant. What helped a lot in this instance was that VS, Vincent, and the roving hunters had all entered a modest container before loading it onto the floater platform. This was exactly the impression VS wanted to convey to everyone else. While there were some anarchists and indiscriminate troublemakers who just wanted to kill everyone on sight, the roving hunters generally didn't arouse much vigilance from other groups. After all, compared to powerful factions that wanted to change the LRA in their own image, all the roving hunters cared about was making it into the playoffs and ending the competition season on a good note. Meow. Hey, it will be okay. We are getting closer and closer to the underground hangar. We'll be out of here in no time. VS carefully stroked his armored hand over Lucky's back. The gem cat had Dr. A.P. Ed himself over the shoulder of the unending regalia after returning from the latest battle. Different from before, VS perceived that Lucky's intrinsic spirituality had dimmed to a considerable degree. For some reason, the cat tired out a lot faster than expected when he phased through a biomech. This caused VS to question some of his assumptions on biotechnology. Previously, he thought that their lack of spirituality and sentience made them no different from clones. After examining many different biomechs, VS had never sensed the spark of life from any of them. They were quite literally organic machines. Even if biomechs were ultimately false existences, their proximity to actual life might cause them to inherit at least some remarkable traits. "This isn't the time to study this phenomenon," he whispered and shook his head. "I should focus on getting out. Violin isn't safe anymore." From the scattered news he was able to access, he discovered that the flames of war had raged especially high on Prosperous Hill 6. The population density, the high degree of development, the large amount of interests on the planet along with its central importance as a trade nexus turned it into a very strategic planet. Whoever controlled Prosperous Hill 6 would be able to grasp a large portion of trade, commerce, and industry in the region. Even though it was likely that trade would drop like a cliff due to the outbreak of war, the demand for goods and services never ceased. In fact, with the outbreak of civil war, the different factions needed to make sure they secured access to enough materials, supplies, and combat assets. Whoever ran low on mechs and sh.I.P.S first would doubtlessly lose speaking rights and how the war would be settled. As VS thought about how he could evacuate from the surface under these difficult circumstances, something big softly knocked against the surface of the container. This prompted him to lower the setting on his jammer. A faint signal managed to reach the antennas of the unending regalia. "Mr. Larkinson, we're almost at the hangar you told us about. We need you to use your scanning capabilities to take a peek of what is going on inside. So far, our most sensitive sensors have detected plenty of worrying signs such as fires, shock waves, and other concerning indications." "Understood. Please stand by and remain on guard." This time, VS wasn't close to a convenient power outlet anymore, but that didn't hinder him too much. Shortly before he evacuated the underground mech hall, he rummaged through the pile of spare parts and managed to find an organic energy cell. Even though it looked like an organ that someone scooped out of an exobeast, it functioned exactly like a regular energy cell. VS just had to mount it to an interface and put some cables together to create a makeshift mobile power supply. A very dangerous one, but a working one nonetheless. VS deliberately ignored the risk of explosions, electrocution, and other nasty consequences and plugged the jury-rigged mobile power supply to his suit before pumping a lot of power into the Odini once again. A strong and strange sensation emerged from the Omni sensor and pulsed in every direction. Even the biomech technician sitting a short distance away felt the raw power of the Odini. Soon enough, Ves received a snapshot of everything within a range of a couple of kilometers. The immense underground hangar dominated a considerable portion of this picture. When Ves counted the amount of active and broken mechs inside, he suddenly noticed something alarming. "Stop!" The party quickly halted. Everyone was confused why Ves told them to halt. Weren't they close to exiting the tunnel complex? Why stop at this point? Ves didn't intend to hide anything and transmitted the sensor readings to the 4 biomechs that escorted the floater platform. "The original plan is shot. Do you see the 4 piles of debris surrounding that wrecked transport?" "Yes," Captain Rivington answered. "What about them? Don't tell me." "It's just as bad as it looks. That transport that got sheared in half was supposed to be our escape vehicle. Those 4 mechs were the guard mechs that had been tasked with protecting me. Now they're all wrecked, and my long-range sensor isn't picking up any surviving. There is no help for us ahead." There were several different groups of mechs and people in the giant hangar up ahead. They were all scattered in different locations, and from the way the mechs were firing at each other, they weren't exactly peaceful. Ves didn't anticipate this outcome, though he should have. Last he contacted the Infinity Guards, the situation was still under control. If he had arrived at that time, he would have been able to evacuate smoothly. Unfortunately, Ves had wasted too much time along the way. Even though he didn't regret enlisting the help of the roving hunter, it meant that the mercenaries assigned to guard him weren't able to last, especially as their mechs consisted entirely of guard masters. "We need a new plan," he stated. "What about sneaking into the hangar to hijack a random shuttle? Maybe the fellows inside will make the same response as the groups we've passed. Can you guarantee that none of these potential hostiles will shoot at our escape vehicle as we try to make our way out? It only takes a couple of shots or less to down an unarmored shuttle." Continuing onwards without a solid plan was sheer folly. They had to figure out a more viable solution to escape. Could they take an alternate route? Perhaps, but most ways led back to the immediate surface where the fighting was much more intense according to all of the peripheral vibrations the Odini captured. The best escape routes were all beyond the underground hangar. Due to its nature, it connected to various entry and exit tunnels that connected to the surface at several different locations. As long as Ves and his group reached one of the furthest ones, then they would be able to emerge at the outskirts and away from the heat of the battle. "How can we pass through the hangar without getting embroiled in combat?" Chapter 28:31 Too distant. "General Verl!" a female voice screeched. The entrance to Verl's office slid open to allow for the entry of a very irate woman and her cat. Gloriana stomped over to the front of the desk while holding a vigilant-looking Clixie. "Meow!" the Rebarthan sentinel cat hissed. "What is your wish, madam? Why aren't you dispatching our entire fleet to Prosperous Hill 6 already? Why are we still parked in the outer system as if nothing has changed?" "Calm down, please. Raising your tone will do no good," General Vole urged as he put down his current work. The woman sighed and sat down on the chair. "Speak." "The Life Research Association is in the grip of a revolution. The so-called Supreme Revolution has turned allies against allies and friends against friends. The Lifers are so split up right now that they are attacking each other for both deliberate and inane reasons. We can't afford to get caught in the middle of their fight." "Why not?" Gloriana frowned. "We don't have a stake in this fight. We're not their enemies. You may have kept yourself out of this fight, but your husband is different, ma'am. Patriarch Ves took part in the event that directly triggered the revolution. While we all know it isn't his fault that the opposition factions have risen up against the conservative faction, not everyone sees it that way. Then doesn't that mean it's even more vital for us to pull Ves out of that hellhole as soon as possible? It's not that simple. Even though the lifers are fighting against each other across the entire state, they still maintain at least some common agreements. One of them is that they should never let a third party become the ultimate benefactor of their internal struggle. Well, they're doing a very poor job at that. With the way the Civil War is going, half of the LRA is going to be wrecked, and my poor husband is caught up right in the middle of this mess. It won't last. I have not been twiddling my thumbs all this time. I have been in contact with many people, and the Black Cats have provided me with a wealth of intelligence. According to my reading of the situation, the main factions will soon clamp down on the fringe groups and anarchists who aren't willing to play by the rules. And when will this begin? Days. Weeks. The situation on the ground is a bit chaotic. It's a lot more difficult to restore order to a densely populated planet. Then does that mean we'll just sit here and watch as Ves gets shot from every direction? We don't have much choice but to trust the lifers will see some sense soon. General Ves sighed. Besides, if we ignore the warnings and push our fleet into the inner system, the military garrison will push us back by force. It has already happened a number of times. Then how the hell are we supposed to get anyone in or out of the planet? Last I heard, the system's exclusive transportation service has ceased all interplanetary travel. That's why we must wait. As long as the situation calms down, some traffic will be restored in time. No matter what, Prosperous Hill is still a port system, and its industry and commerce are incredibly vital to the continuation of the LRA. No matter how much the conservatives and the opposition hate each other, they are not willing to kill one of the greatest economic lifelines. His explanation made sense, but both of them knew it was more complicated than that. The time delay, the various complications that might arise along with the divergent thoughts of the people on the ground could all postpone Prosperous Hill VI's return to calm by weeks or even months. It was the greatest hotbed of the Supreme Revolution, and there were way too many squabbling groups on the planet to suppress them all in a short amount of time. Will Ves and the Larkinsons on the ground be able to last this long? Gloriana asked with concern. It will be difficult, but the Patriarch has lived through worse crises. He's a resourceful leader. Chaos brings danger, but not just to him. The same problems that affect us also apply to all of the other groups on the planet. It will be difficult to organize an action against him. It's inconceivable for an entire mech regiment to mobilize against our Patriarch. As Gloriana and General Ves continued to talk, it became clear that the latter already had his options and found there was little he could do. He could make some preparations within the fleet and hope the situation on the ground improved. One of them was the production of LMC Mechs. The spirit of Bentheim had never fallen silent throughout all of this time. Every day, a few bright warriors, ferocious piranhas, Valkyrie redeemers or eternal redemptions rolled off the production lines. Due to the expedited shipping that took place in the final days, the Larkinson fleet received an extensive amount of raw materials. It was enough to keep the factory ship occupied for months. Before Gloriana left, she asked one more question. I've already talked with Colonel Ariadne Woden. She's willing to do anything to get Ves back to the fleet. However, I'm not sure whether the Cross clan is willing to go to the same extent. The Cross clan was much less close to the Larkinson clan than the Glory Seekers. The latter was both her personal guard and an extension of the Woden dynasty. The former was merely a group of allies that Ves had persuaded to join his expedition. While the Larkinsons respected the Crossers, their relative lack of familiarity with the vicious mountain exiles prevented the two groups from developing a greater degree of trust. fighting a single battle together was not enough to turn them into bosom buddies. Virtually every other Larkinson worried about Ves. His leadership had played a huge role in stabilizing the clan. As long as he was present, the clansmen could always count on his direction. Now that he was absent, morale had dropped and no one was able to fill the void he left. Fortunately, the Larkinson clan did not descend into chaos just because Ves was indisposed. Everyone knew that he was probably still alive on the surface. It was just not possible to pull him out at the moment. As long as news of his demise did not spread, the clansmen wouldn't be having any other ideas. At thesis time, the various leaders of the clan had to make up for the missing patriarch and make some important decisions that usually went to Ves. General Verl and the mech commanders held the most sway at the moment. Their actions and decisions might play a critical role in the coming weeks and months. Over at the massive Hemington Cross, the two effective leaders of the Cross clan met in a private compartment. Patriarch Reginald Cross and Professor Benedict Cortez both stood side by side as they looked out of a window. The view not only showed the partially reconstructed fleet of the Cross clan, but also provided the two older men with a good glimpse of the activity within the Larkinson fleet. Patriarch Ves has found himself in a troublesome situation, Reginald Cross gruffly began. These damn majestic Tealers are too double-faced. In one moment they are all sincere. In the next, their duplicity acts up. You can never trust a promise from the people of this star sector. Professor Cortez smirked as he took a sip of locally produced brandy. The lifers definitely knew how to brew the best drinks. You can throw that accusation at everyone. No one is innocent in the cosmos. The majestic Tealers may have acquired a reputation for double-dealing, but that doesn't mean your former star sector is a bastion of honesty. Didn't your former saint suck.u.mb through trickery as well? The empty glass in Patriarch Reginald's hand cracked into pieces as the high-tier expert pilot lost control of his emotions. Those traitors have completely tarnished their honor. They are a mockery of true warriors. Despite the Cross Patriarch's strong outburst and accompanying flaring of will, Professor Cortez remained completely calm. His mental strength alone was enough for him to endure this storm without expending any effort. Instead of looking down on the lifers, we should focus on what we should do. I believe that neither of us wants Patriarch Ves to die or go missing. I still need his help to design an expert mech for me, Reginald stated after he calmed down. There is hardly any point for us to remain in the Golden Skull Alliance if the most important Larkinson can no longer assist my promotion. If I knew that he would end up in this situation, I would have offered to assign escorts of my own to him. This reckless kid. Even I know that I don't have to do everything in person. Well, you can teach him a lesson after he returns to the fleet. Now, what shall we do to help? There is not much we can do. The lifers still insist on keeping external traffic in the outer system. Without any way of reaching Prosperous Hill 6, we can only act from a distance. This was the biggest dilemma facing everyone. What if I can tell you that this doesn't necessarily have to be true anymore? What if I tell you that there is a way for us to cross? What are you suggesting, Professor? The senior mech designer swept his arm to the view outside. Look at us. We have hundreds of sh.i.p.s and thousands of mechs, and we are just one fleet. How many other fleets are lingering in the outer system? There are thousands, if not tens of thousands of different fleets and individual sh.i.p.s in this star system. The vast majority of them are foreign, and they must all be chafing to get close to Prosperous Hill 6 in order to pick up their officers, crew members, family members, and so on. While they are all deterred by the military patrols of the LRA at the moment, as long as everyone moves into action at the same time, it's impossible for the local authorities to stop our advance. Patriarch Reginald's eyes widened. He could easily imagine such a sight. As long as every foreign fleet or starship ignored the warnings and boldly crossed into the inner system, then it was impossible for the local garrison to shoot them all down. Not only would the local patrols be overstretched, but killing so many different foreigners would also land the LRA in hot water. While Patriarch Reginald was attracted by the idea, he quickly began to frown. How can we possibly implement such a plan? We'd have to gain the cooperation of many different organizations, all the while keeping the lifers in the dark. Unlike the Larkinson clan, the Cross clan didn't have anything comparable to the Black Cats. Yet, the Crosser intelligence and covert operations capabilities were very basic. Let me worry about that, Reginald. Professor Cortez smirked. I can probably work together with the Black Cats on this, but I can accomplish a lot on my own. The foreign visitors here are much more agitated than you think. He would know. He had plenty of experience with getting people to act according to his wishes. Chapter 2832 Split Hanger. It felt frustrating to VS and everyone else to interrupt their escape due to an unforeseen outcome. Their original escape plan became invalid because the armored transport and the escort mechs they were supposed to meet no longer existed. Without those 4 extra Infinity Guard mechs, the remaining 4 biomechs would have to endure a lot more pressure. A lot less people wanted to mess with 8 mechs as opposed to half that number. While the scale of combat within the massive tunnel complex was rather small, it became worse as the areas got bigger. For example, the massive underground hangar space up ahead hosted several different groups of mechs. Perhaps the roving hunter mechs could fight against one of these groups, but if another group joined in, then the situation would quickly spin out of control. Both VS and Captain Rivington were aware of this possibility. After fighting off the ultralifers, the 4 mechs that they had left were all in damaged condition. Their ability to fight was not as good as before. Should they turn back and escape in another direction? They didn't know. Every decision introduced a host of new problems. The longer we stay here, the greater the risk we'll get swept by one of the bigger groups of combatants that are currently fighting on the surface. VS explained his thoughts over the private communication channel. If we turn around and try to find an alternate path to the surface, we'll have to cross through a lot of terrain. At every junction, we risk bumping into hostile mechs. The other viable exits might not even be as secure as we think. Captain Rivington grimaced. We can't go forward either. From the sensor readings you've passed to me, it's clear that the different groups of mechs have already shown a lot of aggression. They're fighting with each other even as we speak, but the intensity of their attacks is very conservative. They're all on guard against newcomers who might come in and take advantage of their depletion. VS looked at the sensor readings and wished that his Odin eye could glean more details. While he was quite amazed at its capabilities, continued use also allowed him to figure out its shortcomings. He couldn't figure out who they answered to or what organization they were a part of. They weren't sending any transmissions outside the hangar, and all of their internal communications were too difficult to intercept. Lucky noticed his glance. Meow. Can you go out there and take a look at the different fighting forces inside? Meow. Lucky's tail drooped. Too little time had passed for Lucky to recover from his earlier exertions. The gem cat overexerted his phasing ability, and had to pay the price for tapping so much into his power. VS didn't blame his cat for his inability, but he blamed himself for getting into this position in the first place. He had built up his clan into a formidable independent power that could have easily squashed much of the unrest at Rosen Arena if all of them deployed at once. Yet despite this immense ACCU emulation, VS was only left with his cat, a paltry number of bodyguards and 2 expert pilots, one of which had lost his borrowed biomech. It was one thing to complain about his weakness when he was still poor and lacking in resources. It was another thing to lament about having control over thousands of powerful mechs, but not being able to reach any of them in a life-threatening situation. Even though Ves enjoyed a thrill every now and then, he did not enjoy any part of the current situation. Right now, he didn't want to give up going forward. The exit was relatively close and they could get far away from the active zone of fighting if they took one of the exits that was originally reserved for discrete entries and exits. We need to take a closer look and examine the people who are fighting in greater detail, he concluded. Not all of them are necessarily our opponents. If we can co-opt one of the groups of mechs, we stand a much greater chance of getting away. That's a workable idea. One of the honor guards volunteered to go forward in order to observe the mechs and transmit the findings back to Ves so that he could make informed decisions. This was a high-risk mission, but the honor guard gladly fulfilled this vital duty. It didn't take much guessing that he was a kinner. While the hangar had turned into an active battle site, that didn't mean that everyone got shot on sight. There were plenty of civilians and random people running around inside. They either holed up in their vehicles in the hopes of riding out the crisis or attempted to activate them in order to flee the entire area. It was too bad that some of the groups didn't want anyone to escape. While these belligerent mech squads didn't bother to waste their energy or ammunition on shooting at random people on foot, it was a different story for moving vehicles. When the honor guard discreetly snuck in and observed the closer gatherings of mechs, he sent a directional burst transmission back to Ves and the roving hunters. There were 6 different groups of mechs in the underground hangar. Each of them claimed their own side while their ranged mechs shot at the positions of other groups. I recognize those guys with the black-coated mechs. Captain Rivington quickly spoke up. They're the Trezen Showstoppers. They're a visiting competitive team that was scheduled to take part in a match against a local team this week. Are you friendly with them? Ves asked. No. Not at all. In fact, they come from a more rural province of the LRA. The lifers living in the more remote star systems of our state are always at odds with people like us who come from the bigger planets and star systems. In fact, the Trezen Showstoppers outright hate us because they think that we are sucking up too much funding and development. That doesn't sound like a serious problem, Ves replied. The Showstoppers might be at odds against people like you under ordinary circumstances, but not that their lives are at risk. I think they will be much more open to teaming up with fellow mech athletes. You don't understand what the Showstoppers are like. These are bullheaded hicks who have always felt aggrieved. Ves found that strange. Shouldn't fellow mech athletes be able to trust each other in these times? No matter how much they opposed each other in the arena, there was a difference between enemies and competitors. If the roving hunters and the Trezen Showstoppers were not involved in this giant mess, then they should be looking to pool their strength in order to increase their chances of getting away. Still, Captain Rivington was a sober and clear-headed team leader. If he expressed his misgivings about the Showstoppers, then Ves was willing to take this opinion seriously. Captain Rivington pointed out another group of mechs. Those are the mechs of the Ruzen Guard, or what is left of them. Look at the large quantity of broken mechs that bear their colors. They used to hold a numerical advantage but were ganged up by multiple other attackers. They only have a fraction of their number left. I don't know why no one got rid of the remaining surviving mechs though. According to the observation data, the Ruzen Guard initially maintained a respectable guard force of 15 mechs in the hangar bay. Now, they were whittled down to just 3 surviving mechs. Each of them bore considerable scars, but could still do considerable damage under the right conditions. While Ves wanted to trust in the integrity of the arena guards, Ves had witnessed too many problems to put his faith in them. Why did Ruzen Arena suddenly transform into a war weapon? Who triggered the command to turn the spectator platforms into death traps? How many Ruzen guards were part of this conspiracy? If VS wasn't able to answer these questions, then he had no choice but to remain suspicious. The Rusin Guard could have been co-opted by different factions and interest groups in the same way the Planetary Guard had split up. The uniform they wore and the markings on their mechs was not an accurate indicator of their true allegiances. He turned his attention to the group with the largest amount of intact mechs. "Do you know who those 7 mechs belong to, Captain?" "They're from the Brackard Consortium. They're bad news, Mr. Larkinson." "How so?" "While the name of their organization sounds respectable, they're just a bunch of thugs. The Brackard Consortium is one of the major gangs that control the underworld of Prosperous Hill 6. I've heard stories about the stuff they do, but they never seem to get into trouble. They do a lot of stuff that somehow gets swept under the rug." "That likely means that they're aligned to a political faction," VS quickly judged. "The Bracken Consortium might even be a subsidiary of one of those factions. If this is the case, then they pose a very considerable threat. Who knows what kind of orders they are acting on? If they have been tasked with sowing as much chaos as possible, then they won't let us off if we enter." VS wasn't too afraid of the Bracken Consortium, though. They might have the most biomechs, but their organic machines are all substantially worse in quality. This was consistent with gangs. The fourth group of mechs consisted of 5 mechs, 3 of which were actually night mechs. This caused them to maintain their numbers even after they were frequently being shot at by some of the other groups. "I don't know who they are," Captain Rivington admitted. "Let me ask around." None of the roving hunters recognized them either. Their purple and brown striped coating didn't ring a bell to any of the locals. The purple biomechs either didn't come from Prosperous Hill 6 or hailed from an obscure organization that normally didn't show itself in the public. VS didn't know what to think from this group of mechs. He wasn't able to determine whether they were friendly or hostile, and what they thought of him. They might care less about foreigners like VS, or they might treat him as a devil. The fifth group of mechs were so peculiar that VS was able to guess who they belonged to. "These are cybernetic mechs. These are very rare in the LRA. They either hail from the Combinant faction or are tied to it in some way." "Sounds plausible, but you never know. Are you friendly with them, Mr. Larkinson?" "I don't know. I made a deal with Master Brixton, but I don't know if he even remembers his promise or told anyone else. Maybe I can catch their attention when I mention the Master's name." VS set his sights to the last group of mechs. Different from the rest, the mechs were fully metallic and mechanical. "I know those guys. They're the Right-Siders. The Red Mechs are part of a foreign mercenary corps that has been lingering on this planet for a couple of years now. I've seen their mechs in and around the arena several times, but I never learned why. They may have been hired to provide extra security, but that doesn't really make sense. If Rusin Arena really needs to beef up its guard presence, then it could easily contract local mercenary outfits or simply expand its own strength." That sounded weird. If the Right-Siders consisted of locals who fielded regular biomechs, then hardly anyone would question why they hung around the arena. Yet, since they were foreigners who didn't seem to have any business with the arena, then their continued presence was very suspicious. As VS examined these 6 groups, which ones should he approach? Chapter 2833 An Appeal. 6 different groups of mechs occupied the massive underground hangar. In fact, from all of the wrecks strewn around the massive space, there might have been more. VS couldn't figure out why they were all hostile to each other. While the mechs aligned to powerful factions might be compelled to fight their opponents, there were many other people and organizations who didn't appear to have anything to do with the factional struggle. For example, the roving hunters and the Trezin showstoppers were fighting for sport, not for a cause. They only cared about winning titles and defeating their opponents in the arena. There was no reason for them to actively fight against anyone in a civil war unless they had to defend themselves. And what are those other groups doing exactly? The mechs of the Brackard Consortium and the Right-Siders did not just huddle in place but actively shot at other mechs. Were they showing aggression in order to project strength, or were they truly trying to kill everyone? All of this violence seemed senseless. With so many different sides in a single active battlefield, clear goals got lost amidst all of the chaos. Ves didn't feel as if any of the 6 groups were accomplishing anything that met their goals. He suspected that they were just fighting each other at this point because they got pulled into battle. Inertia caused them to keep firing because not doing so implied weakness. Because all of the other mechs were still actively fighting, a group that just wanted to quit and leave was forced to defend itself by continuing to fire their guns. This theory explained why the fighting continued, but the intensity had died down. Every side incurred varying degrees of damage. A lot of ammunition and energy cells got expended as well, so the mechs all had to ration their remaining resources. I might be wrong, though, Ves recognized. He simply didn't have enough information to know for sure. His Odini was powerful in many ways, but it was not a hacking tool. Using it did not allow Ves to magically tap into highly encrypted and certain types of tight beam communications. He didn't have much time to think. The situation in this area was already volatile, and it would doubtlessly become a lot more difficult for him to survive if time went on. His past experiences with crises taught him to always seize the opportunity when the variables were still relatively favorable. The mounting pressure caused him to think more rapidly than before. Several different ideas flitted through his mind until he made an important realization. Why approach one of them at a time when I can appeal to all of them at the same time? Trying to communicate with the groups one by one was inefficient and dangerous. What if he approached the wrong fellows? What if one of them consisted of complete nutjobs who would stop at nothing to hunt Ves down because he was one of their priority targets? Of course, if Ves spoke to all of them at once, he might definitely trigger the aggression of multiple hostile groups at once. But then again, he may also be able to persuade friendly groups to join his side. He did not believe that everyone who happened to be stuck here wanted to get embroiled in all of the fighting. The outbreak of the Supreme Revolution may have been a planned operation, but he seriously doubted that a large group of people knew about it beforehand. Captain Rivington? Yes, Mr. Larkinson. Let's go bold. What I am about to do is not without its risks, but I think it's the best way to resolve our current dilemma. It took a bit of time to sway the roving hunters. They had a lot of reservations about his plan, but Ves was far too confident in his abilities to stop. What was important was that the roving hunters had no other way to get out themselves. Even if they turned around and sought another path out, they would doubtlessly bump into one of the aggressive mech squads that roamed above and below ground. The indirect sensor readings provided by the Odini made it clear that the fighting was at least 10 times more intense closer to the arena. Ves emerged out of the secure container along with his bodyguards. Even though Nita protested vehemently about his course of action, he directly overruled her concerns. We're already knee-deep in danger. Rather than hiding in the shadows like a rat, I would rather face the danger head-on. Besides, I am not without protection. He tapped his unending regalia for emphasis. The group cautiously approached the entrance and emerged right into the large hangar. Due to all of the fighting, the place looked like a mess. The cavernous underground hall exhibited impact craters and melted surfaces in every direction. Few shuttles and transports survived the crossfire. Some of them had been blown up to the point their organic remains had spread to every corner. Others exhibited a massive hole as a powerful beam or projectiles punched right through the thin and weak flesh and membrane of the civilian vehicles. The larger the vehicle, the greater the chance of getting wrecked. If Ves hadn't closed his armored suit beforehand, his nose would have been assaulted by all kinds of disgusting smells. The spread of damage also damaged much of the illumination systems. This caused the overall light level of the massive hangar to dim. Some areas were so shrouded in darkness that only silhouettes were visible with the naked eye. Their entry did not go unnoticed. If Ves and his bodyguards entered alone, then they probably would have blended in with the other helpless people running around without aim or hiding helplessly in their vehicles. Yet the appearance of 4 damaged but still battle-worthy mechs represented the emergence of a new threat. Previously, the different groups only had to worry about fending off 5 possible opponents. Now, their burden increased once more, which none of them liked. Ves knew he had to change this impression quickly. He briefly considered whether he should hide his identity and hide behind the name and reputation of the roving hunters, but he felt this was counterproductive. His reputation was much bigger and more profound than that of a single competitive team. No one would take the roving hunter seriously, and what he could offer in his own name was much more than Captain Rivington could ever dangle in front of their heads. Ves used the flight capabilities of his suit to float in the air and stop right above the Pairinger's scavenge tower shield. If anyone took the initiative to take potshots at Ves, he could always dive down and shelter behind the protection of the thick shield. Venerable Janzi activated a spotlight mounted on the frame of her borrowed biomech. This was a trivial stage technique that instantly directed the attention of every mech pilot to Ves. The different groups all interrupted their shots. They all wanted to know what the newcomers wanted to do and whether they posed another threat. When Ves saw that he succeeded in attracting everyone's attention, he began to channel a portion of the golden cat's glow. The presence he exuded became magnified. With the help of this old trick, Ves knew that all of his deeds and words gained greater weight. It was an excellent method to captivate a crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Ves Larkinson, the patriarch of the Larkinson clan and one of the most successful journeyman mech designers of our star CLU.S.Ter. May I have your attention, please? No one raised their rifles and fired at him. Ves considered that a good sign. He deliberately phrased his introduction in a way that emphasized his prestigious and highly accomplished identities. Compared to an average second-rate citizen, Ves had leapt way past their status and occupied a position that was firmly above their heads. Whether he acted as a patriarch of a rising space-born clan or a mech designer who accomplished a huge amount of sales, his current identity likely surpassed everyone else's in the underground hangar by at least 100 times. Ves didn't want to come across as their equals. He wanted to assume a high and unassailable image to them so that they wouldn't even think of disrespecting him at this time. Contrary to what you might think, I do not have an agenda in this fight. My sights are set in the Red Ocean, not in this star sector. My current goal is to leave this area and return to a safe area. Now, I don't know who you are and why you are fighting each other. Frankly, I don't care what you have done. What matters is getting out. I am sure that many of you share the same goal. Do you really want to fight and die in this dark hole without accomplishing anything meaningful in your life? He was met with silence. That was good. Since he still managed to capture everyone's attention, he quickly resumed speaking. Think about the current circumstances and your place in it. The Life Research Association has completely fractured. No matter how long this civil war lasts, it will inevitably ravage large parts of the state and inflict a lot of suffering and misery to everyone. That not only includes the masses, but also you and your families. Do you really believe it is worthwhile for you to get pulled into this quagmire? Ves swept his arm across the entire hangar. Look at these fallen mechs and bodies. These poor mech pilots and bystanders all died in this obscure area. No one will remember their sacrifice. No one can even tell what they accomplished with their deaths. This could be you one day. No matter who you fight for, do you really want to be used by pawns in this senseless conflict? Make no mistake. This is not a war that is driven by liberty. It is a war that is purely motivated by selfish motives. Perhaps he was a bit uncharitable towards the warring factions, but with all of the innocent people who died, it was very hard to consider either side to be righteous. If you are disgusted by what is happening in your state, then choose not to take part in it. The rebels may have wronged many citizens by enabling all of the violence, but they are right when they claim the LRA has deteriorated. If you want to fight for your cause, then feel free to do so, but if you are not a fan of it, then you have another choice. Ves extended his palm in a welcoming gesture. Join me! Join my clan and free yourself from the vortex that has gripped your state. Our Larkinson clan welcomes any strong and talented mech pilot. You can bring your families and friends along with you as long as they are not opposed to us. Let me offer you a better future where you are part of one big family, where all of us are working towards greatness and where you can pilot the only mechs that can unlock your full potential. He transmitted a silent signal to the Paringer. Venerable Janzi began to excite her force of will. The night mech seemed to gain more definition as the Larkinson expert pilot began to announce her identity in a way that other mech pilots were able to recognize. I have facilitated the rise of many expert candidates and expert pilots. Ves shamelessly boasted with a grin. No one knows more about how to elevate mech pilots than I. With my specialized mechs, my clansmen have a greater chance of advancing in rank than anyone else. The statistics are clear. If you are content with remaining as an ordinary mech pilot, then stay in the LRA if you want. However, if you wish to attain greatness and become a hero that everyone looks up to, then grasp your chance and join my clan. Chapter 2834 in Trust. Ves couldn't tell how well his audience received his speech. On many different occasions, Ves spoke in front of a crowd of people. Their expressions and emotions were very clear to him. He could read the air and sense the mood up close. This was different. The groups of mechs were all spread out across hundreds of meters at the very least. Even if any of the mechs were closer, his inability to observe their expressions and body language was a major hindrance in predicting their reactions. A tense moment went by as silence met his plea. What he had just offered to them all was not a decision that any of them could make lightly. Almost no one would be able to decide to drop everything in order to join a spacefaring clan that was on an expedition to a different galaxy. This was as if Ves was fighting against an enemy army, but suddenly asked them to abandon their oath and everything they worked for in order to defect to his side. Such an absurd situation would never happen in reality. However, this was a different situation. Ves bet that most if not all of the armed groups in the hangar weren't intimately involved in the revolution. If they were merely bystanders rather than committed soldiers, then the offer he made should sound very appealing. Several more seconds passed as some of the mechs made ambiguous movements. It seemed that some of the mech pilots were arguing fiercely with their fellow mates. It took 30 seconds for the first group to issue a response. The flashy biomechs with the emblems of sponsors painted on their surfaces were the first to finish their decision. We're in, if you will have us, sir. Our clan is glad to welcome brave and upright mech pilots. What is your name and what do you seek for you and your men? The lead mech took a step forward but took care not to raise its weapons. You can call me Captain Inker Devlin. I'm the big chief of the Trezin Showstoppers. We're far away from home, so we want to get out of this star system as soon as possible and go back to check up on our families. If our home planet has turned into a battlefield as well, then we'd like to ask for help from your clan in evacuating our loved ones. Can you do that for us, rich guy? It depends on how out of the way your home planet is, but I have thousands of mechs and dozens of combat carriers at my disposal. If it isn't possible to divert my main fleet to your home, I can dispatch a small flotilla or hire some mercenaries to do the job in my stead. Don't underestimate the wealth and resources I have at my disposal. Apparently, that was enough to convince the showstoppers. The mechs took the initiative to emerge out of their cover and approached the roving hunter mechs at a slow and cautious pace. The tension in the hangar rose. This was because no one was able to gauge the sincerity of the showstoppers. Before the roving hunters had entered, the Trezent showstoppers fought hard against several enemies. They definitely managed to down their fair share of mechs if they had managed to remain standing up to this point. Since the showstoppers had blood on their hands, they definitely weren't as simple as they sounded. There was a considerable chance that Captain Devlin had merely made an empty promise in order to lower V's vigilance and attack him when he let down his guard. "You're making a mistake," Captain Rivington told him on a private command channel. "Those showstoppers are SCU bags who won't feel any qualms in killing you. The more powerful and important you make yourself sound, the more they will be tempted to do something to you. Maybe they'll kidnap you in order to earn a lavish ransom, or maybe they'll just take your life straight away in order to claim a bounty that someone must have put on your head." "I'm aware of that, but I have a plan," VS quietly retorted. "If you want to help, then look strong and keep an eye on any potential attackers." VS knew he was playing with fire at this moment, but he had little choice at the moment. In order to reduce the chance of betrayal from the showstoppers, he had to persuade another group to come over by his side. Now that the remaining ones saw that the showstoppers achieved success, the next group began to entertain his offer. "You guys are rich, right? How much do ordinary mech pilots earn in your ranks? Please introduce yourself." "Lieutenant Zena Saran. Currently in the service of the Right Sider Mercenary Corps." "Currently? Well, if the pay is good enough, you might convince me and my boys to change employers." VS smiled. "To be honest, salaries are not a big deal in our clan, but that is because the benefits we provide are already massive. Aside from being able to earn merits to redeem our exclusive in-house augmentations, we also offer you the opportunity to pilot unique mechs and learn from the very best." "What do you mean by the latter?" "Our clan has 5 expert pilots." VS gestured to the Peringer, which was enveloped with Janzi's force of will. "The alliance we are part of boasts even more expert pilots, including a high-tier one that is closer to advancing to ace pilot than you will ever meet. While I cannot speak for others, every expert pilot in our clan devotes at least some of their time to providing tutoring and guidance to fellow clan members. Perhaps with the assistance of one of our supreme mech pilots, you might also be able to elevate yourselves in their ranks." From what he knew about mech pilots, what VS just promised should sound extremely compelling to them. Hardly any mech pilot was content with remaining average. The idolization of expert pilots and higher-ranking mech pilots was so pervasive in the Age of Mechs that everyone who piloted mechs had definitely aspired to become extraordinary one day. It was too bad that most mech pilots didn't receive enough guidance to get close to touching the extraordinary threshold. Insufficient training and guidance played a major role in this. This was also why state military forces possessed a much greater advantage in this aspect compared to private sector outfits. Compared to high-ranking mech pilots, everyone below them were basically amateurs. Some amateurs were slightly more skilled or more difficult to defeat, but regardless of the relative strengths of regular mech pilots, even the better regular mech pilots wasn't skilled or strong enough to provide the best instruction to other regular mech pilots. The best way to train amateurs was not to put other amateurs in charge of their training. Instead, a true professional was much more able to analyze the shortcomings and areas of improvement of other mech pilots. While VS couldn't tell anything from the right sider biomechs, he felt that this argument should be very persuasive. Eventually, Lieutenant Saran made a decision. "We'll take you up on your offer. Working for you sounds like a much better deal than who we are working for at the moment." "This is a permanent commitment, Lieutenant," VS warned. "Joining our clan is not as simple as working for a regular company. You need to prove your sincerity and be with us for the long haul. That said, as long as you don't have any other thoughts, you won't have to be afraid of getting fired either. We're a family. Sounds great. Lieutenant Saran and her 3 subordinate mech pilots expressed the intention to defect to the Larkinson clan on an individual capacity. The Right-Siders actually had a lot more people than just the 4 of them, so it was impossible for a mere lieutenant to commit the entire mercenary corps. Ves didn't care about that. He just wanted to resolve the current crisis as fast as possible, and converting 4 possible enemy mechs enhanced his degree of safety by a considerable margin. The acceptance of the 4 Right-Sider mech pilots caused the dynamics in the hangar to shift even more. If the Trezin showstoppers intended to double-cross Ves and launch a sneak attack on him, then their chances of success dropped considerably with the addition of another group of mechs. Venerable Janzi and the 3 mech pilots of the roving hunters weren't able to contain the Trezin showstoppers by themselves. Yet if the 4 mech pilots of the Right-Siders joined their side, then the mechs aligned to Ves could easily suppress any single group. Of course, there was a chance that Lieutenant Saran wanted to launch a sneak attack on Ves as well. Then she faced a similar problem. Who could tell whether the Trezin showstoppers would allow her to kill their new patron? That said, there was still a chance that both groups were faking their sincerity, but Ves had a feeling that this was not a likely possibility. Before Ves entered the massive hangar space, he already observed considerable friction between the showstoppers and the Right-Siders. Their ranged mechs shot at each other enough times to prove that they weren't friends. As the mechs of the 2 groups closed in, Ves kept a very careful eye on the sensor readings of his Odini. Even though Ves stopped feeding external power to it, its current setting possessed enough range and power to detect any transmissions between the showstoppers and the Right-Siders. If they transmitted any secret messages to each other, then Ves would certainly know. Ves knew that if he wanted to gain control over the hangar, then he needed to form a coalition that outnumbered every remaining group. Whether this coalition was temporary or permanent was not in his consideration. The veneer of cooperation was already sufficient for him to pass the current danger. Since no one else took the initiative to speak to him, he directed his attention to the cyborg mechs. Do you hail from the Combinants by chance? Silence. I'm acquainted with Master Lehigh Brixton. You probably know who I am talking to. While I am not a supporter of his cause, he owes a favor to me. He entrusted one of his apprentices to me. Perhaps he wants to make sure that his legacy won't be lost if he and his side loses this war. While I am glad to take one of his students away from this state, I can't meet this promise if I am stuck here. I don't know what mission you have right now, but are you willing to set everything aside to ensure that I will be in a position to achieve one of Master Brixton's objectives? One of the cyborg mechs finally transmitted a message. If what you say is true, we will not allow anyone to obstruct your departure. This was a clear enough message. The cyborg mechs might not be in for the long haul, but as long as they guaranteed they wouldn't pull anything off, then that was a considerable gain. The cyborg mechs moved in with the rest. With half of the groups of mechs joining with Ves, the remainders were left in an awkward position. Neither the Rosengard, the Brackard Consortium, or the group unidentified purple biomechs showed any indication of responding to his outreach. It didn't matter. Ves had already taken control of this situation. He had collected so many defectors that it was not viable anymore to attack him. His temporary coalition had grown too strong. Chapter 2835 Fast and Flimsy. Despite his success in charming 3 separate groups of mech pilots and joining his side, Ves felt anything but secure. He would only feel safe when he returned to Gentle Lotus Base. While Gentle Lotus Base was hardly a bastion of safety due to a critical lack of mechs, Ves would at least be surrounded by his own Larkinsons. Ves didn't have to worry about treason from his own men. Even if they held their own individual ambitions that weren't quite in line with the Larkinson clan, Goldie made sure that no one harbored any treacherous thoughts. Since these people weren't a part of his clan right now, he wasn't able to extend the same level of trust to them. They were complete strangers who only made a verbal promise to join up with him. Ves encountered many situations where people said one thing to him but did the opposite. He briefly turned his gaze to Nita. His bodyguard was still carrying the Larkinson mandate. If he wanted to, he could immediately induct the new mech pilots into his clan. The problem was that if the induction attempt ever failed for some reason, then the hidden traitor would definitely become exposed. This might trigger a fight that Ves did not want to see. This left Ves with an unpalatable choice. In order to avoid spooking anyone into acting drastically, he had to assume a confident image and pretend that everything was going according to plan. Only by bluffing everyone would he be able to exert enough authority to ensure everyone's compliance. It would be a lot more difficult for anyone to start anything drastic when it appeared that everyone else would come to his aid. As the mechs of the Trezen showstoppers, the Right-Siders and the Combinants reached his side, his temporary coalition ballooned to 15 mechs. The Rosengard, the Brackard Consortium, and the unknown purple outfit happened to have the same amount of biomechs. Still, Ves had gained the allegiance of enough mechs to feel assured that none of the remaining groups wanted to provoke a fight. Just as Ves wanted to instruct the mechs on side to advance as a single collective, his Odini suddenly picked up concerning activity. The Omni sensor picked up a large amount of indirect activity. Vibrations, gravitic signals, and more suggested that a large amount of mechs were on the way. Ves didn't know who they belonged to or what their intentions might be. All he could tell was that there were at least 40 of them, and that they all moved in unison. A lot of thoughts passed through his mind. The apparent direction and speed of these unknowns suggested that they were moving with purpose. Why would anyone dispatch a mech company in this direction? Ves didn't think that anyone here was their target. Neither the roving hunters, the Trezen showstoppers, or anyone else was worth hunting down. They were all grunts. Perhaps the only possible question mark was the identity of the mech pilots of the purple biomechs. Yet it was too improbable that they were the target of the incoming mech company. The purple organic machines didn't appear to be too expensive and power. No, the most likely possibility was that this was another attempt by the Ultralifers to take him down. Since the initial mech squad failed to defeat him and his new allies, the Ultralifers probably decided to dispatch a full mech company this time. Damn crazies, he muttered under his breath. Ves knew he had to make a quick decision yet again. He decided to follow his instincts, and transmitted the sensor readings to every mech regardless of their allegiance. He decided to take another gamble. An unknown force of mechs are advancing on our position, Ves quickly broadcasted. According to our sensor readings, they are closing in fast and are likely armed to the teeth. Unlike you guys, many of these distant readings are similar, which indicates that they are identical copies of the same model. In other words, these 40 or more mechs are all united. His words exerted a considerable degree of pressure on the others. Regardless of whether they had joined V's side or decided to stay apart, none of them had the strength or numbers to resist an entire mech company by themselves. In fact, even if all 30 mechs in the hangar pooled their strength together, they would still be 10 mechs short. Even with the help of Venerable Janzi, it was very unlikely that a band of outnumbered mechs that weren't even unified would be able to resist the might of a coordinated mech company. This was especially considering that every mech here had already endured combat before. None of them were in pristine condition, while there was a considerable chance that the incoming enemies were fresh. Ves knew that he had to give everyone an impetus to move. In a situation that was rife with uncertainty, no one wanted to make a rash decision. I know you guys shot at each other. he spoke. Perhaps you even killed someone's comrade. I'm not asking you all to set your grievances aside or anything. I just think that none of you want to get embroiled in a pointless fight while an entire mech company of possible enemies is boring down on your position. Any pettiness we show right now will only play into their hands. Now, do you want to live or do you want to die in this worthless hole? His Odine eye detected a burst of private signal exchanges. The showstoppers were speaking with the roving hunters. The Rusengard spoke with the Brackard Consortium and the Combinants. The only group that wasn't communicating with anyone was the one that fielded the unknown purple biomechs. Ves narrowed his eyes in their direction. Their lack of identifiers or obvious markers seemed very suspicious. He felt a bit uncomfortable towards them. His inability to figure out their organization and motives did not sit well with him, but at this point he had little choice but to welcome them if they decided to play along. A mech of the Brackard Consortium took a few steps forward. Larkinson! We've made a decision. We don't want to abandon our roots and leave our home, but we're okay with leaving together until we have moved far enough to go our separate ways. That's fine. I fully respect your decision. With the acceptance of the Brackard Consortium mechs, the remaining two groups were even more outnumbered. One of the Rusengard mechs transmitted a resigned-sounding message. We shall work with you to extract ourselves from these premises. The purple mechs didn't transmit anything at all, but they conveyed their meaning by stepping forward in an unthreatening fashion. Ves grinned. Good. The only way for us to make it out alive is to band together. Enemies are everywhere, so we must put up a united front as long as we are at risk. Don't split up until we have reached the final tunnel exit. Even though Ves sensed plenty of tension between the groups, they were clearly willing to compromise at this moment. Since none of the mechs were making any aggressive moves anymore, Ves and the other people on foot quickly surged forward. He wanted to find a ride that could bring him away as soon as possible. He quickly encountered a problem. Damn, I don't know how these organic vehicles work. Every shuttle or other vehicle that looked reasonably intact were all organic in nature. While there used to be a few metallic shuttles in this space, all of them had fallen victim to collateral damage. Even if Ves was capable of repairing them, it would take hours before Ves could make them flight-worthy. You guys. He gestured towards the biomech technicians of the roving hunters. Help us find an escape vessel that can fit us all. Don't worry about finding the perfect one. We just need a fast and survivable escape vehicle that you can subvert as quickly as possible. The most senior technician frowned. We've already examined the most intact vessels. The best bioshuttles are fast and tough, but these upscale vehicles are notoriously difficult to steal. If the vehicles were mechanical in nature, then Ves could have gained control over them himself. If that wasn't enough, he could always rely on Lucky's hacking suite. The programming of a biomachine was partially the same as modifying a living organism. Biotechnology adopted so many different paradigms that many purely technological approaches simply didn't work against biomachines. What can you give me? Ves asked. It depends on what you want more. We don't have the skills and tools to hack into anything fancy, so we can only set our sights on the lower-end vehicles. Do you want to ride on a fast and flimsy shuttle taxi or a big and sluggish transit bus? I take it the latter still won't be tough, right? No, but it might prevent a single mech attack from killing everyone inside. In the end, Ves chose for speed. The biomech technicians rushed forward and approached a modest-sized bioshuttle that was adorned with a rabbit head of all possibilities. The organic vessel was covered in snow-white fur that remained surprisingly intact despite all of the marks of damage nearby. Normally, Ves would rather die than be caught riding such a silly vessel, but this was not the time for him to be picky. It turned out that the Rabbit shuttle was a vessel that was especially designed to taxi children. Once the biomech technicians worked their way inside, they encountered a pink interior and lots of cute little seats that wouldn't fit anyone but children under the age of 10. "Tear out these seats," Ves commanded. "They're in the way and won't allow everyone to fit inside." His honor guard moved to remove the silly seats by force. Their swords and daggers were sufficient enough to separate the seats from the deck. Meanwhile, the biomech technicians crawled all over the Rabbit shuttle. Some of them entered the cockpit in order to take over the controls. Others inspected the main thrusters while a couple more were examining the Rabbit head. Ves checked the Odini and saw that the incoming mech company had come a lot closer. "Damn! Everyone, get inside the shuttle. The unknown enemies will come in less than 2 minutes. If we don't get out right now, we'll be visible in their sights." "We can't. The shuttle isn't ours yet. The bioprogramming of this vehicle is a lot more difficult than we anticipated. We need at least 5 minutes to gain preliminary control. We'll be dead if we continue to stay here for this time. Just get inside and lock the hatch. We don't need to gain control of this shuttle in order to evacuate?" "How?" "You'll see." Ves grinned. Everyone stuffed themselves inside the shuttle in less than 30 seconds. The honor guard occupied a lot of space due to their large and bulky combat armor. Ves hardly had any space to move. He and Lucky were practically pressed in the middle. Outside, 2 different biomechs carefully approached. The Optimon and the Paringer had both freed up an arm in order to grasp the Rabbit shuttle and lift it up until the vehicle was securely in their grasp. The 2 biomechs began to fly in the air and accelerate forward. Even though it looked precarious, it worked. The shuttle and its passengers accompanied the rest of the mechs to the exit tunnels. Chapter 2836 Signal Interception. 30 mechs flew through a long and dark tunnel. Each of them belonged to several different groups that had previously turned their weapons against each other. Perhaps they would have continued to shoot and fight each other until they suffered a mutual defeat if outside factors hadn't interfered. The intervention from Ves along with the approach of a strong external mech force prompted the groups to lay down their previous grievances. By accepting the offer to pool their forces together, the mech pilots stood a better chance of preserving themselves. This did not mean that their grievances had melted. Even when he was stuffed inside the cramped Rabbit shuttle, Ves could feel the underlying tension and vigilance of the different groups of mech pilots. Their formations remained tight and maintained a healthy distance from each other. Of all of the groups that Ves had persuaded along the way, only the roving hunters were truly worthy of his trust. They had fought alongside the Larkinsons once before, and they did not exhibit any signs of betraying him. Captain Rivington and his men came across as some of the most decent and normal lifers that Ves had met so far. This was quite an accomplishment. While Ves was used to dangerous situations where he didn't have as much reliable protection as he liked, he felt a lot more out of his element this time. What frustrated him was the type of mechs that everyone utilized. The overwhelming number of them were biomechs, with only the right-siders fielding purely metallic mechs. Since Ves was not very familiar with the finer design paradigms of organic machines, he wasn't able to make detailed judgments of the biomechs utilized by the other groups. For example, he could tell that the biomechs fielded by the Brackard Consortium were cheaper and less refined than average, but he didn't know to what extent. Were they on the lower end of a mid-range mech? Were they upper-budget mechs? He wasn't able to make a definitive judgment. In a dangerous and uncertain situation, every scrap of data was worth its weight in exotics. The more nuggets of intelligence he had at his disposal, the more informed decisions he could make. Right now, the overall lack of solid information caused him to feel as if he was as blind as a bat. He had no idea where he was careening towards, both figuratively and literally. Rosen Arena should already be pretty far away. If Ves and his current allies ascended to the surface, then the odds of encountering an ambush should be low. The only acute threat he had to be concerned about is getting shot at by aerial ranged mechs that were flying high above the premises of Rosen Arena and elsewhere. Mr. Larkinson, can you really hold all of these people together? Captain Rivington asked through their private communication channel. I have serious misgivings with your decision to put all of these different groups of mechs together. They were enemies to each other before you arrived. Ves sighed behind his helmet. Beggars can't be choosers. I'm aware of the risks, but we can't be too picky. As long as they are willing to play along, I won't mind their presence. Look up. I think we are nearing an exit. The tunnel noticeably curved upwards. There was obvious light at the end, so the exit wasn't obstructed. Pretty much everyone had grown tired of the tunnels and underground environment. It was too confining and limited the performance of many mechs. Once the mechs reached the open sky, they could quickly get their bearings and navigate towards their destination with much more flexibility and choices than before. The mechs flew a bit faster. They reached the open exit and passed through the gates without any effort. Daylight and open skies graced their forms once again. The organic machines seemed to revel in their return to an open environment. We're free! We made it out! Just as Ves expected, the tunnel that they had chosen to travel through led to the outskirts of Wheeling. When Ves patched into the feeds, he observed that the district they were in was largely made up of low-class residential structures. The area was largely made up of simple tree-like houses and apartment buildings interspersed with basic gardens and other touches of greenery. The tree structures were all smaller and less sophisticated than the ones in downtown Wheeling, but other than that they were well maintained due to the help of caretaker beetles. However, this period of celebration lasted only a short time before the mechs detected a substantial group of mechs in the distance. Alarms sounded and the mechs all adopted a vigilant, battle-ready posture while maintaining a very low altitude. No one dared to fly high at this moment. Anyone who flew above the urban sprawl would merely turn into an open target that could be shot at from any position. Even though the tree structures in this residential district weren't high, they were still massive and numerous enough to provide some cover. As Ves examined the images of the distant biomechs, he quickly recognized their colors and markings. Those mechs are identical to the ones belonging to the Rosen Guard. What are they doing out here? Look at them. They must have gone through one hell of a fight. The Rosen Guard weren't supposed to be stationed all the way here unless they were assigned to guard the tunnel exit. The conditions of the distant biomechs did not look good. Many of them bore scorch marks, impact wounds, and cuts. Blood of varying tints covered their organic frames. Their equipment didn't look in good shape either. Who did they fight? I don't know. Both sides were able to observe each other. The Rosen Guard stationed on the surface seemed to be taken aback at the emergence of a gathering of different groups. Just as Ves thought that this stalemate would continue, his Odin eye detected an encrypted signal being transmitted between one of the Rosen Guard mechs in the distance, and one of the Rosen Guard mechs flying a short distance away from his rabbit shuttle. Ves had a bad feeling about this. He already knew that many official organizations had been subverted by different factions and interest groups. Plenty of them had abandoned their duties in order to fulfill objectives that had nothing to do with their official responsibilities. He needed to know what the Rosen Guard mech pilots were saying to each other. However, since the mechs communicated through organic systems, it was not possible to hack them utilizing ordinary measures. Lucky. He sent a discreet signal to the gem cat slumped on his shoulder. Can you tap into the transmissions between the two biomechs? Meow. Though Lucky did not sound enthusiastic, the conditions were much more favorable this time. Since it was just a short time after the biomechs exited the tunnel, they were still relatively close to each other. This meant it was much easier to intercept the tight beam signals that the two mechs were transmitting to each other. Unfortunately, the situation didn't work out the way he anticipated. While it was possible to intercept the signals, they were highly encrypted. Even though Lucky possessed formidable hacking powers, his brute force cracking capabilities weren't impressive. This meant that without a key or a clue on how to crack the encryption, it would take at least hours to decipher the lock. Meow. If Lucky was able to hack biocomponents, then this would have been a different story. But since this wasn't the case, Ves couldn't use him to listen in on the conversation that must be taking place. Ves already noticed that the temporary coalition had slightly shifted their positions. They were slowly opening up some distance to the three Rosengard mechs they traveled with. If these biomechs joined forces with the 21 damaged mechs in the distance, then they might be able to overpower everyone else. Just like everyone else, Ves wanted to know whether he could still regard the Rosengard as friends or foes. If the latter was the case, then he needed to know as soon as possible. He suddenly came up with an alternate idea. He looked at the feeds and examined the distance between his rabbit shuttle and the Rosengard mechs. It's not too far. But not too close either. Will it work? Some time ago, Ves came up with a class of spiritual creations he labeled as spiritual augments. These were temporary spiritual constructs that he slotted into his mind in order to channel his spirituality in very specific applications. He generally avoided using them because they took the essence that made him such a good mech designer and used it for another purpose. However, this was an emergency situation and he wasn't designing any mechs at the moment. He decided to go through with this idea and pulled out an old design file stored in the deepest parts of his cranial implant. A spiritual ear appeared out of nowhere. The simple spiritual recorder projection was capable of conveying sounds to him even if he put it in a different room. The only issue with it was that its range was fairly limited. Janzi. Yes? I need to get closer to the Rosengards. Can you fly your mech a little closer in their direction? The closer the better, but don't look suspicious. Why would you do that, Ves? The Rosengards aren't necessarily our friends anymore. I know, but just do it. Oh, and make sure the Optimon follows along. The Paringer and Optimon continued to hold the rabbit shuttle as the biomech technicians were still working on gaining control over it. Ves didn't know how long it would take for them to be able to operate the shuttle independently, but he hoped it would be soon. Since the groups weren't maintaining a constant position, it was easy enough for the biomechs holding the shuttle to drift a few meters closer at a time. Ves concentrated on extending his spiritual ear to the Rosengard mechs. Just as he feared, his range fell short, though he found to his surprise that it was a bit longer than he initially expected. His growth in spirituality led to a growth in range. It was too bad that this was not enough to carry his ear all the way forward. Janzi, forget about being discreet. Just fly 20 meters closer to them. If you get my shuttle this close, I can patch into their communications. I need to know what they are talking about. Though Venerable Janzi knew this was an extremely risky course of action, she knew the urgency behind it. The Rosengard mechs had been transmitting a lot of signals to each other. Whatever they were discussing might be very important. When the roving hunter mechs all moved closer to the Rosengard, everyone else became more vigilant. Were they joining forces with the arena guards or something? Even the three Rosengard mechs appeared to be spooked. They were already flying away in order to open up some distance again. This meant that Ves only got close long enough to listen into a brief verbal exchange. What are you doing? Don't give these rabble any indication that we are waiting for our allies to reinforce us. You only need to hold out for around 5 more minutes. By then, we can box these SCU.M in and wipe them all out, starting with the foreigner. The revolution has begun, and we must make a statement. Oh. This sounded very bad. The officer who spoke these words sounded quite determined. It was highly likely that he definitely belonged to a camp that was hostile to VS. Chapter 2837 Out of Control. The temporary coalition that VS had managed to form consisted of quite a decent number of biomechs. Gathering so many fighting machines together conveyed a lot of strength, but that did not mean that everyone was of the same mind. VS knew that the coalition of 30 mechs was inherently unstable. Different groups held different motives, and mashing them all together did not change their original goals. Now that they encountered a group of Rosengard mechs, he was afraid that the situation was about to change in an undesirable direction. His suspicions turned out to be true. Due to the odd movements of the roving hunter mechs, VS knew he had to make a quick decision. He decided to present the evidence to the other groups. Nothing would convey the gravity of the situation better than revealing the Rosengard officer's plot. VS converted the sounds he heard into a digital audio file with the help of his implant. He then proceeded to transmit it to all of the mechs in the coalition aside from the Rosengard mechs. He could sense the change in their demeanor. Their mechs flew noticeably more apart from the 3 Rosengard mechs in their midst. The Paringer and Optimon followed suit. They reversed course and tried to open up as much distance as possible. They all felt threatened. In fact, VS had emphasized the danger to them by cutting out the latter portion of the incoming transmission. By leaving out the part that made it clear that he was their primary target, the truncated message made it sound as if the Rosengard officer wanted to commit indiscriminate slaughter. While all of these mechs reacted in such a distinct fashion, the other side clearly noticed the abnormality. No one shot at each other. Yet, since every mech had gone through some scraps, no one wanted to start a battle where they might easily die. The best outcome right now was to take advantage of the period where these supposed reinforcements were still on their way and fly as far away as possible. 23 mechs gradually backed away. They wanted to distance themselves from the Rosengard mechs. Their attempt did not succeed. The Rosengard mechs that they previously traveled with acted as if they were still a part of the temporary coalition. The Rosengard mechs in the distance were gradually closing in as well. The range between the current coalition and the potentially hostile mechs was getting shorter instead of longer. This odd behavior increased the suspicion towards these units of Rosengard. If their officers and mech pilots were truly arena guards, then why were they stalking anyone who was trying to move away? The only reason why neither side launched an attack was because both sides would likely incur a lot of damage. No one wanted to risk his life to achieve a Pyrrhic victory at best. At least that was what VS thought. Just as he was trying to think of a way to separate himself from the Rosengards without causing the situation to deteriorate into chaos, a single biomech lifted up its rifle. "You conservative dogs! The rule of your masters is over. The revolution shall succeed." To the horror of VS and many other people, the rifleman mech of the Brackard Consortium fired a positron beam at the closest Rosengard unit. The powerful beam struck straight into one of the damaged sections of the CHSD of a biomech. A considerable amount of flesh and internal organs burned or vaporized in an instant due to the accurate close-ranged shot. The biomech that got struck practically fell from the sky for a few seconds before it reluctantly regained control. No one reacted for a few seconds. Nobody knew why the mech pilot of the Brackard Consortium opened fire by himself. It didn't appear that the Brackard mech pilots were unified. "This idiot!" VS angrily cursed. "What is up with their discipline?" He should have known better. Captain Rivington already informed him that the Brackard Consortium was a gang. Ves thought that second-class mech pilots were much more disciplined and less drunk on the job, but maybe he needed to revise that impression. The other Brackard mechs joined in without too much consideration. It didn't even seem to matter whether one of their guys opened fire without orders. All they knew is that as long as one of their own made a move, the rest had to back him up without any reserve. Open fire! Their ranged mechs shot at the Rosengard mech that had just been hit. The beams and projectiles slamming into the poor machine quickly caused it to crash into the ground. There was no way the Rosengard would let this aggression go unanswered. The two remaining Rosengard mechs that had played nice earlier all raised their weapons but flew backwards towards the larger group of mechs in the distance. Don't let these bastards reunite with the rest, Ves quickly transmitted to the coalition. Take them out while they are still vulnerable. His forceful words were meant to push the doubters forward. Only some groups responded to his command. The unknown purple mechs did not hesitate too much before joining in on the attack. The cyborg mechs of the combinants opened fire at the same time. The remaining groups went on the attack as well. Their melee mechs remained in place, but their ranged mechs all concentrated their fire on the two runners. Since the two fleeing Rosengard mechs exposed their backs to the temporary coalition, the firepower easily overwhelmed their defenses. Two fleshy Seosik pits soon blasted from the heavily damaged mechs. We did it! We whittled down their numbers! However, during this process, the 21 biomechs in the distance were rapidly closing the distance. Their ranged mechs had already opened fire in return. USCU bags! The downing of the three Rosengard mechs seemed to inflame the rest that were closing the distance. Ves didn't know why the enemy went on the attack when they were down two mechs, but right now the Rabbit shuttle was in great danger. We're all going to die. We need to get out of this death trap. Shut up. Don't disturb us. We've almost cracked the controls. The Paringer and the Optimon were having a lot of difficulty keeping the inactive Rabbit shuttle stable and secure. The Rosengard mechs with ranged capabilities all directed their firepower towards the shuttle. They knew exactly who was inside and how much they could achieve if they killed the most important passenger. Faced with all of the beams and projectiles attempting to slam into the organic shuttle, the Paringer had to block it all with its stolen tower shield with just a single arm, while at the same time scrambling for cover somewhere below. I can't keep up with your movements, Venerable. Please don't make so many sudden movements, Oliver Vlambeer complained. My sudden movements are the only reasons why my current mech is still in good shape. I cannot allow the enemy to focus on a single point. The shuttle will fall or get crushed at this rate. The two mech pilots were anything but in sync. Venerable Janzi fought on an entirely different level from regular mech pilots, while Oliver was still an inexperienced mech athlete. Lucky clung his body tight against the unending regalia. The violent movements along with the realization that they were getting shot at frightened him to no end. Even Ves felt his stomach lurching despite the inertial compensators in his suit keeping his body stable. I'm getting sick! Vincent screamed from his position in the corner. His hover chair had to be pressed into place on a vertical orientation due to lack of space. Kill me now! Just end my misery! There was nothing he could do. If the Rodenring was still in good condition, then he would have been able to avoid this nightmare. Out of the coalition, the biomechs of the Brackard Consortium fought the hardest, followed by the unknown purple organic machines. Both of these groups apparently had the greatest motivation to attack the unknowns. The others were a bit more reluctant. The Trezen showstoppers, the combinants, and the right-siders clearly didn't want to bear the brunt of enemy attacks. However, they didn't want their side to lose either, so they made sure to put in a serious effort. It didn't take long before the first mechs started to fall. The most heavily damaged mechs were attractive targets because they were easy to eliminate first. Faced with multiple attackers, these targeted mechs or biomechs quickly started to drop like flies. Numerous COC pits ejected from the broken mechs. Most mech pilots decided to err on the side of caution because their chances of survival were much higher if they ditched their mechs. Even though losing their mech made the mech pilots vulnerable, there was no reason for them to hold their ground and fight to the death. They only wanted to hang on to their fighting machines because power gave them more agency. If they wanted to do well in the Civil War, then it was important for them to possess the ability to fight against other mechs. Once they lost one, it was very uncertain if they would be able to get their hands on another one. This was why they did not abandon their mech straight away. We're too split. What concerned Ves quite a bit was the fact that the Rusengard were on the winning side. Even though they started off with fewer mechs, their teamwork and coordination was much better. Janzi, you need to join the fight. They won't last without your help. I can't. I need to shield your shuttle. Ves sighed. I know, but we'll end up in a much worse situation if our battle line collapses. Just put the damned shuttle on the ground and help our comrades out. Leave the Optimon behind to guard against any sneak attackers. In the end, the Paringer and the Optimon placed the shuttle behind a CLU.S. tour of apartment tree structures. The latter biomech remained behind while the Paringer flew forth. I'm here now! Venerable Janzi shouted. Captain Rivington, work with me! We need to crush the Rusengard as fast as possible. Aye. The Paringer approached the Tarragon's current opponent and attacked from the flank. When Janzi's mech drove its shield against a biomech of the Rusengard, the sword-wielding machine lost its balance. Captain Rivington immediately spotted an opportunity. His Tarragon stabbed forward and sunk its sword deep into the abdomen of its opponent. Even though another Rusengard mech attempted to drag away the Paringer, Venerable Janzi did not shift her target. With great skill, the Paringer avoided the spear thrust in its direction and chopped its sword onto the shoulder of the original target. Soon enough, the latter fell to the ground. Before it impacted against the surface, the broken biomech ejected its COC pit. The Paringer and the Tarragon already moved on to ganging up against another Rusen Arena mech. The teamwork they exhibited allowed them to dispatch their second opponent in less than a dozen seconds. Their teamwork was impeccable despite their unfamiliarity. Captain Rivington was well versed in team-based tactics, while Venerable Janzi was much more skilled than any other mech pilot on the current battlefield. Their timing, positioning, and skill quickly made a substantial difference. 8 Rusen Arena mechs fell in quick succession, causing the remaining ones to back off in panic. The subverted Rusen Arena mech pilots had lost their courage against the surprising might of their opponents. While Ves wanted to celebrate this great success, his mood sank even lower. While the fight ended in his favor, Ves had never stopped paying attention to the tunnel they originally emerged. According to his Odin eye, a large amount of mechs were flying through it at this very moment. The Ultralifers were coming. Chapter 2838 Temporary Coalition. The coalition only had 18 mechs left by the time they repelled the Rusengard mechs. The Brackard Consortium lost 2 biomechs while the Right-Siders lost a metallic mech. The remainder all incurred varying degrees of damage. While the Optimon only got shot at a few times, other mechs withstood powerful hits or lost limbs. There was no way for this diminished coalition to repel the Ultralifer mech company that Ves knew for certain was coming. Ves transmitted the sensor readings to all of the friendly mechs. We're not in a condition to fight off 40 mechs. Let's depart from this location. We should fly as far away as possible from downtown Violin while we still can. He deliberately used the word we in order to strengthen the suggestion that they were all in it together. Whether it made a difference or not, Ves wasn't sure, but they were all following suit. The roving hunters took the lead as the Paringer and the Optimon picked up the rabbit shuttle again. The other groups automatically followed as this appeared to be the most logical decision they could make. In times of uncertainty, it was always better to group with friendlies. No one wanted to bump into a larger unit of hostile mechs. If the coalition didn't exist, then every group had only 3 to 5 mechs at their disposal. While this represented a lot of power in isolation, it was nothing compared to the larger elements that the other organizations were fielding. Even though Prosperous Hill 6 did its best to prevent mechs from proliferating too much, the sheer amount of people living on the planet made it inevitable that there were at least thousands of them in Veline alone. Now, the city had turned into a war zone. As Ves examined the feeds of the city, he noticed plenty of rumblings in the distance. Tiny specks that represented mechs were dancing around each other while firing their weapons or closing in to swing their blades. Several tree structures collapsed as mechs collided against their trunks or explosions cracked them in half. More structures were burning as laser beams, positron beams, destructive incendiaries and more caused the fire-resistant growths to become engulfed in flames. The idyllic green city that used to project order and peace was groaning from the ravages of war. Prosperous Hill 6 had never been engulfed in a destructive conflict of this scale. All of that clearly showed as the citizens didn't know what to do, the authorities were split and fighting amongst themselves, and all kinds of fringe groups were free to inflict as much destruction as they wanted. What a dumb place! Ves quietly sighed before turning to a nearby biomech technician. Hey, how is the shuttle takeover going? Why haven't you guys made any progress? We don't know. An ordinary shuttle shouldn't be difficult to take over, but for some reason the owner of this rabbit vehicle upgraded its security suite. Apparently, this shuttle belongs to an elite school, so it has to be resistant against any form of hacking or tampering in order to satisfy the strict safety standards imposed by the government. What the hell? When Ves initially encountered the rabbit shuttle, he didn't think much of it. Its fluffy appearance and childish interior caused him to underestimate it. No one figured out that its security suite did not lose out to premium vehicles until it was too late. Boom! The shuttle suddenly shook as one of the 2 biomechs that held onto it had shifted. What's going on, Janzi? We're under attack, Venerable Janzi responded. A squad of unidentified yellow biomechs are attacking us from long range. Who are they? I don't know. I already asked the others, but they are in the dark as well. Are there other attackers on the way? We haven't detected any so far. The yellow biomechs haven't moved from cover. If the yellow biomechs weren't determined to take their targets down, then why were they shooting in the first place? They were provoking way too many enemies if they fired indiscriminately at other mechs. Ves didn't bother to decipher their logic. We need to reduce our visibility, lose altitude, and fly close to ground level. We won't be easy shots anymore if we're in the midst of all of these tree structures. The temporary coalition was already doing so. They flew lower until they were close to touching the ground. The reason why they didn't land was because flying was faster for many of the mechs and biomechs. What annoyed Ves quite a bit was that the surrounding tree-like houses were too low to cover the upper portions of mechs. Depending on the height of the houses, the heads, shoulders, and even chistes of biomechs poked out of the tree line. This allowed the distant yellow mechs to continue to fire at the roving hunters and the other groups with abandon. Due to the superior cover of the enemy, there was hardly any point in shooting back, especially when every friendly mech was running low on resources. Everyone just wanted to get to safety at this point. The incidents didn't cease. Villain was a massive urban center, and its outskirts were the size of provinces. There were plenty of tree structures in the distance no matter what direction they flew in. Some of them were even tall enough to rival the office structures of downtown Villain. There were sporadic signs of fighting in every district. The coalition distinctly avoided any sites of active fighting and tried to avoid any large concentrations of biomechs. Unfortunately, it was unavoidable for them to bump into smaller concentrations of combat machines. Ves felt nervous whenever he approached them, but he didn't need to be as the outnumbered biomechs made their way on their own accord. None of them wanted to mess with 18 mechs. Only a couple of them did not take the initiative to move away. In some cases, they were compelled to defend a fixed structure or location. In other cases, the unknown groups of mechs noticed the diverse composition of the coalition and started to have ideas. "Hey, are you trying to get out of this place? We'd like to join you guys. We have 3 sturdy biomechs. We can be of use to you. Please take us in. We've got money." Ves hesitated, and so did many others. After a biomech technician told him that the mechs belonged to a small-time gang, he decided to accept their entry. His coalition had already lost a fair amount of mechs, and the remaining ones were in poor shape. Adding 3 fresh mechs to his lineup inserted some much-needed strength to his hand. Another gang had observed how the temporary coalition did not hesitate too long before accepting the strangers into the fold. "We'd like to join as well. If you can take in the moon sharks, you can count on us as well." The second gang brought 5 biomechs, which was enough to make Ves feel nervous. He only relaxed when he noticed that they were all weaker machines. The Tarragon and the Peringer could probably chop them all up in an even fight. "Fine," Ves responded. "You can join our lineup, but don't make any aggressive moves towards us. Watch where you are pointing your weapons and keep a healthy distance from the rest. If you decide you want to leave, then notify us in advance." "All right, boss." The growth of the coalition not only caused everyone who was a part of it to feel more secure, but also started to draw in other groups. A third gang approached, then a fourth, then a fifth. Not just gangs, but also other small-sized outfits joined. Biomechs that belonged to various mercenary corps, security companies, and other random organizations all seemed to think there was safety in numbers. The fact that Ves accepted all of them only encouraged more groups to join the growing collection of biomechs. At some point, the new additions weren't confined to mechs. "Will do, sir. We'd like to bring our crew and families along as well. Do you have room for a couple of extra shuttles?" "Sure," Ves answered. "Hey, do you have a spare shuttle?" I think we have one lying around here somewhere." Ves, his honor guard, and the biomech technicians of the roving hunters no longer had to cram themselves in the rabbit shuttle. They all gave up on the blasted bio-vehicle and moved over to other shuttles that were already accessible. Even though there was a small risk that the vehicles came with backdoors, Ves didn't think that a local gang was sophisticated enough to hatch such a scheme. Since they were no longer stuck in the underground hangar, Ves and the others had access to many more vehicles. If they wanted to, they could have approached and subverted any other parked vehicle on the street. Ves and the Larkinsons decided to occupy their own shuttle. Now that they weren't forced to share space with the roving hunters, they enjoyed a lot more room. "Finally!" Vincent looked relieved. "I can move on my own again." An honor guard who was trained in piloting shuttles took the helm. Even though an organic shuttle was very different from a conventional shuttle, most of the basic controls were virtually identical. Standardization stretched across tech bases. There was no reason for bioshuttles to adopt a completely different control scheme when the standard one already did the job. After an entire hour went by, the coalition somehow grew from 18 mechs to 150 mechs. 150 mechs. At least 25 different groups of mechs applied and joined the growing army of mechs and biomechs. They also brought over 50 different shuttles, transports, and other vehicles. Each of them were occupied with lots of people and some very valuable goods and supplies. All of these groups had pretty much formed a spontaneous refugee train. VS didn't even have to micromanage all of these different elements. Officers and underbosses rose up and organized the chaotic train on their own accord. Under ordinary conditions, gathering elements from so many different gangs, outfits, and other organizations would definitely stir up a lot of friction. This was especially considering that there were plenty of rivals and natural opponents in the train. Yet despite the underlying hostility between some of the elements, no one thought of pursuing their vendettas at this time. While there were plenty of fringe groups that wanted to take advantage of the chaos, there were many other people and organizations who just wanted to keep their heads down and stay alive. Right now, they were absolutely getting what they wanted. After the refugee train surpassed 100 mechs, no one with aggressive intentions in mind dared to approach the mechs that were nominally under the command of VS. There were way too many mechs. Even if some people suspected that the mechs in the refugee train weren't united at all, no one wanted to put that assumption to the test. Numbers were scary. Each and every mech in the refugee train was a working second-class killing machine. Even the cheapest and smallest one was already capable of destroying a lot of tree structures. VS became more and more worried that this house of cards would fall. Any strong opponent that could field at least 2 mech companies could easily make the refugee train fall apart. Yet none of that happened. To his considerable amazement, they never encountered any mechs from powerful organizations such as the political factions or a highly militarized organization like the Ultralifers. As VS and his growing band flew further and further away from Violin, it appeared there was nothing in the surrounding areas that were worth fighting. That did not cause VS to feel reassured, though. As Gentle Lotus Base would soon come within sight, he had to face a very difficult dilemma. Should he break up and disband the refugee train, or should he bring them all back to his stronghold? Chapter 2839 Strength in Numbers. VS couldn't feel more relieved as he and his growing band of refugees left Violin's immediate sphere of influence. Along the journey, the swarm had ballooned to over 200 biomechs and over 100 different organic vehicles. Each of them came from various desperate groups that sought any scrap of order on a planet that had completely descended into chaos. No matter if they wished to join the Larkinson clan or not, no one split up once they became a part of the growing refugee train. One of the most primitive ideas of humanity, and many other sentient races, was the recognition that there was strength in numbers. While much of the chaos that had erupted in Violin emerged as a result of smaller and weaker organizations rising up to take advantage of the lack of order, they were ultimately small fry. Every decent armed organization possessed at least a handful of biomechs. While the authorities restricted the number of mechs that any single individual or organization could own, as long as the numbers remained limited, the local planetary guard never bothered to look too closely. That was because the government was also aware that there was safety in numbers. It was incredibly frightening if a single person or company suddenly brought 100 mechs to the surface of Prosperous Hill 6. Yet if there were 20 people bringing just 5 mechs each, then that was a much more manageable situation. Naturally, those 20 individuals had to be separate and unaligned from each other. This was why the planet was tightly monitored by the authorities. At any sign of collusion, the planetary guard would proactively step in to confiscate the war machines and break up the hidden collective. For centuries, this had been the modus operandi of the rulers of Prosperous Hill. With entire government departments in charge of tracking every mech and biomech, and the parties that owned them, there shouldn't have been a way for anyone to organize them together. In the case of most small organizations, this was indeed the case. In the process of managing the small groups that had joined his temporary coalition, Ves already started to feel beard by managing all of the special needs and interests of these squabbling refugees. Even if they were engulfed in a life-threatening crisis, people hadn't entirely got rid of their own D.S.I.S and priorities. The only reason why these issues hadn't led to serious problems yet was because the degree of danger was still enormous. Back when they were still close to downtown Villain, everyone could see and hear the enormous scale of fighting that took place over there. The burning and collapsing tree structures along with the hundreds and thousands of mechs clashing against each other served as a very clear warning that there were bigger threats at play. Perhaps their mechs might not be that much stronger than the ones in the hands of private outfits, but there was one crucial factor why they posed a much more serious danger. Their numbers were too great. Ves scoffed. Everyone has to abide by the rules except for the ones who set them in the first place. In order to perform their enforcement and protection duties, the Planetary Guard, the local military garrisons, and many other government entities did not have to abide by the strict restrictions. They could bring as many biomechs to the surface as they could justify. Normally, this shouldn't have been an issue since the war machines were all on the same side. At least that was the theory. Yet, as the destructive scale of fighting that had led to the deaths of hundreds of thousands of citizens showed, the government forces weren't on the same side. Centuries of rot, bribery, and subversion had taken root in these institutions. Ves didn't know how the radicals and other opposition factions had managed to command such firm loyalty of so many troops, but they succeeded to an extent that was inconceivable to the conservatives. With the help of Master Brixton's explosive revelations, the public's respect and regard for the ruling faction had dropped to the lowest point in the LRA's history. Even if much of the masses didn't pick a side, there were still plenty of impressionable people who decided to throw their support behind the revolution. All of these would-be revolutionaries were currently the main reason why the planet turned into a war zone. Their numbers had grown to such an extent that Ves would never be able to survive if they directed their might at him. He and his refugee trains simply didn't have the strength and cohesion to resist an attack from an organized faction. I need to keep my head down. His only use was to participate in the design duel. Now that it had ended, his usefulness came to an end. There was no incentive to protect him or kill him. Rather than waste resources on an irrelevant foreigner, it was better for these factions to deploy mechs and troops against their main opponents. He recognized that he didn't have to fear too much from them as a result. The conservatives and radicals had more important battles to fight. The real threat came from the fringe groups, especially the ones that were stronger than ordinary outfits. On the final stretch back to Gentle Lotus Base, Ves shared his concerns with Venerable Janzi. Although his relationship with the female expert pilot hadn't been good as of late, they were still family. There was no point in acting on their animosity towards each other when their lives and the lives of other Larkinsons on the planet were at risk. The threat hanging over our heads won't evaporate when we return to Gentle Lotus Base, he explained over a private communication channel. We know that a bunch of extremists called the Ultralifers want to kill me in order to avenge my perceived slight towards the LRA. While I don't know how strong they are, the quality of their biomechs, the training level of their mech pilots along with the apparent quantity of mechs at their disposal all point out that they definitely have the strength to crush us. We hardly have any mechs at our base. Is that why you've gathered all of these armed refugees? Janzi asked. Well, originally, I just wanted to pool my strength with others in order to make it out of the city. Now that I've done that, it's wasteful to wave them all goodbye. I've already persuaded some of these groups to join the Larkinson clan, but we won't gain enough mechs and biomechs to defend ourselves against a serious threat. If we can absorb all 200 mechs in our refugee train, then we won't be pushovers anymore. Do you truly think you can keep this rabble under control? The expert pilot expressed her skepticism. Sure, you might be able to persuade them to stick to our base in order to take comfort in numbers, but once a strong opponent shows up, I doubt that any of these lifers are willing to lay their lives on the line to defend a group of foreigners. Ves sighed behind his helmet. That's why I'm trying to figure out a way to absorb them all into our clan. Once they become a Larkinson, they'll gain an immediate sense of belonging to our clan. You know what I'm talking about. Their odds of sticking around and fighting in unison will become a lot greater. At this point in time, Ves didn't care about the hidden dangers of rashly inducting groups of different lifers into the Larkinson clan. Previously, the recruiters of the clan applied a strict set of criteria to everyone that applied to become a Larkinson. The people who wanted to become a part of the rising clan not only had to bring useful skills, but also possess a compatible personality. The recruiters rejected everyone who was too violent, too abusive, too disrespectful to the rules, too uncaring of family, and so on. This was because none of them wanted to introduce any time bombs into the ranks of the Larkinsons. Yet at this time, Ves couldn't care about these long-term considerations. Compared to a vague and hypothetical threat that would only become relevant years from now, he was much more concerned with preserving his life for the next couple of days. What he could see, Janzi could see as well. Don't force these people to join our clan, she warned him. No matter how desperate you are at bolstering our numbers, it's not right to coerce anyone into becoming a part of us. Those who are unwilling to abandon their old lives and leave their current homes don't deserve to get tricked. If you pull something like this off, I will stop you myself, do you understand? Hey, who do you think I am? I would never do that to anyone. I have principles, you know. Inwardly, Ves cursed. It appeared he needed to make some adjustments to some of his plans. If he wasn't able to employ hard selling tactics, then he needed to switch to soft selling, which was much slower and less effective. He didn't feel too upset though. No matter if he employed harsh or gentle means to persuade the refugees into joining his clan, he was confident he would be able to sway the majority of them in due time. Once we reach our base, I need you to stay in your mech and continue to show off your presence. Your identity as expert pilot is one of the few stabilizing factors we have. The respect that ordinary people have towards demigods is universal. Whether they pilot biomechs or classical mechs, none of them can disregard your identity. Venerable Janzi let out a sigh. I will do my part. I can't keep all of these people quiet though. You need to find others to manage these different groups. I'll try and see what I can do. Their discussion ended just as they finally reached Gentle Lotus Base. The sight of the familiar prefab structures and walls not only relieved, but many others as well. Now that they were on their own, many groups that had attached themselves to the temporary coalition didn't have anywhere else to go. While they may or may not have the resources to go into the woods and set up a disaster shelter or something, no one immediately requested to leave. No one knew whether they would be accosted by a strong squad of mechs with less than friendly intentions in mind. At the very least, the refugees did not dare to leave when the revolution had just begun. Who knew if the scale of fighting would expand in the next few days? Everyone wanted to adopt a wait-and-see approach. If the fighting in the cities quickly died down, then many groups might not feel the need to stick together anymore. Ves did not want to see that outcome. Any group of mechs that left was another missed opportunity to increase the strength of his indigenous force. One way or another, he wanted to take everyone over. Ves realized that the people back in the base might not be informed. Wait! He quickly transmitted to the base. Don't shoot! These people are my helpers right now. Patriarch Ves? Is that you? Commander Casella Ingvar asked. Yes. Due to some unfortunate circumstances, my initial Infinity Guard escorts fell victim to the ensuing chaos. I had to resort to desperate measures in order to fight my way back here. I'll explain everything once I'm inside. Please proceed then. We have all been waiting for your return. Chapter 2840 New Promise. For a long time, the local authorities heavily restricted the amount of mechs the Golden Skull Alliance and the Infinity Guards were able to bring to the surface. It wasn't until very recently that Ves managed to persuade Master Werther Klein in loosening these restrictions for him. After all, he had become one of the most controversial mech designers in recent memory due to the widespread promotion of the controversial design duel. Ves thought he'd be able to ship hundreds of mechs to the surface, but the reality was less than optimistic. The mechs that emerged from Gentle Lotus Base only amounted to just 28 mechs. To be sure, this was much better than before. The Larkinsons, the Glory Seekers, and the Cross clan had only been allowed to bring a couple of mechs each. The Infinity Guards received a greater allowance, but only to a modest extent. After the end of the first phase of the design duel, Master Klein pulled some strings to allow the different organizations to ship a couple more mechs to the surface. The quantity was much less than everyone hoped, but at this point they were extremely vital in projecting a unified front against the refugee mechs. While it seemed inconceivable for the paltry amount of mechs aligned to the Larkinson clan to defeat a mob of 200 mechs, the former nonetheless projected a lot of strength. The base defenders were all cohesive and unified. There was no doubt that their mech pilots would stand their ground and defend the base and its occupants at all costs. The same determination was lacking from the refugees. The fact that they abandoned their previous homes and strongholds in order to attach themselves to a haphazard refugee train already indicated that they were lacking in courage. In this regard, the ultralifers and the diehard rebels were much more superior. In any case, the mechs deployed by the occupants of Gentle Lotus Base not only looked formidable due to their unity, but also their quality and distinctiveness. Different from the biomechs employed by most refugee groups, the mechs utilized by the Golden Skull Alliance were all military grade or equivalent to it. The quality of their armor systems, the power of their weapons, and the discipline demonstrated by their mech pilots all made it clear that they were not to be trifled with. Each defending mech was at least 4 to 10 times more expensive than the biomechs utilized by the refugees. This was not a surprise to Ves. Second-class mechs were much less affordable on a relative basis. Their power was greater, but only wealthy people and organizations could afford to field and maintain them. If an outfit wasn't good at generating revenue, then it could forget about fielding mechs. The fact that every individual group in the refugee train was able to field a handful of mechs indicated that they were all good at something. Even if they looked rather shabby and pathetic right now, it would be a mistake for Ves to doubt their competence. It will be quite difficult to manage them all, Ves muttered. When the bioshuttle carrying Ves, Vincent, and his honor guard arrived at the entrance of the base, the Larkinsons gladly let the vehicle inside. The first action he took after emerging out of the shuttle was to invite the roving hunters inside. He requested the roving hunter personnel to leave their vehicles and line up in front of him. Although Captain Rivington did not feel comfortable in doing so, he nonetheless exited the CO pit of the Tarragon. "What's this all about, Mr. Larkinson?" The FIT team leader looked puzzled. "Before, I promised that you would have a place in our clan. I intend to keep this promise. Are you still willing to become a part of my clan?" The roving hunters looked at each other. Most of them eventually looked up at Captain Rivington. His men trusted in their leader to make the right choice. While the man weighed this important decision, Ves issued a couple of orders. Nitau approached and handed the Larkinson mandate over to him. When his gauntlets held the heavy tome, he felt Goldie's care and concern. I'm fine, Ves communicated to her in a spiritual fashion. I'll need your help, though. If we want to make it out of this place alive, we can't do it alone. We need to gain the cooperation of as many locals as possible, and the only reliable way to do so is to induct them into the Larkinson clan. Nya? I know it will be difficult, but I hope you can do your best to welcome all of these newcomers. Don't be afraid to exert more effort into making them recognize the glory of our clan. I don't want any second-guessers in our midst. Ves knew that Goldie could be counted upon to handle the influx of new recruits. However, even she had limits. The effect she could exert on someone's minds was subtle. No amount of persuasion would be able to convince stronger-willed people and fanatics. While he did not think there were many of these kinds of people amongst the refugees, Ves already knew that the lifers were awfully stubborn in certain matters. Just like the Ovanans, they would continue to hold on to their principles no matter if they did not fall in line with the Larkinson clan. Considering their origin, Ves could already predict that much of the new recruits would insist on utilizing biomechs and biotechnology in their daily lives. This was very problematic as the Larkinson clan currently didn't possess many accommodations for this tech base. The only exception was the recent acquisition of the Dragon's Den. At least the clan managed to rush the capital ship swap. Mr. Larkinson? Captain Rivington spoke up again. After thinking about it, we would like to go through with it as long as you can give us an assurance. What is your request? Will you continue to allow us to pilot biomechs? We have trained in piloting biomechs all our lives. While we can all pilot classical mechs to a degree, we aren't as good with them. If your clan doesn't allow us to pilot our preferred kind of mechs, then maybe it's best to go our separate ways. That was an outcome that Ves did not want to see. Captain Rivington was not only a reliable comrade in battle, but he was also a level-headed leader. Ves intended to put him in charge of the lifer refugees who joined the clan. With someone like him looking after the people he knew best, he could solve a lot of problems without spilling over. This was a significant decision. Fortunately, Ves had already weighed the matter beforehand. I can agree to that. Ves gently nodded. You may not know this, but we recently acquired a capital-class bioresearch ship originally built in the LRA. With this new vessel, we can provide enough support for a decent force of biomechs. As the patriarch of the Larkinson clan, I can promise to you that biomechs will definitely have a place in our mech roster. We can flesh out the details later, but with our new capital ship, I can assure you that biomechs will not be an afterthought. What about mech designers, sir? While I was initially okay with piloting commercial biomech models, now that I have seen all of your mechs up close, I feel that ordinary biomechs are too inadequate. Will you be able to provide us with high-quality biomechs designed in-house? That was a sharp question. Ves didn't expect Captain Rivington to note this important detail. I don't specialize in designing biomechs, but I can hire those that do, Ves honestly replied. In fact, a local journeyman who specialized in designing cyborg mechs is supposed to join my clan, but now that this state has become embroiled in war, I might have to look elsewhere. The team leader looked steadily at V's armored form before nodding. That's good enough for me. Since you're a mech designer, you should know better than a bureaucrat why it's important to supply us with biomechs. We'll become very upset if you can't fulfill this need. Oh, you don't have to remind me. Now, if you have no more questions, please step forward. The Golden Cat did not exert too much effort to connect Captain Rivington to the Larkinson network. This indicated that the man genuinely accepted the clan in his heart. Welcome to the Larkinson clan. How do you feel? I never imagined it would be like this. If you weren't a lifer, I would have thought for sure you're a local specialist. Ves awkwardly chuckled. Well, I did win a design duel that was held in order to settle the question of whose living mechs are better. My research and understanding of life is much different from that of a typical biomech designer. I have applied some of my insights in surprising applications. What you just feel right now is just a taste of what our clan has to offer to its members. While Captain Rivington was immersed with the novel sensation of becoming a part of the Larkinson network, Ves proceeded to induct the other members of his competitive team into the clan. To his surprise, not every member of the roving hunter passed Goldie's test. The most prominent person that felt very reluctant to abandon their old identities and start over in an entirely different organization was Oliver Vlambeer, the mech pilot of the Optimon. Oliver. Why? Captain Rivington softly asked. The rookie mech pilot looked apologetic. I'm sorry, boss, but the LRA is still my home. I know that everything is getting worse at the moment, but that makes it even more important for mech pilots such as myself to remain in the state. Once the people at the top solve their argument, our state needs a lot of help to climb back up to its old level. Both Ves and Captain Rivington sighed. This was a noble sentiment, and maybe a naive one as well. It just so happened Oliver Vlambeer was still young enough to hold romantic notions about his mech piloting career. Ves shrugged. If this is what you wish, then we won't insist. Just make sure you are aware that you and your fellow doubters are separate from the comrades who have accepted our offer. They are Larkinsons now, not roving hunters, although I don't mind if they continue to call themselves that. What matters is that you aren't on the same side anymore. Do you understand? Oliver reluctantly nodded. He already noted that Captain Rivington, Carly Genten and many of the biomech technicians gained an entirely different demeanor after they went through the induction ritual. Even though the young mech athlete had only joined the roving hunters a short time ago, he already knew his comrades well enough to notice such a significant change. It was clear that the joiners were already sincere in their intentions to live a different life. Captain Rivington moved over to hug Oliver and pat his shoulder. Hey, I don't begrudge your decision. If you want to stick with the LRA, then that is your business. Our door is still open, Ves gently said to Oliver and the other refusers. You can reunite with Captain Rivington and your old comrades at any time. Until then, please take note of our base restrictions. As guests, we can't allow you to bring your mechs past our walls. I'm afraid that your Optimon can only be parked outside. I understand. We won't break the rules. Chapter 2841 Too Threatening. Ves did not induct any other lifers into the Larkinson clan. While he was aware that a number of other groups such as the Trezen Showstoppers and the Right Siders wanted to defect from the LRA as well, he had to deal with other priorities. Besides, it was not a bad thing to force the others to wait. Everyone had witnessed how the majority of roving hunters had formally joined the Larkinson clan. While the ritual was a little hasty and lacking in terms of spectacle, the spiritual activity that took place caused everyone to feel the weight behind the changes. From the way the new members gained instant respect from existing Larkinsons to how they were warmly welcomed inside the base, everything that happened generated a considerable amount of envy among the onlookers. Ves inwardly smiled at the sight. While he could not browbeat doubters like Oliver Vlambeer into joining his clan, he could employ all kinds of other tricks to increase the attraction to joining his clan. Marketing textbooks were filled with tactics and methods designed to exert psychological pressure onto consumers. Some of them were benign, but others were much less innocent. You guys haven't seen anything yet, he softly said. Meow. Lucky patted his paw against V's helmet. Hey! I am not breaking the rules! I already told Janzi that I will stick to softer methods of persuasion. Ves never forced anyone to pilot his products. He just heavily encouraged the market to do so. Considering that tens of millions of mech pilots were utilizing his mechs to this day, he was doing quite well in this regard. After handling a few issues concerning the placement of the refugees, Ves and several others proceeded to enter a structure in the center of the base before entering a conference room. A lot of familiar faces already showed up along with a few new ones. While Ves vowed to never pull his body out of the unending regalia until the crisis had passed, he felt secure enough to retract his helmet. Ah, fresh, filtered air. Meow. The stern-faced woman softened a little as the gem cat settled on her lap and looked up at her with his glowing green eyes. Oh, poor fellow. She spoke as she stroked his smooth back. You must have gone through a lot of difficulties to make it back. Did the patriarch treat you well? Meow. While Lucky received his regular dose of pampering, Ves briefly gathered with the 3 expert pilots of the Larkinson clan. Due to the vulnerability and incredible value of the Larkinson fleet, it was irresponsible to station every expert pilot to the surface. Ves and General Vril had to make a hard decision on who to transfer to Gentle Lotus Base. Eventually, the two settled on Venerable Janzi and Venerable Tusa Billingsley Larkinson. The former was of limited use in space-borne battles while the latter fared great in many different circumstances. In fact, Venerable Joshua was an even more versatile and adaptable expert pilot, but he was much less useful in this situation. There, the Larkinsons and Glory Seekers weren't restricted from fielding hundreds of mechs. This meant that Venerable Joshua could always join forces with lots of Valkyrie mechs in order to evoke the Hexer battle network. The power of this extraordinary attack allowed Ves to feel completely assured about the fleet's safety. Together with the main fleet of the Infinity Guards, it didn't matter if the Golden Skull Alliance had yet to replenish its battle losses. When Ves approached a pair of expert pilots, Tusa looked teasingly as the female Larkinson. I heard you got into quite an ordeal. Are you missing your shield of Samar? Shut up. At least the inspectors recognize that my prime mech is stronger. While Master Klein somehow convinced the authorities to allow the Larkinsons to bring down additional mechs, the inspectors did not allow any mech to make landfall. They were especially vigilant towards big and intimidating mechs. It just so happened that the shield of Samar looked way too formidable. The irony was that Tusa did not suffer the same problem. Even though the ferocious Piranha won a brilliant victory during the first phase of the design duel, the mech looked too small and light to suggest it was capable of inflicting mass destruction. For this reason, the Piranha Prime along with a pair of other ferocious piranhas managed to make it past the inspection. It helped a lot that the inspectors only examined one of the regular ferocious piranhas. After approving one machine, they didn't bother to examine the other two, thereby allowing the much more dangerous Piranha Prime through. Don't gloat too much, Tusa, Ves admonished him. Greater power conveys greater responsibility. Since you're piloting the only prime mech on this planet, I'll be counting on you to repel our toughest opponents. Venerable Tusa's smile dropped. You can count on me. I don't fear any opponent aside from expert mechs. The odds you'll encounter them in battle are low. From what I have gathered, the main military forces intend to stay out of this wrestling match. Most of their expert pilots are way too honest and principled to take part in a civil war that just inflicts more misery to the citizens caught up in the crossfire. This was not a unique phenomenon. There were many other examples in history where a lot of military troops firmly stayed out to the fighting. From a practical standpoint, this was necessary to preserve a state. If the troops started to fight each other, the amount of destruction they could unleash was too great. It also weakened the state's ability to resist its neighbors from invading and rolling over the depleted defenders. However, the second angle was just as important. Many mech pilots looked up to expert pilots. If these heroes and role models saw no justifiable reason to intervene in a civil war, then a lot of military mech pilots automatically followed their example. Due to their strong principles, expert pilots were regarded as the moral consciousness of a military organization. Anyone who acted differently had to bear a stigma for doing so. This was enough to prevent all but the most ambitious and selfish soldiers from breaking their neutrality. Both Venerable Janzi and Venerable Tusa reacted in relief. "I hope it stays this way," Tusa said. "While I don't fear any opponent, defeating an expert mech without piloting one myself is as difficult as fighting a dark god." Janzi scowled. "Don't mention that." The emergency meeting began shortly afterwards. Once everyone sat around the oval table, Ves briefly nodded at everyone. "Thank you for staying calm and doing your part. We're in a difficult situation right now, but we can still make it through as long as we work together." Everyone expressed their understanding of the situation. "Now, I have developed a specific strategy to ensure our continued survival on this planet. Much of it has to do with the refugee train I've led. I'm sure you've noticed them all. They're all parked outside the base but haven't made any moves to leave. If I have my way, many of them will become a part of my clan." "What?" Captain Serena Valius of the Glory Seekers looked shocked. "Are you being serious? Much of those lifers outside are degenerates. I don't need to look up their background to know that at least a third of the outfits are small-time gangs that consist of undisciplined mech pilots and other members. Adding them to your ranks is an affront to the honor of your clan." Ves coughed. "You're not a Larkinson, Captain. I don't see how it is your business to suggest how I should run my clan. I'm in the business of survival right now, and that means grasping onto any form of increasing our strength as possible." "Why not make our own mechs then?" Commander Casella Ingvar asked. "Ordinary, we are restricted from fielding too many mechs, but the Planetary Guard can't enforce those rules anymore. Why not look for a mech factory or something and produce some much needed for ourselves? We still have plenty of mech pilots in our midst who are still lacking machines to pilot." Captain Rivington shook his head. "It won't work. I am guessing that you are thinking of making your own classical mechs, right? Have you forgotten where you are? If you want to make or appropriate biomechs, then there are plenty of sites I can highlight for you. If you want to produce classical mechs, then tough luck. The amount of manufacturing sites that can produce conventional mechs is very low on this planet. I certainly haven't heard of any that are near." The newly inducted member of the Larkinson clan made a good point. They were not in an ordinary second-rate state right now. The existing infrastructure on the planet was so geared towards biomechs that it was simply too uneconomical to produce and sell classical mechs. "I agree with Captain Rivington," Ves stated. "When in Rubarth, do as the Rubarthans do. Our current environment doesn't allow us to field more of our own mechs, so we need to adopt local solutions. I understand that it's tough for many of our mech pilots to adapt to biomechs, so that is why I am turning to the locals. Only they can pilot the most ubiquitous kind of mechs on this planet." "Isn't that dangerous? Even if they don't betray us, they will certainly mess up how we run our affairs around here. We don't have enough space and personnel to provide proper guidance to all of these potential newcomers." "Tough luck. We need to deal with it. I would rather have more mechs than maintain the stability of our forces on the ground." Once the people invited to the meeting became accustomed to the idea, their objections weakened. While plenty of people still expected problems, they saw that Ves already formed a full plan. "We need to allocate a lot of personnel to survey and guard against all of the refugees. We can't have them stirring any trouble or picking fights amongst themselves." "I'll take care of it, sir," Commander Casella Ingvar said. "I am currently in charge of all of the base affairs, so I already know who to tap for this priority. Work together with Captain Raina Ember and Captain Cecil Rivington. They are both lifers, current or former, so they can prevent any unfortunate misunderstandings." Both of them looked at each other. "Captain Raina." "Yes, sir?" You're a former lifer who is used to living in dire and desperate circumstances. I want you to take charge of the refugees that are outside our doorstep. I am aware it is a great challenge to keep them all in line, but don't hesitate to borrow the power of our mechs to get your point across. The former pirate and Zona stalker did not look too overwhelmed. I will do my best, sir. Notify me if anything goes wrong. Ves turned to Captain Rivington. Your help is needed as well. While Captain Ember will take care of any affairs concerning the refugees that haven't joined our clan, I want you to take charge of those that do. Since you are one of them, I believe you will do great in making newcomers feel at ease. This was a logical decision. While Captain Rivington didn't even have a good idea of what it was like to be a Larkinson, his loyalty was already assured. He was the right person to help other lifers adjust to their new circumstances. All of this sounds fine, sir, but what if we get attacked by a larger force? Captain Ullman Cross of the Cross clan quizzed. From the intermittent news we receive, there are already reports of hundreds of mechs clashing against each other, and they're not even backed by any of the political factions. What if an organization that is capable of fielding twice as many mechs as the refugees attacks our base? That was a good question. No one had an easy answer to that. Chapter 2842 Limited Strength. Every plan and course of action required a certain amount of strength to complete. Ves wanted to accomplish a lot of goals. Currently, he wished to blast off straight into orbit and fly back all the way to the outer system where he could reunite with his expeditionary fleet. Theoretically, some of the vehicles in the refugee train were able to accomplish this. Perhaps their range was limited since they were primarily designed for atmospheric travel. Due to their organic nature, the small and medium-sized biotransports suffered from a lot of problems once they ventured into space. They suffered from oxygen deficiency if they spent a prolonged time in space. Extreme temperatures assaulted their exteriors. Stellar radiation damaged their cells. The list of issues went on and on. It was much harder to make a biovessel space-worthy. That said, as long as the journey didn't take too long, Ves could easily cope with these issues. While he wasn't able to modify a biovehicle directly, he could grab some spare materials and augment the vehicle with conventional parts. He could armor up a biotransport so that it wore its own spacesuit. He could hollow out such a vehicle and install conventional parts in their place that did the same job but much better. He could even fabricate his own shuttle as long as he had access to a decent workshop along with sufficient raw materials. In fact, the most ideal solution would be to steal a vehicle that was space-worthy from the start. Sadly, pretty much every vessel that satisfied his conditions was in the hands of the prosperous Hill Transportation Service. Due to their monopoly on interplanetary transportation and logistics, all of these excellent biovessels were either in the hands of powerful factions or locked inside highly defended bases. It doesn't even matter if we grab one of those vehicles, Venerable Tusa Billingsley Larkinson snorted. Anyone and their grandmother can shoot it down as long as they have a gun. He was right. Right after the Supreme Revolution broke out, many citizens with means attempted to escape prosperous Hill 6 by launching into space. Even though the fighting had also extended into orbit, as long as any vehicle managed to reach deep space, they would probably get shot down by one of the many thousands of ranged mechs in the surrounding area. In fact, this had already happened plenty of times. Thousands of flaming wrecks rained down from the skies in the first hour alone. Not just shuttles, but also mechs attracted a lot of fire as long as they flew high enough to be noticeable. This was why aerial mechs consistently lowered their altitude throughout their engagements. They didn't want to get sniped by a ranged mech that was situated on the other side of a city. The only way a vehicle would be able to survive the passage into deep space was if it was heavy protected or capable of maintaining stealth. The former was only reserved for bigger factions, while the latter was very challenging from a technical aspect. As a result, it was not feasible for the Larkinsons and their allies to just pack up their bags and leave the planet at the moment. This realization weighed heavily on everyone. They each had the means to flee, but the environment was too dangerous to make the attempt. "We indeed need more strength," Captain Cross said. "No one on this planet is our friend. Aside from the people in our base, we can't trust anyone, not even the refugees that are parked outside of our walls." The refugees had already begun to settle down. Some of them even deployed temporary structures in order to offer some rest or create a workspace to fix their equipment. Yet despite their docile demeanor, everyone in the conference room knew that the refugees could easily turn into enemies. The base occupants had to manage their relations with other people carefully. This applied to every organization and faction on the planet. In a situation where they were cut off from reinforcements and expected to fend for themselves, Ves and his people could hardly afford to provoke too many enemies. The more enemies he attracted, the greater the chance of getting defeated by an overwhelming attack of enemy mechs. "We can't make it on our own with our current level of manpower, supplies, and assets. We are especially short on mechs. If we want to expand our strength, we need to go out to acquire what we need to increase our security and work towards a possible escape route from this planet." Expanding their strength meant getting their hands on more mechs and everything related to them. Ves understood this very early, so he proactively made the first steps by trying to attract refugees. Ves wasn't interested in picking up ordinary strays. The stupid lifers could kill themselves for all he cared. What he truly wanted was to gain the allegiance of existing armed groups. Any small and absorbable organization that possessed mechs like the roving hunters were prime targets in his eyes. As long as they weren't too troublesome or aligned to any troublesome factions, then they were acceptable additions to the Larkinson clan. He highly preferred absorbing these strong but not too stubborn lifers into his clan over merely forming a temporary pact with them. He had no faith in verbal agreements, and he had gotten screwed by them plenty of times in the past. Only an agreement with guarantees could make him feel assured. Goldie's vigilance along with the influencing mechanism of the Larkinson network were ideal in making sure that the new recruits wouldn't do anything detrimental once they joined. When the discussion turned to attracting more refugees, the Larkinsons themselves were okay with it, but the other members of the Golden Skull Alliance did not maintain the same level of confidence. "This is a reckless course of action," Irvine Speffen of the Infinity Guards remarked. "You are gambling on being able to control many different strangers. Your Larkinsons are very different from the average citizen of the LRA. This makes it very challenging to absorb so many lifers at once. You can easily lose control of the situation when the amount of newly added people and biomechs exceed that of your original numbers." The Infinity Guard liaison made a good point. The problem was that Irvine's judgment did not take the Larkinson network into account. Captain Valius and Captain Cross briefly exchanged glances. They had been traveling with the Larkinson clan for some time now. They had observed firsthand how relentlessly the Larkinson clan expanded its ranks. Despite the insane pace of recruitment, the Larkinsons, both old and new, remained remarkably cohesive. It was insane. Only the oldest and most traditional organizations were able to maintain such harmony over so many people. Both the Glory Seekers and the Cross clan had tried to find out how the Larkinsons were able to convert their recruits so easily. They even suspected that the clan made use of illegal brainwashing tech, but the results of their findings turned out to be a bit more nuanced. They learned that glows somehow played a large part in how newer Larkinsons easily blended in with the older ones. The glow of the bright warrior models were particularly key to this process. Did this count as brainwashing? Perhaps, but only if someone considered every form of glow to be brainwashing. This would obviously make LMC mechs illegal, but so far the Mech Trade Association declined to make this judgment. In fact, with how often Master Willix supported the Larkinson patriarch in public, it was clear that the MTA had no intentions of getting in the way. While the glory seekers didn't have much trouble in accepting this outcome, the crossers were not as comfortable. There was something profoundly wrong about subjecting people to an invisible influence in order to alter their behavior. The only reason why the Cross clan didn't confront the Larkinsons about this issue was because Patriarch Reginald Cross didn't really care. The leader just wanted Ves to assist in the design of his ultimate expert mech. Every other issue was secondary to this goal. Since both the Glory Seekers and the Cross clan were already aware of the Larkinson clan's unique advantage, they both agreed to the strategy that Ves had set forth. It didn't matter if the envoy from the Infinity Guards looked confused. The mercenaries weren't completely useless, however. Even if Irvine wasn't aware of how well the Larkinsons were able to absorb newcomers, the Infinity Guards developed numerous connections with local institutions and companies. If I may make a suggestion, I think we should try to band together with foreign organizations who are in the same predicament as yours. Irvine spoke up. He waved his hand to activate a projection of their current area. As you know, this remote region is filled with bases that are rented out to foreigners on a regular basis. While they may not have as many mechs as you wish, these strongholds are filled with useful supplies and equipment. In addition, the mechs they possess are largely made of metal, which is doubtlessly more helpful to a classical mech designer such as yourself, Patriarch. Ves nodded. That's indeed the case. While I have several ideas on how to augment biomechs, I am heavily limited in doing so. I can do so much more with regular mechs, but this is not an urgent priority. The mechs we already possess are already enough to keep myself busy. He activated a projection that listed out the mechs at their disposal. The Larkinsons currently possess 3 bright warriors, 2 ferocious piranhas, a single piranha prime and 2 eternal redemptions. It's too bad we weren't able to bring any transcendent punishers. Ves sighed with regret. The heavy artillery mechs were way too destructive. While the transcendent punishers did not excel at area bombardments, their direct armaments could still deal a devastating amount of damage to any city district. This was why the authorities strictly forbid the use of any artillery mechs on the surface. Ves turned to Captain Valius. At the entrance, I only saw 6 Valkyrie Redeemers. Is that all of the mechs you were able to bring? The Glory Seeker officer grimaced. We requested to bring more, but the inspectors weren't so friendly towards us. They told us that we can't be trusted to control ourselves. The insolence! Those boys should look at themselves in the mirror. The chaos that has swept over this planet is the perfect example why they are wrong. Having heard similar remarks from Gloriana, Ves automatically filtered out the nonsense. While the Valkyrie Redeemers were strong, they were ultimately limited by their numbers. 6 mechs wasn't enough to form a battle formation. What about you? Ves asked the crossers. We have managed to ship 8 of our aerial mechs to the surface. We currently have 3 axeman mechs, 3 rifleman mechs, and 2 light skirmishers. Unlike your multi-environmental mechs, each of our war machines are optimized for aerial combat. Captain Ullman Cross sounded especially proud of that, and he was right to feel this way. Ves was keenly aware that his multi-environmental mechs performed best in space. On land and in the air, they suffered from various constraints. This was an especially serious problem for the Eternal Redemptions. They were so heavy and cumbersome that they were better off planting their feet on the ground. As Ves studied the composition of his main mech force, he began to think what he could do with all of this strength. Chapter 2843 Proven Me Chapter Designer. After a lot of discussion, Ves and the others hadn't managed to come up with a solid plan to evacuate from the planet. They knew too little to commit to any ambitious plans. The entire planet had just descended into chaos, and nothing was right anymore. For now, the stranded people focused on more immediate goals. Everyone recognized that they urgently needed to expand their strength. Acquiring more mechs and resources sat at the forefront of their minds. The Infinity Guards were already in the process of establishing contact with their local contacts and business partners. The mercenaries had visited this planet plenty of times in the past, and according to the usual methods of large mercenary companies, built up relations.I.P.S. with reliable service providers in order to fulfill routine demands. Ves didn't have much hope that the Infinity Guards would succeed. While the Star Strider Security Group was a massive organization, much of that was irrelevant right now. Much of the strength of the 14th Fleet of the Star Striders was located elsewhere. Right now, the Infinity Guards on the surface only had 8 mechs at their disposal. This was hardly enough to earn the respect of serious partners. This was why Ves banked much more on gathering the power of a collective. There were many different individual forces on the planet that were having difficulty keeping their heads on their shoulders with all of the fighting going on. Having a handful of mechs allowed these groups to lord it over regular citizens, but they were unable to resist any of the serious players rampaging across the surface. Not everyone believed that this was a viable plan. The difficulty of organizing so many different groups increased drastically as their numbers increased. Ves didn't pay too much mind about everyone's doubts. He had confidence in his clan's ability to absorb so many newcomers. Of course, that did not mean that it was easy to expand his clan with lots of new members. Ves and the Larkinson clan were very controversial among the locals. He knew that in order to succeed, he had to pass a very difficult test. The refugees outside our doorstep must become a part of my clan. This was not going to be easy. While some groups already pledged to join, there were plenty more who expressed misgivings about appending their entire lives. People like Oliver Vlambeer were so attached to their states that they had no intentions to leave. Right now, Ves hadn't figured out the right approach yet. This was why he left this issue to Captain Raina Ember and Captain Cecil Rivington. Both of them were originally lifers who knew their own people a lot better than any other Larkinson. After the meeting, Captain Ember approached him in order to discuss potential solutions. I've gone through the descriptions of who the refugees are and where they hail from. I've noticed that all of them are city folk. What do you mean by that? They're quite picky, the Black Cat officer emphasized. Compared to people who live in more remote areas, the refugees you've picked up may be in a sorry state, but they still have the pride and arrogance of a lifer who live in one of the greatest cities of their state. Violin is not only a major population center, but also an iconic cultural center as well. It's a city where many local dramas take place. The people here are quite proud of their city, their planet, and their star system. Oh. Ves encountered people like that before. A lot of Benthimers used to obsess about how they were better than other Brighters, and how the central government was stealing their wealth. The strong feelings of some citizens of Bentheim sometimes became so extreme that they even rebelled against the Bright Republic. Still, resorting to Vincent of all people left a bad taste in his mouth. Ves found it hard to take the legless expert candidate seriously. Yet he also remembered that Vincent was good at befriending people. He was already known for this in the Larkinson clan. In the end, he decided to refer Vincent to Captain Ember and Captain Rivington. If Vincent was able to help in any way, then that was great. If the results were less than ideal, then the two former lifers could always kick the idiot aside. After discussing their initial handling of the refugees, Ves parted with the two and left the building. After a long day of trying to fight his way out of the city, Ves was exhausted. He had just finished a design duel beforehand, so he had already gone through a lot of drastic events. While much of his mind was occupied with how to solve his current problems, he did not forget about the gains he made when he was declared the winner of the design duel. His spirituality had grown stronger. He knew this even if he didn't bring up the system's status. His mind had grown a little more vigorous, and he felt he could do a little more with the spiritual energy at his disposal. Aside from that, his design philosophy and his thoughts surrounding it had taken another step forward as well. This was even more important to him. His design philosophy defined the mechs he developed. Any change, no matter how small, would have a profound impact on how his products would look. My mechs are more alive than mechs that are made of flesh and blood. He spoke these words with the strength and confidence of a mech designer who put this premise to the test and succeeded in proving that he was right. Avoiding competition and trying to evade challenges might give mech designers more peace of mind, but these were ultimately signs of weakness. A strong and confident mech designer did not shy away from a confrontation. In fact, it was only when a mech designer collided against another peer that various truths and insights about their chosen specialty would truly appear. For example, the recent design duel put a very high focus on how the concept of life defined his mechs. Ves always considered his mechs to be alive, but his definition for this word had always been rather abstract. This was no fault of his own. He simply never encountered anyone who challenged him on this aspect. Sure, there were plenty of people who denied that his mechs were alive, but he dealt with these doubters easily enough. What he truly needed was someone coming up with a competing idea of what a living mech should be. Despite all of the accidents that took place on this trip, Ves felt it was still worth it considering the crucial insights he harvested. After witnessing and confronting a biomech designer who adhered to an entirely different perspective of living mechs, Ves knew he did not have to be careful anymore about calling his mechs alive. An unknown shackle had broken off from his mentality. Before, he always felt that biomechs may have had a more legitimate claim to the term of living mech, but now he learned firsthand that biomechs weren't all that magical. While they were exotic in many ways, their actual effectiveness was much less exciting than he initially thought. Biomechs are just another form of mechs, he muttered to himself. They are not game changers, nor do they pose a threat to my own products. Even if there were fantastic biomech designers who could design much better products such as Master Klein, Ves did not feel inferior. He bet that he could design something considerably stronger than any powerful biomech designer once he reached their level of strength. Of course, he had a long road ahead before he reached this point. It would take many decades before he could play with the big boys. After navigating to another structure, Ves reached his bedroom and sat on his bed. He was still wearing his unending regalia, so he did not feel any additional comfort at the moment. Even though he was in the center of his own base, Ves still insisted on wearing protection. The thought of wearing his combat armor continuously for several weeks on end did not make him happy, but he had little choice. There were too many threats on this planet that could kill him up close and from afar. Meow. Ves turned his gaze to the side and saw that Lucky had already left his shoulder. The gem cat jumped onto a pillow and settled on it. He needed a long rest after exhausting his phasing ability. I hope you get well soon. I have a lot of work in store for you. Your infiltration ability is vital in scouting our potential allies and enemies. Meow. Hey, don't complain. I still haven't forgotten about the gem, you know. You promised several times to deliver something to me, but I haven't seen you working your BUTT at all in the past month. Where the hell are you putting all of the exotics you eat? Lucky didn't want to talk to Ves about this. The indignant cat turned his slender body around and deliberately closed his eyes. Well, whatever. A gem wouldn't help Ves much right now. He still had a handful of them left, but it was too wasteful to implant them in any of the mechs at his disposal. The performance boost wouldn't make a difference in any large-scale combat involving hundreds of mechs. Before Ves planned to take a brief nap in order to reset his mind, someone requested to enter his room. "Come in," he said while gesturing Nita to unlock the entrance. Venerable Tusa stepped forward. Ordinarily, Ves would have been surprised at his entry, but he already sensed the expert pilot's force of will approaching beforehand. "What's the matter, Tusa?" "I'd like to make a request. I already discussed this before with Commander Casella, but she did not have good words to say about my idea." This sounded serious. Ves sat back up on his bed. "So you thought of going over her head?" "Yup." Tusa shamelessly smiled. "Here's the thing, Ves. I feel a bit constricted in this base. Sure, I know how my presence helps with stabilizing the people and all, but staying in a single place is not my preference. Janzi is much more suited to hold the fort." "Are you asking permission to take the Piranha Prime and go on a patrol or something?" "Not exactly. I do want to take my mech out for a spin, but I don't want to fly circles around this base. I want to go further. There's an entire city in the distance that is engulfed in war. I want to reach it and see what I can do to help us, whether it is finding new allies, scouting possible enemies, or finding valuable loot. I know it sounds risky and all, but I can take care of myself. No one is able to mess with me when I'm piloting my Piranha Prime, especially if there aren't any expert mechs in the field." This was a radical proposal. Ves was taken aback by how willing Venerable Tusa embraced the unknown. Ves and Janzi had just struggled to distance themselves from Vialine. It was absurd for anyone to do the opposite, especially alone. "The risks are too great, Tusa. While the ferocious Piranha and its prime variant is capable of going solo, Vialine is way too dangerous. A metallic mech like yours is way too conspicuous on this planet. Its glow will also attract a lot of unneeded attention. Do you truly think you can handle yourself in the chaos?" Venerable Tusa's gaze remained steady. "Yes." Chapter 2844 Logistical Mismatch. Of all of the ideas he heard today, the one suggested by Venerable Tusa was the most absurd. There was strength in numbers. Ves knew this. Every other Larkinson knew it. Even his opponents on the planet were aware of this universal truth. This was also the reason why Ves was greedy for more biomechs and the people that piloted them. Biomechs and their accompanying pilots were worth far more than exotics and other ordinary goods at this time. The more mechs his side accu.mulat, the smaller the chance of getting defeated by someone else. Gathering more mechs was the number one priority of Ves and his allies who were stranded on the surface. "Do you think you can take over the entire planet by yourself?" Ves asked. His befuddlement was clear to see. "Do you think you're some kind of lone wanderer who can solve the conflict by yourself? Do you see yourself as a courier who can deliver peace to the masses? What if our base falls without our assistance? You'll be the sole survivor of our people on this war-racked planet." Venerable Tusa did not look admonished. His expression was as firm as ever. "I know it sounds risky, but I think we can gain much more if I split off and explore on my own. I'm good at this. You know that. I can take care of myself, especially when I have the ferocious Piranha. If you feel I really won't be able to make it on my own, you can assign some mechs to me. They'll slow me down, but as long as they carry some supplies, I can do a lot more in the field." "Absolutely not. We need those mechs to defend our base and participate in any ambitious plans we might have. We cannot afford to divert a single mech to you. Everyone else isn't as confident in being able to survive on their own. In fact, I'm still doubting whether you are as good as you say. You've never gone on a solo operation like this, right?" "I've gone through my fair share of excitement during the Bright Visual War. Remember that? I'm a former soldier, you know. I have the training. I know what to watch out for and how to take care of myself when I'm alone. That training only applied to third-class mechs operating in third-class environments, Ves retorted. Battlefields in second-rate states are much more dangerous. There are way more threats you need to watch out for, especially on a planet that is filled with unfamiliar biotechnology. Venerable Tusa crossed his arms and leaned on one of his legs. I won't be of much use if I stay here. Sure, I can contribute a lot to the defense of our base. I'll give you that. Yet the point I'm trying to make is that I can do more if I am out there, finding new allies and directing potential new recruits to head over here to join our clan. A part of me yearns to head over the city. This is calling, Ves. When the expert pilot spoke those words, his force of will seemed to resonate with his voice. Ves could sense the powerful will and desire in the statement. Venerable Tusa spoke with his heart, and did not get swayed at all by any doubts. This was the troublesome aspect of expert pilots. Ves already glowered when he realized that his arguments would never have any effect. While Ves had the power and authority to deny Tusa's request, the harm it would cause was quite great. The expert pilot would just feel restricted and blame his inability to follow his D.E.S.I.R.es on the person responsible for shackling him in place. This was one of the worst things that Ves could do to an expert pilot that prized freedom and the ability to decide his own fate. Fine, Ves said with obvious reluctance. I'll give you permission to go out there. Just be mindful of the endurance and operating time of your mech. While the Piranha Prime is an upgraded variant of the base model, its energy reserves are not that much better. Its special armor may allow you to block many attacks, but it won't do you any good if your mech runs out of power because you fought too intensely. You don't need to remind me of that, Ves. This is Mech Piloting 101. I'll carry some extra supplies as I go in. I don't want to run out of energy cells too soon. Both of them discussed how the Piranha Prime should be equipped and piloted to make the most out of this solo reconnaissance mission. Ves dug up his memories on how he modified and configured the Piranha Prime and made some small suggestions that could extend the operating time of the Prime mech. If you want to conserve energy, then don't take flight, Ves advised. The ferocious piranha doesn't waste too much energy when moving through space because it doesn't have to fight against gravity. Here, anytime you lift your mech in the air, it constantly has to exert downwards thrust in order to keep a lot of tons worth of metal and alloy in the air. Compared to running on land, flight is inherently inefficient. It's fast, though. If I accelerate forward as fast as possible and reach my destination in a fraction of the time it takes to travel over land, will I save more energy this way? Ves frowned. He performed some rapid calculations with the help of his implant. It depends. Some cities and busy environments are much harder to traverse, but even if the streets are all straight and even, you will still waste a lot more energy if you fight in the air. That's not a problem if you are fighting within range of easy resupply, but if you are all alone in the field, I'll make it back in time. After Venerable Tusa received a couple more tips on how to handle his mech, the expert pilot quickly left. Now that he got what he wanted, he couldn't wait to see what he could do on his own. No one came to visit Ves after that, so he gladly took the opportunity to take a much-needed rest. He had gone through so many different ordeals today that he didn't feel confident if he continued to work without rest. Even though there were many sensitive priorities on his plate, Ves learned that he was never able to address all of his items on his to-do list. Time is precious, but having a good mentality is even more precious. The best way to get around the constraints of lack of time was to work smarter. In order to do that, he needed to refresh his mind. When Ves began to slumber on his bed with his combat armor sealing his body, Lucky yawned and began to move himself a bit closer. Meow. A few hours later, Ves woke up and had a brief breakfast while listening to a report. "We've inducted more refugees into the clan a few hours ago, sir," Commander Casella reported. "Most of the Trezin showstoppers and the right-siders welcomed the opportunity to become a part of us, but just as before, not all of their ranks agreed with the decision of the majority." Ves dismissively waved his hand. "We don't need to care too much about these doubters. Since they're too reluctant to join our clan, they're not the kind of people who we can rely on in a fight. We don't need to try too hard to persuade these doubters. You can say that for most of the refugees parked outside. By the way, word about that has already spread. 3 more refugee groups have made their way over here." "Huh! More have arrived?" Casella nodded. "They were already in the area or witnessed the passage of your refugee train. While the newcomers aren't sure what we're actually doing, they just want to take comfort in the safety that hundreds of mechs can provide." After discussing a few issues with regards to accepting other newcomers, they quickly changed the subject to another important matter. "The roving hunters are complaining about their inability to service their biomechs. The biomech technicians that we've accepted are all saying that there is little they can do to repair the Pterygon, the Blue Star, the Peringer, and the Optimon. All of the mech infrastructure in this base is meant to service classical mechs. We don't have the capability to perform work on any biomech, and this is going to be a serious problem going forward." Ves understood the gravity of her message. "Since our current plan calls for quickly expanding our strength by acquiring a lot of mechs, we can't get around the reality that we'll be having a lot of biomechs on our hands." This was a serious matter. The mechs of the roving hunters were all hurt and could no longer fight as well as before. While they could heal many light to moderate injuries on their own, it took way too long for the biomechs to heal by relying on their natural regeneration alone. At the very least, they all had to supply a lot of nutrients to the hungry biomechs in order to support their healing process. "Ugh!" Ves palmed his face after he realized the depth of this issue. "Gentle Lotus Base isn't set up to service biomechs at all, right?" "That's correct. The infrastructure required to turn this site into a location where we can maintain and repair a lot of biomechs is a huge endeavor. At the very least, we need a biomech designer or a bioindustrial engineer to form a plan to set up the required facilities. Then we need to go out and bring back an immense amount of industrial goods and equipment. Then we have to put it all together to form lots of feeder pools and other necessities required to service biomechs." All of that sounded extremely cumbersome. Building an entirely new biomech processing facility took months or even years. There was no way that Ves could wait that long to achieve results. "This won't work, Casella. It's an enormous waste of time and energy for us to build something that we are not even good at. Rather than trying to build our own biomech facility, we should take over an existing one. There are plenty of places like that on this planet." "Those are our thoughts as well, sir. We have already tasked our intelligence personnel with locating and scouting any nearby biomech facilities that can allow us to service our growing collection." She called up a map of the local province and pointed out several possible interesting locations. Ves rubbed his smooth-shaven chin. "Moving away from Gentle Lotus Base is a big endeavor. We might not have any fancy biotech, but this place is fairly remote and secure. In part, this is because there is nothing to fight for in this boring place. Once we move back closer to the city in order to take over one of its biomech facilities, we'll be painting another target on our backs. I don't think I need to explain why." Commander Casella understood the implications. The most valuable assets of any force on this planet are biomechs and mech pilots. Yet they can only fight 1 or 2 battles before they require servicing in order to regain their peak condition. A strong force could easily become feeble and weak if it doesn't have access to any facilities that can keep their war machines in shape. Right now, this wasn't a serious concern, but Ves could already predict that this would become a huge issue in time. Any organization that simply fought with abandon but did not pay attention to this problem would definitely pay for it later on. Only those who were far-sighted enough to secure a precious facility would have the capital to continue to fight on this planet. Ves had to follow suit. Staying in Gentle Lotus Base would only weaken his forces over time. If he wanted to increase his agency during this crisis, then he couldn't get around this necessity. It looks like we'll have to abandon this place then. Chapter 28:45 Insular People. The Piranha Prime left the base after loading up on extra supplies. In order to minimize its energy usage, Venerable Tusa disabled or lowered the power setting of numerous systems. The mech also carried a customized backpack module that it was able to dump onto the ground whenever it needed to fight. The backpack was filled with extra energy cells and other supplies. It didn't take too much effort for Ves to cobble it together in a way that molded it to the form of the light mech without shifting its balance too much. He also made a few other tweaks to the Piranha Prime in order to increase its performance when it had its feet on the ground. I hope he manages to make it back. Ves worryingly sighed. Venerable Tusa prepared extensively for this trip, Commander Casella said as she stood by his side. He studied the map of Violene and memorized every noteworthy location. We also held several discussions on how he should respond when faced with difficult situations. He's not going in blind. All of that sounds great, but there's no way you can anticipate every possible outcome. I hope that Tusa doesn't make any stupid decisions over the course of his adventure. The departure of Tusa caused the base to lose a powerful defender. The Piranha Prime's unique properties were extremely well suited to the current situation. It had the power to break up entire formations and challenge even the most powerful opponents, as long as they weren't expert mechs. If any hostile party launched an attack on the base while the Piranha Prime was away, then the defenders would certainly suffer greater casualties due to lacking a core mech. Venerable Tusa knew this, but he still insisted on going on a solo jaunt. From his perspective, the intelligence and other assistance that he was able to provide in the field was far more valuable than staying in place. For example, the expert pilot could be on the lookout for any large troop movements that could pose a threat to Gentle Lotus Base. He was also tasked with scouting several nearby biomech production and servicing facilities. The latter task was especially important. Due to the breakdown in central communications, Ves and the rest no longer had access to real-time data on what was happening throughout the planet. The only way to get a solid look at various locations was to dispatch scouts. In order to make sure that the stranded Larkinsons obtained the data they needed to stay on top of the situation, they also dispatched lots of scouting drones. Hundreds of small bird-sized drones spread in every direction. Each of them acted on specific programming that told them to scout a complex route that wouldn't give anything away if any of them got captured. Ves didn't have much hope in the drones. There were too many methods to detect, interfere, or shoot them down. However, it was worth sending them out if even 1% of these disposable drones returned. After seeing the ferocious piranha off, Ves re-entered the base and began to inspect the few metallic mechs that were currently off-duty. With the departure of the Prime Mech, the Larkinsons on the ground only had 7 LMC mechs at their disposal. This was a depressingly small number, and the implications would have been worse if the Glory Seekers and the Cross Clan failed to bring their mechs as well. As it was, the base occupants were still able to keep their footing with the mechs they currently had at their disposal, but only barely. The refugee camp that the escapees from Violene had erected outside of the base posed a latent threat. For this reason, Ves emphasized the importance of converting the refugees into Larkinsons. So far, this process was slow going, but that was mostly because the clan had already absorbed the most willing groups early on. The remaining lifer citizens still had too many misgivings. I never really thought about it, but after spending time with fellow Larkinsons, it seems obvious now. My former people are too insular. Captain Rivington said with a wry expression. The LRA forms the center of their reality. Whatever lies beyond is alien and unfathomable. The people who come from other states are so alien to lifers that we can't even understand why they cling to tech that is centered around cold hard metal instead of warm and reassuring flesh. VS looked puzzled. I can understand if lifers from a rural settlement think that way, but aren't you exaggerating a bit when it comes to the citizens of this planet? Prosperous Hill is a port system. This planet alone is a nexus of trade, and lots of foreigners conduct transactions here all of the time. That's true, but you overestimate how often the people here get exposed to foreigners. Visitors and traders like you only show up in downtown Vialine. Outside of the city center, the less exciting districts are almost indistinguishable from an ordinary domestic settlement. Every citizen lives in the same bubble as everyone else. With few or no opportunities to meet and interact with foreigners, they don't really know what foreigners like you are truly like except what other people have told them. I'm sure you can imagine how well that goes. This indeed sounded troublesome. The Larkinson clan adopted an open and tolerant culture because it was made up of people with many different origins. It was also vital for every clansman to learn how to cope with strangers with radically different outlooks of life. Otherwise, how could the Larkinsons ever be able to survive in the Red Ocean? Being able to make friends with strangers would likely become a vital survival skill in the new frontier. The lifers didn't have to do all this. Since they only intended to live in the same state, star system, or planet for their entire lives, they had no need to be tolerant and open-minded. Instead, their society encouraged them to put their own people and values above everything else, because this was an easy way to maintain internal cohesion. Their strong pride in their identities as lifers is the greatest obstacle we face right now, Captain Rivington explained. While Captain Ember and I are slowly working to draw out the most desperate and most open-minded among the refugees, I'm not optimistic we'll be able to win over more than half of the people camped outside. How many mechs are we missing out on, then? That figure changes every day, particularly since we are receiving a trickle of new refugees every day. For now, we're talking in the range of 100 biomechs. Most of them aren't impressive in terms of performance, but they can still contribute in any battle. This was a serious difference. VS hated the thought that there were so many biomechs within reach, but ultimately wasn't under his control. If any battle commenced, then these cowards would be the first to flee. Since they didn't owe anything to the Larkinson clan, they were under no obligation at all to risk their lives and expend their precious assets to fight someone else's battle. The only way to remedy this was to turn them into Larkinsons themselves. This way, any attack on the Larkinsons turned into their battle as well. VS looked sharply at the former competitive team leader. Do you have any good ideas on how to convince these stubborn lifers that they're better off with joining our clan? The man grimaced. I don't have any good solutions at the moment. The insularity that I've talked about makes it difficult to get anything through their skulls. Even though they already lost their homes and livelihoods, the most stubborn refugees still insist that the government will make everything right. The government can't even take care of itself. These lifers are delusional, VS contemptuously remarked. They were at an impasse here. Ordinary measures wouldn't work. No matter what kind of logic or persuasive argument they used, closed-minded people simply wouldn't bother to listen. VS encountered these types of people many times in his life. His wife was a good example of that when it came to Hexer matters. He knew that only powerful or forceful means were capable of penetrating through their thick skulls. He didn't want to leave this problem unaddressed. Since I can't use force, maybe I can use a more subtle means. VS came up with an interesting idea, but in order to implement it, he had to explore what the refugees were like. So far, he hadn't spent any time with them after returning to his base. He called up Lucky and all of his honor guards. He also requested a couple of bright warriors to accompany him from afar. Due to the impressive appearance of his unending regalia, there was no way for him to hide his identity. The people who sat at the edge of the refugee camp already noticed his arrival and quickly began to spread word. "These people are certainly industrious," Ves commented as he saw the refugees begin to talk and gossip about him. Not everything they said was nice. "If these Larkinsons didn't visit our state, we wouldn't have lost our homes. Look at how scared he is of us. He doesn't even dare to expose his face. The stronger and thicker the armor, the more the wearer is afraid. Don't fear him. Pity him instead. Stay away from him. He's no friend of ours. According to the galactic net, everything he says is a lie. You can't trust any foreigner, but this guy is worse than everyone else." Ves accepted to hear some snide remarks towards him, but he didn't think it would be so bad. The lifers, despite sheltering right outside gentle Lotus Base, possessed remarkably little gratitude towards the people who helped them escape the dangerous city. While there were plenty of people who had better words to say about him, the stupid and negative remarks already convinced him that he should not be lenient towards these people. He resolved to treat them better once they became a part of the Larkinson clan. As long as they saw the light, he could forget about their prior opinions. As Ves and his guards stepped close, anyone nearby conspicuously stepped aside. No one wanted to mess with the heavily armed guards that were constantly on the lookout for possible threats. The bright warriors looming at the back could not follow Ves inside. When the refugees settled on this location, they made use of hastily erected structures made out of scavenged debris or some sort of fast-growing tree product to form a chaotic town. The refugees clearly didn't discuss their plans with each other because the structures were all placed that did not make sense when taken as a whole. Children ran along the uneven corridors. Their parents were either sitting uselessly outside or busy with performing the tasks that were necessary to keep the camp running. None of them wanted to speak to Ves. His honor guard alone was enough to deter anyone from getting within 10 meters of him. His intention to talk to the locals in a comfortable setting obviously wouldn't work at this rate. Just as he thought about sending away his guards, an object launched from the top of a nearby tree structure and rapidly approached his position. Ves didn't do anything. He merely waited as his honor guards already made their moves. The gravitic projector wasn't able to contain all of the released acid, so plenty of drops and splashes managed to spread to the sides and splatter onto the roof of a tree building. The affected organic structure quickly started to sizzle. Chapter 2846 Turbulent Emotions. Whoever attempted to assassinate Ves should have known better. People as wealthy and powerful as him always enjoyed multiple layers of protection. Outside of his honor guard and the mechs on standby further back, the feeble attack had no chance of getting through his shield generators and his unending regalia. Meow! Lucky had instantly jumped from the unending regalia and became fully alert. Nita and the rest of the guards had also adopted a more high-strung posture as they tried to watch out for follow-up attacks. Ves waved everyone down. "Don't do anything rash. The attack didn't do any harm and we don't know who's responsible for setting this trap. Sir, I advise you to pull back," Nita insistently urged. "These locals have already shown that they are willing to act out on their dangerous impulses. It's highly likely that they have prepared other traps." "I'm aware of that, but do you really think they can threaten us?" Ves sneered behind his helmet. "If we turn away, we will only leave a weak impression behind. Our goal of convincing these locals to join our clan will become a lot harder if everyone thinks that we're a bunch of cowards." "That's a dangerous argument, sir. You are willfully ignoring a safety warning in order to fulfill another objective. Is it worth it for you to continue to risk your life?" "I'll be fine. Consider this as a test. Each of you have missed this trap until it had already triggered. I expect better next time. The acid grenade should have never been launched at me to begin with. Its payload could have been much more dangerous. The honor guards recognized their failure. Their sensors were highly geared towards detecting conventional threats, but biotechnology presented dangers that none of them were familiar with. Even though they had already tweaked the settings of their sensor systems to be on the lookout for biological threats, it was clear their database on biological threats possessed some serious gaps. This was not a problem that they could solve in the field. The honor guards had no choice but to pay more attention and watch every angle. Meow meow? Don't bother. I can already tell that whoever set this trap was probably far away. Using the sensors of his unending regalia, he could spot a small and camouflaged launching mechanism at the top of the tree structure. Perhaps the Larkinsons might be able to trace who was responsible for setting it up by watching the security recordings, but Ves didn't plan to make any moves in person. The assassination attempt was so primitive that he didn't even feel the urge to take revenge. Compared to the powerful enemies he faced on a regular basis, a single discontented lifer did not even register on his mind. Meow. Since Ves didn't feel bothered, Lucky relaxed as well. The cat knew that Ves was almost impossible to harm when he was wearing his combat armor. Ves continued his mostly silent tour. The only difference was that his honor guard acted much more proactively. They did not just approach various structures in order to sweep them for any hidden weapons, but also pushed any loitering refugees back. None of this fostered any goodwill towards him and his clan. The lifers who disliked him took what happened as proof that he was an oppressor. Those that didn't hold any strong opinions towards the Larkinson clan began to develop a negative impression. Even the small number of people who previously thought about applying to join the Larkinson clan were having second thoughts. This was not conducive to his goal of persuading the refugees to join his side. Perhaps the harm he was doing to his image by continuing on his tour was worse than turning back from the start. Yet Ves still insisted on walking through the entire refugee camp on foot. He didn't even shy away from the dormant or patrolling biomechs. With the level of protection he currently enjoyed, not even mechs could kill him right away. Damn cowards! He muttered under his breath. A part of him even looked forward to seeing what would happen if a refugee mech pilot pulled the trigger. The fact that none of the lifer mech pilots were stupid and brave enough to make the attempt diminished his opinion of the refugees even further. Is that it? He asked as he explored everything there was to see. The refugee camp was interesting. Even though it was only a short time since they settled down, the displaced citizens were already trying to pick up their lives in any way possible. They erected bars, restaurants, basic biotech repair facilities, and even set up a school to keep restless teenagers busy. While Ves admired their proactiveness, the fact that these refugees were so quick to set up a new town for themselves spoke volumes about their desire to return to their previous lives. What do you think about the people in the camp, Lucky? Meow. Lucky flipped his tail. Yeah. Their priorities aren't straight. If I was in their place, I would be looking to dig underground bunkers or something. It's much safer for them to shelter beneath the surface and out of sight. No one liked to get caught up in a war brewing near their old homes. Numerous refugees had already lost family or friends. Not everyone was able to cope as well with the losses than others, and some even channeled their negative emotions in worrisome directions. All in all, these people are quite sad. The emotions he sensed and the impressions he gained informed his next decision. When Captain Rivington informed him of the difficulty of persuading many of the locals to join his clan, Ves thought about how he could change that without earning Venerable Janzi's ire. The solution he came up with was making use of glows. This is what I'm good at. There aren't many mech designers who can surpass my ability to sway other people. Of course, this didn't mean that VS intended to assign a couple of his LMC mechs right in the middle of the refugee camp. That would just increase everyone's opinion that the Larkinsons were oppressing the poor citizens. Besides, I don't have any suitable mechs for the job at the moment, he muttered. The ferocious piranhas would drive everyone away. The eternal redemptions repelled men like the plague. His bright warriors were much more suitable, but not enough. They weren't as offensive to people as his other mechs, and they might be able to project a more welcoming presence if VS switched out their design spirits. Yet that did not change the fact that they were killing machines. Mechs aren't teddy bears. VS had to find a way to expose the refugees to glows that would lower their vigilance towards the Larkinson clan and increase the odds of winning them over. I have an excellent solution in mind. Once he returned to the base, he visited one of its workshops and began to gather some materials together. Before he went to work, he activated a design interface and sketched a simple statue. The solution that VS had settled upon was making several totems. What do these people need? What will bring them the most relief? He had several design spirits that could have a calming effect on people. Some were more exclusive than others, but depending on how he tweaked his totems, he could fine-tune any glow in order to alter their properties to an extent. Which design spirit should he choose first? If these people are too caught up by their own grief, they won't be receptive to joining our clan. My first totem should pull them out of their depression. He briefly thought about using the Solemn Guardian. It always had a great effect on raising people's morale. However, VS quickly shook his head. This is an awful idea. The Solemn Guardian will only make these lifers even more loyal to their state. What VS needed to do was to calm their extreme emotions, and there was no better design spirit to accomplish this than Lufa. Speaking of Lufa, I haven't really used him all that much, he muttered. The design spirit formed an integral spiritual component of the Doom Guard and Ferocious Piranha models, but those mechs did not reflect the spiritual product's true inclinations. VS believed that his design spirits always fared best when they watched over a mech design that mirrored their identity. For example, the Crystal Lord matched the Ilu.S. Trias one. The Aurora Titan fit Kalanxo like a glove. Much of these cases came about because VS expressly designed a mech that corresponded to a design spirit, or vice versa. He even applied the same approach to Lufa, but for various reasons he never got around to releasing the Sanctuary model. I've been so busy that I never really examined how my third-class mechs are faring in the hands of my customers. To be honest, VS hesitated whether he should release the Sanctuary at all. His current products were selling well as far as he knew, and introducing a mech that negated other glows would certainly lead to a huge amount of disruption. I'll think about this later. He threw these distracting thoughts aside and proceeded with fabricating a couple of totems. None of them were particularly big or imposing. They merely depicted Lufa as he envisioned it. The white composite material portrayed the peaceful design spirit with a solemn and pure demeanor. He made 4 statues in total, which he planned to place in the 4 corners outside of the refugee camp. The reason why he decided against placing them directly in the camp was because that was too forceful. Making the lifers feel as if he was forcing them to enjoy his glows was counterproductive. I need to lure them over on their own accord. VS believed that the value that Lufa could provide to the distressed was powerful enough to do the job. Even he felt calmer and more at peace with himself as he became affected by Lufa's presence. Of course, he could easily block this influence from affecting him if he wanted to. His mental strength was considerable, and he would be damned before he allowed one of his own creations to screw him over. After finishing the 4 statues, Ves admired his craftsmanship for a few minutes before calling in Captain Rivington to hear what he had to say about his work. The moment the former mech athlete became affected by Lufa's glow, all of the tension in his body faded away. He closed his eyes in contentment as he relished in the opportunity to rid himself of his mental burdens, if only for a moment. "Are these some of your famous statues, sir?" Ves nodded. "Well, I don't know whether I deserve any fame for making them, but yes, they are mine." "I heard you made a much greater and more impressive statue for the Hexers." "Skip the flattery and tell me what you think about these 4 statues. As you are obviously feeling right now, I've imbued them with something special that makes them more than simple ornaments. Do you think they will be able to inspire the refugees to reduce their objections towards us and increase their chances of following in your footsteps?" Captain Rivington put careful thought in his answer. He continued to bask in the glow of the totems as he looked up to them with a contemplative expression. Eventually, he shook his head. "No." "What? Why not?" "Don't get me wrong. These statues are amazing. It's just that they're not organic. You've seen our city, right? Have you ever spotted a statue that was made out of metal or stone?" "Now that I think about it, no. I haven't encountered any statues that look like these in Vieline. While my former state prefers to rely on natural growth to decorate a space, any statues made must be organic. They're either made out of flesh, bone, or wood. These marble-like statues of yours are too static and clinical. I can tell you that few refugees are willing to approach these foreign-style statues." Chapter 2847 New Incarnations. The feedback from Captain Rivington exposed a serious flaw. Ves invested his time to craft several totems in the form of decent-sized statues in Lufa's likeness. During the creation process, he constantly had the tranquil design spirit in mind, which meant that the finished products all possessed weak spiritual foundations that were nonetheless capable of holding a design spirit. He thought that he created a way to encourage the refugees to let go of their past bonds and consider joining up with the Larkinson clan. Yet throughout this entire process, Ves never questioned the basic assumption of whether his target audience would even like his statue. In any other state, Ves was extremely confident that his artistic abilities would be able to win the appreciation of the locals. In the LRA, his usual art style fell completely flat. Now that he thought about it, not even his mechs earned as much appreciation from the public at the time of the design duel. These damn lifers. These biotech-obsessed people were way too different for his liking. They were so abnormal compared to humans living in the rest of human space that they should have been classified as aliens. There was a limit to how far a human could diverge from the norm of his race. When Ves realized that his work had to be adapted to local sensibilities, Captain Rivington suggested that he call over a biomech technician. A technician that used to work for the roving hunters reported to the workshop. "You've called, sir?" a skinny man with pale hair asked. "This is Dr. Robert Swindell," Rivington introduced. "Back when all of this happened, he was the specialist I always turned to whenever I needed to alter the appearance of one of my biomechs. He had a major influence on the current looks of the Tarragon, Blue Star, Optimum, and other mechs." Ves looked at Dr. Swindell with much more respect. While the newcomer looked nerdy enough to deserve this distinguished title, it was odd that someone who studied at one of the LRA's famed biotech-oriented institutions took on such a low position. Dr. Swindell responded with a rueful smile. "There are famous universities and there are not-so-famous universities in our state. I attended one of the latter ones, sir. It still teaches all of the basics, but its curriculum and teaching are not as extensive, partially so that students with no implants or low-quality implants can keep up. The majority of the graduates of my class went on to become biomech technicians. Only the most brilliant ones started a career in biomech design. Did the latter ones succeed? No. The man who was slightly older than Ves replied. They all failed to attract enough capital, let alone design a biomech that would attract enough customers. Everyone pretty much already knew this would happen, but we can always dream. Ves smiled. That is true. I admire their boldness. That said, such an exceptionally poor record did not put Swindell's school in a good light. What do you specialize in exactly? Well, I studied enough biomech design to know the basics of how they are put together, sir. I have worked with enough biomechs to learn how I can shape their tissue. I can manipulate flesh and other organic tissue so that they retain most of their properties while taking on a different shape, color, or texture. I see. That sounded interesting. From how Ves understood it, Dr. Swindell trained himself into becoming a cosmetic surgeon for biomechs of sorts. This was doubtlessly a necessity for a competitive team that had to take great care in the appearances of their competitive mechs. The most popular mechs in the arena always looked good. Each team aspired to be regarded as heroes or at least town favorites by presenting their mechs with as much beauty and flair as possible. Ves asked a couple more questions to Dr. Swindell. The biomech technician explained the procedures he could perform, and how extensively he could shape organic tissue to take on a desired shape. Cosmetic alteration was a highly developed field in human civilization. Even before the Age of Stars, humanity already came up with many ways to beautify someone's appearance. That trend continued on all the way up to the present day. Therefore, Dr. Swindell was able to learn several different methods and techniques that could make a lot of changes without needing too much tech or sophisticated materials. Ves pointed towards his 4 Bieri statues. The reason why I requested your presence here is to find out whether you can help me with a problem. Can you cover these statues with living flesh and make them look as if they are actual angels in the flesh? The cosmetic specialist had already noticed the totems beforehand, but he wasn't close enough to be affected by their glows. This was deliberate. Ves did not want Lufa's glow to affect Dr. Swindell's judgment. I can see that you have taken great care in their design and shaping. I love how you have emphasized the character of this fantasy angel, sir. The former lifer spoke as one artist to another. As for transforming their appearances, I can do that, but not as well as I wish. If we were back in Rusin Arena, I would have access to much better facilities than now. As it is, whatever I can make will not be able to win any prizes. It doesn't have to be perfect. Ves spoke. It just needs to look pleasing and convincing enough to gain the acceptance of the refugees outside. Ah. Now I see why you asked me to make them look organic, sir. If that's the case, then even a basic attempt is good enough. I doubt anyone here will be able to spot any shortcomings in the current situation. Now that Dr. Swindell knew what Ves had in mind, they began to put their heads together in order to come up with a revised design for the totems. Ves had never worked with a biotech specialist before, at least not in this capacity. It helped that they weren't working on a mech. Making a statue was countless times simpler. They didn't have to worry about moving parts or trying to make sure that any cosmetic features could withstand a certain amount of damage. If durability is not a concern, then my job is much easier. Dr. Swindell smiled. Harder flesh and tissue is much harder to shape and manipulate. You can't believe how many hours it takes to form abs onto an uncovered biomech, or how much time it takes to precision grind a piece of bone plating. Under these conditions, Dr. Swindell quickly formed a plan. When Ves studied the projected sketch of his statues, he became impressed by how lifelike Lufa's depiction looked. The revised design truly had the capacity to make people believe as if a real angel had come. From what I've been told, our base doesn't possess the facilities and materials needed to perform many biotech-related procedures. Are you able to realize this new design with our current means? The problem isn't as bad as it sounds, the cosmetic specialist confidently replied. It is indeed true that it is difficult to work on biomechs and so on, but this is different. I can borrow some of the machines and tools from the infirmary to clone the required tissue. The quality of materials required to form all of the flesh, skin, and other organic matter does not have to be high. In fact, if there is no suitable feeder stock, we can even feed the tissue-generating machines with nutrient packs. Ves looked astonished. Are you serious? It's true, sir. Nutrient packs consist of industrially processed organic matter. When someone eats one, those nutrients get turned into the building blocks of blood cells, hair, nails, and other organic tissue. The tissue-generating machines simply perform the same process but with the middle steps cut out. He didn't know that generating tissue was this convenient. It sounded as if it would be no problem to transform his statues into a brand new form of totem that he had never realized. Let's get to work then. I'll adjust the statues while you generate the required tissue. If there is anything you need, whether it is permission to use the medical equipment or materials needed to generate the tissue, then just ask. Once Dr. Swindell moved to perform his own task, Ves turned back to his statues and began to slim them down. The current proportions of his statues depicted Lufa in his actual form. This was fine if Ves didn't want to add anything to it, but now that he intended to use it as a base for organic tissue, it had to be cut down to size. Otherwise, the fleshy loofahs that would appear at the end would look fat and bloated. This was a simple enough process to Ves. Even though it hurt to mutilate his own artworks, he told himself that it was for the greater good. The end product would look much nicer after he completed this necessary step. In order to facilitate the process of adhering organic tissue to his statues, he cut them in certain ways. Dr. Swindell had already gone over where and how he should hollow out certain portions of the base. After that, Ves didn't have much to do. It took a lot more time to generate the required tissue, so he diverted his attention to upgrading and optimizing his mechs. A day later, Ves returned to the workshop to see Dr. Swindell with a few tanks of biotissue floating by his side. Can we proceed? Ves asked. Yes, sir. I have grown all of the materials we need. Do keep in mind that most of this tissue won't last very long. This is because I've accelerated their growth while using very basic materials as input. After 3 months, the softest and lightest flesh will begin to decay. Your statues will look quite gruesome as time goes on if this process continues. It doesn't matter. 3 months is more than enough. Once they began to work, Dr. Swindell quickly became immersed in Lufa's glow. Whoa! You didn't tell me that I would get affected by some sort of calming field. Will your work be affected by this mood? I'm not used to working like this, but I can manage. I think. Though Dr. Swindell behaved a bit hesitant at first, once he began to affix and bolt some organic tissue onto a statue, he quickly found his groove. Lufa's glow caused the man to enter into a zen-like mood. While it was hard to evoke any passion under these circumstances, it was very hard to make mistakes. Ves did not stay idle throughout this time. He wanted to involve himself as much as possible. He knew that if he left the final step to someone else, the statue's spiritual foundation would likely diminish. In addition, he suspected that the statue would treat the flesh layer like an article of clothing instead of a part of its body. The flesh that covered the base had to be imparted with life as well in order to form a seamless whole with the rest. To do that, Ves had to be involved in every step of the way no matter how bad he was with shaping flesh. Though Dr. Swindell was uncomfortable with Ves trying to help, they quickly formed an arrangement. Ves didn't actually have to perform any difficult or sensitive steps. It was already enough for him to act as an assistant and follow some very simple steps. After half a day of manual work, which Ves had insisted upon, the new totems had finally taken on their drastically different forms. Ves and Dr. Swindle stepped backwards in order to behold their efforts. "There," the biomech technicians uttered. "They're unreal. I never thought that they would have this effect." Even Ves was impressed by the outcome of making an organic totem. "They look as if they are truly about to soar into the sky." Resting before them were 4 large angels. Their supple flesh looked tender, and their clothes enhanced the impression that they were all alive. What was even more notable about this collection was that each organic statue was different. They not only adopted different postures, but also varied in their glows. The result was that each fleshy incarnation of Lufa provided a slightly different form of sanctuary. Chapter 2848 Exceptional Discovery. Both Ves and Dr. Swindle had to step far away in order to escape the calming influence of the 4 works of art they made. When they finally did, the significance of what they created sunk in. Both of them looked astonished. They were astonished because the realized versions of the statues exceeded the initial sketches. Compared to the totems that Ves initially made by himself, the vitality and liveliness of the organic statues exceeded almost anything that he had seen. The full wonder and splendor of the statues could never be fully described with words. To someone who was almost completely new to the concept of glows and living mechs, Dr. Swindle briefly thought he had created a set of masterpieces. How else could he describe the 4 similar but individualized organic statues that seemed to be surrounded with divine halos? Even though he used to be a typical lifer citizen who believed in the power of science rather than faith, the biomech technician momentarily became swept up by the illusion that he had just played God, or at least worked alongside someone who was capable of breathing miracles into life. Though his rationality quickly reasserted himself, Dr. Swindle would never be able to forget this magical moment. He had a feeling that he would forever look back on this moment in his career as a turning point of his life, as a moment when he ceased to be a mere cosmetic surgeon for biomechs but instead evolved into something greater. While the flesh shaper immersed himself with all kinds of grand delusions, Ves was almost just as enraptured, if for different reasons. "I never expected the statues to come out like this," he whispered in a dumbfounded voice. Most of his totems were rather ordinary works. While they were mysterious and provided a unique benefit to other people, Ves felt they were pale derivatives of his usual work. As a mech designer, he derived a much greater sense of satisfaction and accomplishment from designing mechs. His life centered around them. His entire career was based around developing better war machines. Of course, every mech designer was also an engineer. He possessed enough expertise to design and craft simpler products such as statues and combat armor such as his unending regalia. Each of these products possessed at least a shadow of the potential he inserted into mechs. Not much, but everything he made by hand with love and care received the gift of life, however small and faint it may be in his perception. He considered this a side effect of his domain and specialty, much like how other mech designers such as Kedis were able to channel their domains in other ways that didn't have anything to do with mechs. The loyalty medallions he made in large batches showcased the practical value of these non-mech products. Their effects on people caused him to call them totems, which was not a word he especially liked, but served as the most obvious label in which he and other people could understand what he made. The totems he made until now were all inorganic in nature. From the modest totems of the golden cat he made to decorate the halls of the spirit of Bentheim to the reconstructed statue of the Superior Mother, which was by far his greatest and most magnificent totem up to date, they were all alive in a symbolic rather than literal fashion. The 4 statues of Lufa sitting before Dr. Swindle and Ves broke that pattern. At the start of applying the hastily grown organic tissue prepared by the former lifer biomech technician, Ves initially did not feel anything special about the process. Sure, the processes performed by Dr. Swindell was novel and completely different from what he was used to. Assembling organic tissue was both gruesome and fascinating to someone who was accustomed to piecing together metal parts, but working with parts that were made out of living, squishy cells was an entirely different experience. He did not particularly like it, though. His lack of understanding on how they were made, how they were put together, and how every cell and every single piece of tissue worked frustrated any attempt to develop an affinity with them. He simply could not bond with strange flesh the way he did with metals he understood or knew how to use, like briar alloy. Fortunately, Ves did not work alone. With Dr. Swindell doing all of the technical heavy lifting, Ves was largely free to approach this project from an artistic and creative perspective. As the director and decider of this endeavor, he determined how the statues should look in the end. He had already learned from his previous stints as project leader that this was a powerful position. The work being done conformed to his creative vision, so the end product primarily carried his touch rather than those who did all of the heavy labor, such as Dr. Swindell. It was rather ironic. Dr. Swindell led the crafting process, but Ves firmly maintained control over the creative direction. This wasn't the case usually. He was a mech designer, but his emphasis on craftsmanship often caused him to be personally involved when fabricating his more important works. The mech industry also prized mech designers who knew their way around a mech workshop or manufacturing complex. It wasn't strictly needed though, and plenty of colleagues achieved success without ever stepping foot in a production facility. However, Ves was someone who always prized the ability to expand his understanding beyond just designing mechs. His work would never be as real to him if he forgot all of the steps to making them by hand. Ves was missing this deep connection here. Compared to how he crafted the initial form of the statues, he experienced an obvious disconnect as he helped from the side. He thought that this missing factor would diminish the quality of his new totems. He was wrong. All four of them blazed with life and attraction in a way that none of his totems could convey. Only the lightning-struck statue of the Superior Mother surpassed the four statues of Lufa, but this was a completely unfair comparison. Ves briefly recalled all of the steps he took to create the vessel that birthed the Superior Mother. The statue was enormous and a match to any mech in height, though not quite in volume due to its slimmer proportions. The Superior Mother statue had also been imbued with several exceptional spiritual ingredients, most notable the overpowering life attributes of his life-prolonging treatment serum. It also served as the focal point of a massive, self-invented ritual that involved tens of thousands of people and objects that was so drastic that it even distorted the climate of an entire planet. There was no way that combining all of these exceptional factors together would produce an average product. After throwing his expertise and spiritual energy into the mix, the statue of the Superior Mother rightfully became his most powerful totem. Ves even thought that he would never be able to produce anything that was comparable to it for a long time. One of his biggest limitations was that he no longer had access to a high-grade life-prolonging serum. The results today caused him to question this assumption. The conditions today were incomparably simple and crude compared to his grand endeavor in the past. He did not put too much time in designing and revising Lufa's statues. The base material was made out of cheap and readily available construction materials. He did not choose to utilize something tougher and more precious materials such as briar alloy because he needed to reserve them for his mechs. The artificial flesh and other organic tissue brought by Dr. Swindell was grown from low-quality organic stock. Yet these seemingly average, mass-produced organic materials reacted considerably differently when Ves began to infuse life into them as they were being molded into shape. For some unfathomable reason, the artificial organic tissue applied to the base of the statues merged with the spiritual foundations exceptionally well. As the crafting process continued, Ves began to become more amazed at how the living tissue incorporated spirituality. If he attempted to do the same procedures to a piece of briar alloy, then he always had to apply considerable force. It was as if he had to drill through a solid block of ice. In contrast, once he began to work with active organic tissue, the resistance he experienced was so low that it was like walking through a fog bank. Other than knowing that something existed, the lack of pushback or obstacles made his work so disturbingly easy that it felt unnatural. His doubts and hesitations slowly disappeared once he considered the implications of this amazing discovery. What can I do in these favorable conditions? Ideas started to swell in his mind. He observed all of the deviations from the norm and started to feel the urge to experiment with them. He just had to know how he could take advantage of generous conditions. This was why he started to modify the design of the individual statues and instruct Dr. Swindell to divert from the original design. Ves individualized all 4 statues so that they tested several different ideas. Not only did these ideas differentiate the effects and appearances of Lufa's statues, but also infused them with separate but related identities. In his enthusiasm and excitement, Ves unconsciously channeled the design spirit as he applied his new ideas. It didn't matter to him that Lufa constantly tried to dampen his heightened passion. The discoveries he made and the possibilities he envisioned at that moment were so fascinating that Ves felt driven to perform his experiments. Through this great moment, Ves felt as if he was not only shaping the organic statues, but also shaping the design spirit himself. Lufa literally altered in spiritual form as Ves expanded on his spiritual existence. Ves became inspired by the Superior Mother's multiple aspects. Aside from her base existence, she also differentiated herself by embodying the 6 phases of existence of Hexism. Since a spiritual product like the Superior Mother could come in multiple different facets, why shouldn't other spiritual entities be able to present other sides of themselves? This was the root of why he felt the need to differentiate the organic statues into 4 different aspects of the entity they were supposed to represent. Ves turned to the statue on the far left. The aspect of tranquility. This organic statue was Lufa in his purest form. It was one of the least pronounced aspects of the 4, but it was still notable in its strong effect. What the aspect of tranquility excelled at was imposing a total state of calm and peace to people within the range of its glow. Every positive or negative emotion was dampened to the greatest degree possible. Anyone who opened up to this organic statue would lose all of their strong impulses and heated passion. As befitting this effect, the aspect of tranquility depicted the white-robed Lufa with a single palm raised upwards. It was as if its gesture caused reality around it to stop, making people feel as if their persistent worries, burdens and P.L.E.S.ures no longer mattered. Even the most rabid individuals would be able to find peace in the presence of this neutral and non-judgmental statue. This was the original effect he was striving for, but due to the intermingling of living tissue, the aspect of tranquility was able to channel it to a much greater degree than it should. While its effect wasn't enough to overpower the minds and spirits of extraordinary people such as expert pilots, and maybe expert candidates, Ves was convinced it was able to sway practically any other human. The utility this totem provided was so groundbreaking that not even his sanctuary mechs were a match. This is impossible! The existence of this organic statue alone broke his assumption that his mechs were always stronger than his totems. Chapter 2849 The 4 Aspects. The aspect of tranquility embodied the purity of Lufa. It stripped almost all of the personal and extraneous sides of the design spirit, and distilled what remained into a facet that was completely neutral. No matter whether someone was a friend or foe, they would both be able to find peace in the aspect of tranquility's presence. Compared to the other statues, the aspect of tranquility was the most harmless of the four. Its effect on people was less extreme, and it did not set out to impose any specific changes. It just provided a sanctuary where those who sheltered in its glow would be able to purge themselves of their distracting thoughts and emotions and find peace in a reality that was always busy. Yet, for all of the aspect of tranquility's benefits, it was merely the plainest totem compared to the other three variations. Ves shifted his gaze to the second organic statue. Compared to the purity and lack of personality of the aspect of tranquility, the second was a font of positivity. The reason why Ves came up with a distinctly more empathic statue was because he wanted to develop something that was even better at healing broken and traumatized people. When he toured the recently erected refugee camp, he personally came in touch with different forms of negativity. Through reading the expressions and minds of the lifers trying to make sense of their lives, he encountered plenty of anger, helplessness, loss, despair, and indecisiveness. It was not good for so many people to bottle up all of these negative emotions. If these traumatized citizens kept harboring dark thoughts, then an amateurish assassination attempt would be the least of his worries. While providing active therapy was the best way to straighten these people up, Ves doubted that the refugees were open to it. He had to come up with an alternate way to heal the traumas that scarred their minds. The aspect of healing was the realization of this need. Just as its name suggested, the organic statue exuded a tweaked version of Lufa's glow that dampened every thought and emotion. The difference was that the aspect of healing was slightly more tolerant of positive thoughts and emotions. This meant that every person that was under the effect of its glow would find their negativity melting away, but leave at least some room for positivity. Any mental impulse that was benign, positive, and harmless would continue to exist in people's minds in a weakened form. The latter was necessary because a pure and cleansed mind could easily become warped if a single, overpowering thought and emotion settled in someone's mind. Without any counterbalancing elements, Ves had to be careful not to create any extremes. Even positive obsessions could lead to great harm under the wrong circumstances. Only the mentally ill and the most extreme personalities would react adversely to the aspect of healing's influence. Once he placed this statue in the vicinity of the refugee camp, he predicted that its effect would quickly become popular among the distressed and purposeless lifers. After losing their jobs, their homes, and possibly their loved ones, they had all been wrenched away from their usual prior lives and routines. This violent disconnect caused a lot of their hearts to bleed. Contrary to its name, the aspect of healing was not able to heal these wounds directly. It was not that powerful. What Ves actually aimed for was to provide the circumstances in which hurt people were given the opportunity to heal their own mental wounds. By muting the source of their pain and giving room for their joys and other positive emotions to assert themselves, Ves hoped that the personalities of the people who needed healing slowly recovered to a healthier state. He was unsure whether these improvements would stick. Once these people left the influence of the aspect of healing, their depression and other negative emotions would instantly regain their old strength. Only the people themselves can kill their own demons, he muttered. In order to emphasize Lufa's willingness to provide assistance in this manner, the aspect of healing adopted a friendly expression. Its hands reached forward as if to beckon those that needed help to come closer. The aspect of healing was definitely the most reassuring of the four, but beyond making people feel better, it didn't bring any other benefits. When Ves was thinking about leveraging Lufa's traits in a manner that would be more helpful to himself and other people, he came up with a different combination of suppression mind activity. Instead of making a division between positive and negative activity, he began to wonder what would happen if he separated the rational from the irrational. This was something that Ves often thought about. Every living sentient being was characterized by both their logic and their emotions. Sometimes they complemented each other, but many times they clashed against each other. Each human had to make a consideration which side they should follow in their daily lives. It could be something as trivial as eating something unhealthy to something as serious as sacrificing 100 people in order to save the lives of thousands. Ves knew that he had a problem of letting his emotions and obsessions get the better of himself sometimes. In fact, he encountered plenty of people who suffered from the same kind of affliction. Too many people made stupid and illogical decisions because their warped personalities compelled them to. If they were a bit more sober in mind, they would have never acted so stupid. If Ves was able to create a totem that could suppress all of the irrational sides of people and only left some space for rationality, then the people under its influence would be able to make much more optimal decisions. Of course, whether these decisions made with pure logic were actually better or not was another matter. Ves believed that this effect would be a boon more than a bane for many people, especially the refugees who were highly emotional and very prone to making stupid decisions. Such a totem might also be useful to mech designers like Ves and Gloriana. While they were both passionate mech designers, it might be helpful to adopt a different perspective over the course of their work. This was why the third statue was one of the most intriguing for mech designers like Ves. The aspect of rationality. While the third statue strayed a bit beyond Lufau's original purpose, it did not exhibit any form of rejection or lack of fit. During its shaping, Ves had actively altered the design's spirit's very identity to embrace this new aspect. Just as its name suggested, the organic statue portrayed the angel with a contemplative expression. The statue's finger even pressed against the chin to mirror his own habit of rubbing his smooth-shaven cheeks. Compared to the other statues, aspect of rationality was the coldest and most calculative of the four. It was all brain and no heart. This was why Ves was quite hesitant about exposing it to everyone. He believed it was a particularly bad idea to subject the aspect of rationality to children. The harm it could do to their growth was incalculable. Children should not be allowed to lose their innocence and wonder of reality around them as far as he was concerned. Only the cruelest and most heartless parents would want their kids to turn into emotionless drones. If Ves wanted to go through with his plan to make it available to refugees, then he had to set up a security cordon in order to control who was allowed to approach this special statue. While he was interested in using the locals as test subjects to examine the precise effects of his creations on different personalities, he did not want to make a bad impression on these people. This was why he held a lot of misgivings about the fourth and last statue. Unlike the first three aspects, the fourth one was a lot more active. Its glow shook with excitement, and sparks seemed to jump across its unusual form. From the first statue to the fourth one, the depictions of Lufau progressively grew more active. The final statue was even more radical than the third one, and that was quite an accomplishment. Its glow still performed many of the same effects as the previous ones. It dampened and suppressed many different thoughts and emotions that cluttered people's minds. The fourth statue also differentiated the mental activity within people and its area of effect. The unique benefit about this final variation was that it only exempted a single emotion, thought, principle, or obsession from dampening. As long as it was positive or neutral, the highly specific glow not only allowed it to exist, but also did its best to amplify this singular quality. For example, someone interested in becoming a more skilled professional like Dr. Swindell would become unprecedentedly motivated and driven when subjected to the fourth statue's glow. Yet this was not its true purpose. When Ves initially conceived of the final statue, he wanted to create a statue that might be able to help individuals break past their existing shackles. The idea behind this final creation was the most ambitious by far. Ves wanted nothing less than to create a new aspect of Lufa that purified people's minds and stimulated their greatest obsession in order to spark a powerful mental outburst. This was also why he bestowed a much more ambitious and impressive name to this dangerous but highly ambitious statue. The aspect of transcendence. Just whispering those words caused Ves to become immersed with dreams of the future. He could already imagine allowing expert candidates to approach this aspect with their chosen mechs. If they had already polished their skills, accumulated enough experience, and discovered their reason to fight, then subjecting them to the aspect of transcendence's glow might give them the push they needed to undergo apotheosis. This totem can revolutionize our clan. If this organic statue truly worked as promised, then it could serve as a powerful alternative to breaking through in actual combat. In order to symbolize the aspect of transcendence's potential effect, Ves chose to have it shaped so that its expression was filled with hope and expectation. Its head looked upwards and it raised its arms in the sky as if to call down a blessing. How magnificent! It took a lot of effort for Ves to rein in his excitement at this last creation. Though its glow sounded groundbreaking in theory, messing with spirituality was always inherently dangerous. Any strong or extreme changes to someone's mind could easily produce a lot of harm. Ves knew that he could never allow most people to approach the aspect of transcendence. He didn't even want his own clansmen to experience its unique glow unless he was more certain about its effect on other people. He didn't intend to create such a radical new aspect at first. He didn't really know what he was thinking when he got caught up in his passion earlier. The aspect of transcendence did not address his original purpose at all. Instead, it had a good chance of backfiring on him if he let the refugees experience its glow with no preparation. I'll have to lock it up, I guess. It was a pity, but the current crisis was not a good time to get lost in another innovation. Chapter 2850 Natural Fit. When the Larkinson clan erected a couple of statues in front of the walls of Gentle Lotus Base, a lot of people from the nearby refugee camp wondered what was happening. The Larkinsons marched out in significant numbers. Not only did they deploy a few mechs as protection, but also invested plenty of construction material to form 3 separate plazas. Are they building a podium or something? Wait. Look at those pedestals. The foreigners are installing some kind of organic statues onto them. Don't you think they look different in some way? Who made them? They're not much different from the organic statues in our city, but these ones look odd. I see what you mean. Is this the Larkinson way of making organic statues? While the more intrigued refugees were speculating on the odd sight, the construction crews quickly completed their work. The aspect of tranquility, the aspect of healing, and the aspect of rationality all seemed to beckon towards the distant viewers. Even though their glows did not extend to the edge of the refugee camp, their mysterious charm somehow drew people's eyes to them. Once that happened, the statues that looked like real angels that were frozen in time seemed to beckon them forward. Unfortunately, the distrust between the displaced citizens of Villain and the base occupants was still too high. None of them had any good opinions on Ves and his clan. This negative sentiment grew even stronger when he barged into the camp while surrounding himself with intimidating, heavily armored soldiers. An hour passed. No one moved closer, despite the obvious welcome the 3 plazas exhibited. The Larkinsons had even installed simple benches for people to sit on as they admired the different organic statues. Peer pressure was a powerful force. It was capable of forcing an entire population to behave in a manner that the majority deemed acceptable. However, the refugee camp encompassed many different people who came from all walks of life. As escapees from the city continued to trickle in, the newly emerged settlement hosted former businessmen, biomech technicians, shuttle salesmen, tunnel maintenance crews, beetle breeders, and more people. Some were more willing to approach the organic statues than others. Peer pressure had less effect on them than others because they were already nonconformists at heart. Ves constantly kept an eye on the site as he began to improve some LMC mechs. He never doubted the ability of the three aspects of Lufa to attract people to come over. They were too good to be ignored. "They're strange. All four of them," he softly said. Their spiritual foundation was much stronger and more vigorous than they ought to. Ves hadn't spent that much time, effort, resources, and expertise to create them. Yet, from the moment that Ves began to involve synthesized organic tissue, the totems attained a much higher level. Why? Ves thought a lot about the discrepancies. Since even a sloppy and haphazard combination of flesh and spirituality produced greater results, the obvious conclusion that he could make was that the two belonged together. Life can bloom from any object, but some are better suited for it than others. To put it in other terms, it was always harder to bring a bar of metal to life than a handful of meat. What made this particular case even more exceptional was the high fit between the tissue generated by Dr. Swindell, the shape of the statues, and the nature of the design spirit. According to the biomech designer, he simply used a tissue-generating machine from one of the base's medical treatment facilities to pump out a lot of flesh and other organic components. Since Swindell was in a hurry and didn't have to be too particular about the quality of the organic tissue, he utilized the lowest and fastest settings. What was a tissue-generating machine in an infirmary best at? Producing lots of human tissue. It made little sense for such a machine to generate exobese tissue. Certain high-end, upscale models might be capable of doing so, but human flesh was still the most standard option. As a result of Dr. Swindell's convenient actions, the organic tissue he applied to the base of the statues, whether it was flesh, bones, teeth, hair, or nails, were all intrinsically human. The only anomalies were the obvious angel parts. Baseline humans didn't possess wings, so Dr. Swindell had to resort to a creative solution. He ended up utilizing bird DNA that was already present in the tissue-generating machine's gene database. The feathers and all of the other parts that made up the outer portion of the wings were distinctly non-human, but that might not necessarily be a bad thing. Angels aren't human as well, so the anomaly with their wings actually fits with the nature of their existence. Of course, how could an angel not possess a halo above their head? Adding the stereotypical glowing band of golden light above the heads of the statues was essential to completing the impression that they were true divine creations. This was familiar territory for Dr. Swindell. He easily implanted special bioprojector cells on the top of the heads of the statues that were capable of forming halo projections on a constant basis, as long as they were supplied with energy. While the care and attention that Ves and Dr. Swindell put into their work may not have been the best, much of their design choices unintentionally worked out extremely well. Since Lufa was a humanoid design spirit to begin with, the overwhelming use of human tissue and the effort spent into fleshing out its angelic traits all produced statues that truly felt like incarnations of the actual entity. The attraction of the statues was finally too much for some people. The first to emerge were a group of lifers who Ves immediately recognized. Wait, aren't these the owners of the mysterious purple mechs? He never really got any names or identities out of them. The men and women, who all happened to wear purple uniforms, stepped out from the refugee camp and approached the plazas. The spaces weren't entirely unattended. Ves ordered personnel to be stationed nearby in order to guard the statues and regulate the entry of visitors. Greetings, the head of the group began. May we inquire about the purpose of these unusual organic statues? The visitors received a brief explanation on their effects. The guards were also quick to point out that they had to undergo an examination before they were allowed to approach the third statue. Why the need for such a restriction? Isn't it just an ornament? You should approach and experience the glows of the first two aspects first, the Larkinson guard answered. You won't understand the third aspect if I explain it to you right away. The purple men decided to see what all of the fuss was all about. The leader split his group in two. One half approached the aspect of tranquility while the other half walked towards the aspect of healing. The visitors immediately became affected by the different glows. Those who approached the aspect of tranquility all let down their guard. Their bodies loosened up and their expressions no longer seemed as stressed and concerned as before. This was the power of the aspect of tranquility. Every burden became as light as a feather. Every other distraction faded into the background. Only near total silence was left. Lufa left enough room for those who became affected by his aspect of tranquility to think basic thoughts and pursue his own self-interests. No one spoke. Everyone simply basked in this strange moment. While the purple men actually didn't possess as many burdens and negative emotions as the other refugees, that did not make the aspect of tranquility less attractive. Their leader was particularly taken with Lufa's simplest and purest glow. His burdens were considerably larger than others, and it felt good for him to forget all of his concerns, if only on a temporary basis. With the release of all manner of serious and trivial concerns, the people affected by the glow each changed in unknown but most certainly benign ways. It was as if they were all put in a state of meditation. When Ves turned his gaze to the people who approached the aspect of healing, they exhibited a bit more activity. Unlike the aspect of tranquility, the aspect of healing did not impose total silence or inactivity. Instead, its allowance for positive thoughts and emotions enabled the purple men to move and act, if only in a mild fashion. What they did completely surprised Ves. He thought these lifers would smile, laugh, share happy stories, or lean back on the benches as if they were on vacation. Instead of doing all of this, each of the purple-garbed men and women approached the base of the statue and lowered themselves to their knees in supplication. While they didn't speak any words, the affected individuals all looked up at the lifelike face of the aspect of healing as if it was a god. Ves palmed his face. These idiots! No wonder the purple men were so odd. It turned out that they were some kind of cult. A cult that worshipped biotechnology. He instantly lost interest in these cultists. Their only value to him was that they had become his first test subjects for his latest creation. As Ves clinically observed the test subjects from a distance, he confirmed that the two aspects did not pose a risk to any of these people. That was a good sign. The aspects were working according to plan. He wanted to see how more people acted under the influence of the first two statues before he opened up access to the third. He could never be too safe. As Ves witnessed the strong effect of the statues on other people, he started to think about the implications of his latest work. These living, organic totems exist in a class of their own. There were multiple implications to the discoveries he made today. Chief among them was how well he was able to combine flesh and spirituality. If Ves was able to produce considerably stronger results with organic totems, what if he began work with biomechs? The logic was the same. As long as his work contained a significant amount of organic tissue, its capacity to bear and channel life may be multiple times greater than his metallic mechs. His determination to stick to designing metallic mechs started to waver. This was because he realized how logical it was to incorporate biomaterials into his mechs. Even if he did not commit to designing biomechs, he could still selectively incorporate a number of biological components to increase the life capacity of his products. Ves was reminded of his spiritual domain. It embodied both life and mechs. The latter was easy to fit. His definition of mechs always came paired with images of metallic mechs. These were the kind of mechs he grew up with and admired throughout his life. As for the former, life was not a natural fit for metallic mechs. Just because Ves succeeded in combining them did not mean this was an optimal solution. If Ves truly wanted to exert his spiritual domain to its greatest potential, then he should be applying his skills to designing mechs that incorporated both organic and mechanical components. In other words, my best mechs might possibly come in the form of cyborg mechs.